Chapter 2942. Lin Xian shook his head. Such threats are useless against me. Since you dare to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Since you have no last words, I'll send you on your way. Lin Fan slowly raised his palm. Wisps of Nine Suns' divine fire turned into terrifying sword chi and swept across the sky. Lord Redwing roared crazily. But this time, his body was crushed by the golden foot and blood gushed out. He could not resist at all. Those Redwing tribe members were also sent flying by Lin Xian's sword and landed heavily on the ground. They could only watch helplessly. "Ah, damn brat. Let our king go. If you dare to kill him, our Redwing tribe will hunt you down, no matter where you run to." They roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's palm was still descending slowly and did not stop. "Not good. Stop that brat. Don't let him kill Lord Redwing." In the distance, the top sky prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Shur tribe looked at each other and quickly attacked. Buzz. The lady from the Scorpio tribe swung her tail and drew a silver ribbon. It pierced through the void and brought with it runes that filled the sky. On the other side, the void trembled. Terrifying yellow runes flashed and a huge stone hand fell from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, the two top sky prides attacked mercilessly. Not good. Seeing this, the martial artist's eyelids twitched. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His body swayed and disappeared from the spot. With a loud boom, the void exploded. Scarlet Feather King roared and escaped. "Thank you for your help. I'm very grateful. If you need anything in the future, feel free to tell me." Lord Redwing looked at the top sky prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Shur tribe with gratitude. If it weren't for the two of them, he probably would have been killed by that attack just now. On the other side, Lin Xian dodged the attacks of the two sky prides and appeared in the void. His face was extremely gloomy. "You two want to fight too? Stop it. You've already won this battle. There's no need to kill him." The prodigy of the Scorpio race said. The geniuses of the Stone tribe also nodded. They would protect this person. "You guys protected him?" Lin Xian's face turned extremely cold. "So, you want to be my enemy? Kid, enough is enough. Although you are very strong, you are not a match for the two of us. With the two of us working together, it's easy to kill you. So you'd better think it through." The words of the Stone tribe's genius were laced with a thick threat. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. "If I want to kill someone, even the Heavenly Emperor can't stop me. Therefore, he must die today." Lin Xian raised a hand and pointed at the Scarlet Moon Monarch. Red Feather King's body trembled, his eyes filled with anger. Damn brat. The fact that the other party still wanted to kill him made him furious. The sky prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe also darkened their expressions. They had already made their stand clear. They were going to protect King Red Feather. However, the other party actually wanted to kill him. What was the meaning of this? Were they looking down on him? I want to see how you are going to kill me." King Red Feather sneered. Although he was seriously injured and was not a match for the other party, he was definitely safe with the protection of the sky prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe. As expected, runes bloomed on the bodies of the sky prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe. They would not allow the other party to kill King Red Feather. Lin Xian did not move. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The golden runes quickly intertwined, forming a mysterious pattern that flew forward. The moment the pattern appeared, it brought with it an extremely strong aura. Everyone's expression changed. The pupils of the sky prides of the Stone tribe and the Scorpio tribe shrank. Damn it, what kind of attack is this? They were going crazy because when they were stared at by the eyes, even their souls began to tremble. Not good. King Red Feather's eyelids twitched. The cracks on his body became even more serious when the eyes swept past him. What kind of gaze was this? What was the other party using? He had no time to find out. The runes in the sky flew out. Damn it. Block it for me. The sky prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe roared. The two of them joined forces and unleashed a shocking attack. They turned into two divine rainbows and rushed forward, wanting to block the mysterious golden runes. Not good, everyone retreat quickly. Don't be hit by this energy. The surrounding primordial creatures and human sky prides roared crazily. They knew that the shocking attack of the three of them would definitely be extremely terrifying. They quickly retreated to the back. But soon they were stunned. That was because they realized that there was no terrifying explosion of energy as they had imagined. The golden runes were like a divine sword that directly broke the attacks of the two sky prides. They charged forward. With a puff, the powerful defense of the two sky prides was pierced through. Moreover, it pierced through King Red Moon's head. Blood splattered. A bloody hole appeared in King Red Feather's head. His eyes were wide open. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but his soul was also pierced through. Impossible! King Red Feather spat out 3 words with difficulty before falling to the ground. He was no longer breathing. Everyone was dumbfounded. The sky prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe were stunned. Their bodies were cold, and their scalps were about to explode. What was that attack just now? How could he so easily break through the powerful attacks of the two of them? King Red Feather was killed. If they were attacked by such an attack, would they be able to block it? They did not know. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with a face full of horror. The others were trembling. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden runes as he frowned slightly. The attack just now was one of the 3 runes that he had obtained from the Black Passage. Previously, he had used his heavenly secret divine eyes to forcibly copy the 3 runes. When he used them, their power was truly terrifying. However, this attack had consumed 1/3 of his soul power. He felt a little dizzy. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use such a thing. After swallowing 2 pills, he looked at the sky prides of the Scorpio tribe and the Stone tribe again. Do the 2 of you still want to fight? The sky prides of the Scorpio tribe were stunned, while the sky prides of the Stone tribe snorted coldly. Their expressions were extremely ugly. How could they fight? Lin Xian had already killed King Red Feather and used such a powerful trump card. They were not fools. If they fought, they would either be killed or heavily injured. Why bother? They did not have a strong conflict with Lin Xian yet. Therefore, the 2 of them did not speak. They turned to look at the fiery pagoda and tried to break through it with all their might. The primordial creatures of the Redwing tribe screamed crazily. They held King Redwing's body and cried, but they were all slapped away by the dark red dragon's claw. Get lost. This thing belongs to me. Chapter 2943. The Crimson Divine Dragon kept King Redwing's corpse. The other 10,000 ancient races and human race geniuses were terrified. Lin Xian was too strong. He had killed King Redwing. That was a young, invincible king. How strong was his battle prowess? His Archean power was definitely above 40,000. However, he had been killed so easily. Even the Stone tribe and Scorpio tribe's prodigies didn't dare to fight against him. This kid was too terrifying. Perhaps only the 3 Archean theocrats could subdue him. Yi Wudao, Dustless, and the others looked solemn. What were those runes? Why did they feel like they were the runes in the Black Passage? That's impossible. Even we can't copy them. How could he? They were extremely puzzled. However, if Lin Xian didn't explain, they wouldn't understand. After killing King Redwing, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the flame pagoda. At this moment, the Scorpio tribe's prodigies and the Stone tribe's prodigies looked solemn. As they held the flame pagoda, they quickly communicated with their souls. Damn it. Can you see what this kid is using? I don't know. It's very similar to the runes in the Black Passage. Does he have a way to copy them? This kid is too strange. We can't provoke him. Don't worry. He killed King Redwing. The Redwing tribe won't let them off. We don't have to do anything. Someone else will kill him. Let's break the pagoda and find the Archean theocrats. While the prodigies were preparing to break the pagoda, in another region, in front of a mysterious palace, a group of powerful Archean creatures stood there. They were the 3 theocrats of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The first 3 were the Fire Dragon King, the 7th, and the 9th generation lords. Among them, the 9th lord of the Divine Emperor Ridge had a pair of phoenix eyes that were filled with anger. Her beautiful face was also covered with ice. Damn you, Huomuzhen. Hurry up and tell us. How do we break the formation to enter the palace? She looked at the handsome young man from the Fire Chelan cave and gnashed her teeth in anger. They were indeed one step faster than the others and reached the fourth area. At this moment, they wanted to break the formation and enter the palace. This palace was even more majestic than the Flame Shrine in the second region. However, it was also more dangerous. Previously, they had used their powerful strength to break through the first three regions. But now he couldn't. If they tried to break it by force, they would probably be seriously injured. It was very likely that he would be killed. Therefore, they could only slowly crack the formation. In this way, time was delayed. More importantly, the Divine Emperor Ridge had used several powerful array masters to crack the array. However, there was no effect at all. Even the people from Hu Wanlong's lair were frowning. However, the people from the Fire Chelan cave had an expression of watching a show. It was especially so for Huamuzhen, who was addressed as the Lord of the Seventh Generation. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. This made the Ninth Generation Lord of the Divine Phoenix Ridge so angry that he almost vomited blood. Feng Yinxue, you can't crack it yourself. Could it be that you want to vent your anger on me? Huamuzhen sneered. Damned fellow, do you think you have a way? Don't think I don't know. Feng Yinxue was so angry that her face turned deathly pale. This was because she had been following these people from the Fire Chelan cave all along the way, which was why her speed was so fast. The other party definitely understood the Heavenly Flame City. Therefore, at this moment, she also believed that the other party definitely had a way to break the formation. It was just that the other party didn't want to say it. Don't try to shake us off. Your Fire Chelan cave can enter on your own. Let me tell you, there's no way. Right, Fire Dragon King? Feng Yinxue glanced at the Fire Dragon King. It seemed that she wanted to join forces with the nest of 10,000 dragons to pressure the Fire Chelan cave. Sure enough, the Fire Dragon King also said indifferently, Brother Muzhen, if you have a way, just say it. Our three great imperial families should be united, advancing and retreating together. Birds of the same feather? Advancing and retreating together? The experts from the Fire Chelan cave rolled their eyes. They didn't believe such nonsense. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Huamuzhen said with a smile, actually, I do know a little about the method to break the formation. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King frowned. Feng Yinxue, who was at the side, gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn it, I told you, you know. You know, but you still don't want to crack it? You made me waste so much effort for nothing. What are your intentions? Facing Feng Yinxue's strong questioning, Huamuzhen wasn't afraid at all. Although he had a delicate face and looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, his eyes were incomparably vicissitudes of life. The stars inside were extinguished. He said in a deep voice, we can break it, but our Fire Chelan cave won't provide the method for free. Looking at the majesty of this hall and the strength of the formation, this should be an extremely important place. Then, the things inside are naturally very precious. I really want to know, after we break in, how should we distribute the things inside? Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King narrowed his eyes. So, this was the other party's idea. No wonder the other party hadn't made a move. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Feng Yinxue naturally knew this. Her face was cold. How do you want to distribute it? It was very simple. Huamuzhen's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light, and the shadow of a Fire Chelan surrounded him. He said, I can provide the method to break it and bring you in. However, after entering, our Fire Chelan cave wants half of the treasures inside. We don't care about the rest. You too can divide it. What? Half of it? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor scale all changed. The Fire Dragon King frowned, and Feng Yinxue sneered. Half of it? Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Does your Fire Chelan cave really think you're the best in the world? At this point, a Fire Phoenix shadow also rose from his body, emitting a resplendent aura that stirred up the winds and clouds in all directions. The Fire Dragon King didn't say anything. However, the pressure on his body also became terrifying. Countless large cracks appeared in the surrounding void. Behind them, The geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge were the same. All of them had unfriendly expressions as they stared at the fire Qilin cave. The other party was really too despicable. They were all ancient royal families, and no one was stronger than the other. However, the other party opened his mouth and asked for half of the things. What did this mean? Was he looking down on them? Brother Muzhin, isn't your request a bit too much? The Fire Dragon King's voice was cold. Too much? I don't think so. If you think this distribution method is unreasonable, fine, we won't cooperate. The two of you, think of a way to go in yourselves. Muzhin was looking at the sky with his hands behind his back. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Before the Fire Dragon King could speak, Feng Yinxue stood up. The phoenix shadow on her body became even more solid. Terrifying flames overflowed into the sky, carrying mysterious runes as they flew towards Muzhin. Muzhin also sneered. Feng Yinxue, do you really think I'm afraid of you? In terms of bloodline, you're far inferior to me. Chapter 2944. Indeed, he was the 7th generation lord, and the other party was the 9th generation lord. Since the other party dared to fight him, he was courting death. On Muzhin's body, flames surged into the sky, dazzling and resplendent. Around him, the phantom of a fire Qilin appeared, letting out a ferocious roar. A ferocious aura surged out, confronting the flaming phoenixes that filled the sky. Seeing this scene, the people of the 3 archaic royal families were extremely nervous. The expressions of those prodigies changed as they frantically retreated. They had no choice, these 2 people were too terrifying. One was the 9th generation lord, and the other was the 7th generation lord. Both of them were extremely terrifying prodigies. Probably no one present was a match for them other than the Fire Dragon King. Now that they were fighting, just the energy waves alone were unbearable. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King did not retreat, but he also did not make a move. The phantom of a fire dragon circled around his body, and a powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. It seemed like he was thinking about what to do without falling out with them, and also get the people of the Fire Qilin cave to help. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire space was extremely tense, and a battle could erupt at any time. In the 3rd region, Lin Xian and the others raised their heads and looked at the burning flame pagoda in front of them. Kid, be careful. The flames on the pagoda were very powerful, and it seemed that the higher one went, the more terrifying it was. The dark red divine dragon reminded from the side. Lin Xian nodded. As expected, he also realized that the flames on the pagoda were even more terrifying than the flames in the 2nd region. Thinking about it, it should be able to refine his 9-yang divine body again. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. Great. Now that he was already at the 3rd level of the 9-yang divine body, he must cultivate to the 4th level of the 9-yang divine body in Skyfire City. Because if he reached the 4th level, his body would undergo another earth-shattering change. At that time, there would not be many invincible kings who could break his body. However, he also knew that it would be more and more dangerous. He might not be able to protect all the immortal palaces. Therefore, at the next moment, Lin Xian turned his head and said to Peacock, Hu Yidao, Gui Li, and the other immortal palace's martial artists behind him. You must be more careful. I may not be by your side all the time. Firstly, do what you can and don't take too many risks. Furthermore, he had to be careful of the other 10,000 ancient races. Don't worry, Palace Master, we will be careful. Peacock and the rest nodded, their expressions extremely solemn. He wasn't the only one. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Leaf Daodenier, and the others all gave similar orders to the disciples of their clans. From the looks of it, these elite Sky Prides were going to act alone. Let's go. Sure enough, the Sky Prides of the Scorpio race, the Stone race, and the other Archean prodigies all shouted coldly. He quickly rushed into the flaming pagoda. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian, the dark red mystical dragon, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also rushed forward. Soon, they entered the fiery pagoda. After entering the 1st level, they were surrounded by an endless sea of fire, which surged toward them from all directions. Every inch of space was filled with the power of flames. It was extremely terrifying. What a terrifying flame energy. Damn it, get lost. Furious roars sounded out as many people unleashed their king's domains to resist. A few of the weaker ones were instantly burned to ashes. There were also some who were sent flying by the shockwave. Terrifying scenes were taking place one after another, scaring the cultivators who wanted to get close and forcing them to retreat. It was too terrifying. Without super strength, it was impossible to enter. Moreover, this was only the first level. This fiery pagoda had a total of 7 levels. Only the heavens knew how terrifying the cities above were. Lin Xian activated his 9-yang divine body, and light bloomed to resist the surrounding flames. Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu also activated their king's domains, and runes revolved around them. None of them could withstand the power of the flames with just their bodies like Lin Xian. There probably weren't many people like Lin Xian. Lin Xian was one, Yi Wudao was another, and there was also the dark red mystical dragon and Dustless. The last one was the Sky Pride of the Stone Race. These were all top-notch Sky Prides with super strong physiques. The others used their own methods to resist. Lin Xian sensed for a moment, and then his eyes flashed. Qingqing, Qiu, you two be careful. Don't worry, Big Brother Lin Xian, I can do it. Big Brother Xian, don't worry about me. The two of them said. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although the flames on the first level were strong, he wasn't satisfied. He decided to go to the second level. Lin Xian strode towards the second level. This scene caused the hearts of the geniuses from the supreme ancient immortal realms to tremble. This kid is too scary. Yeah, we're almost at our limits, but he's fine. Ha! I'm going too. The dark red mystical dragon's body was also extremely strong. His dragon blood surged as he rushed out. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Dustless, the Sky Prides of the Stone Race, Silver Race, and some other powerful beings all headed towards the second level. Some of the other Sky Prides and humans gritted their teeth, unwilling to give up. They also tried their best to advance. Everyone wanted to climb higher. The flames on the second level were even more terrifying. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled into a smile. Not bad, interesting. He turned around and saw that Yi Wudao and the others had also reached the second level. Some of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were instantly blasted apart, and they screamed as they fell to the first level. Lin Xian glanced over and saw that there were many ancient beings and even human Sky Prides. Shaking his head, he ignored them. The second level wasn't enough. Lin Xian sensed for a moment and decided to go to the third level again. Damn, many of the Sky Prides were cursing. This guy was too sick. They couldn't keep up. The Sky Prides of the Stone Race and Scorpio Race snorted coldly. Ignore them and experience it yourself. Damn it. These people suppressed the anger and jealousy in their hearts for the time being and watched Lin Xian walk forward. Next to him, Yi Wudao's figure flickered as he headed for the third level. He had a saint body and was extremely strong. Therefore, the flames on the second level naturally couldn't satisfy him. A few other Archean geniuses left as well, including Wu Chen from the Western Desert. When he reached the third level, Lin Xian stopped temporarily. He began to guide the flames around him to temper his 9-yang divine body. Yi Wudao and the others did the same. Everyone settled down on the third level for the time being. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was a little scary. However, the silence only lasted for an incense stick's worth of time, and then a violent tremor came. The entire flame pagoda seemed to be on the verge of cracking. The surrounding sea of flames continued to spread, shattering the void. Many people screamed again. Chapter 2945. The power of the flames here had actually increased. Lin Xian also suddenly opened his eyes. With a cold shout, his body bloomed with light and quickly absorbed the flames. At the same time, he frowned. What happened? It came from above. Yi Wudao raised his head and looked up. Could it be that someone had gone up? Some of the other primordial geniuses were also shocked. The Scorpio race's genius said, "We are not the first group. The 3 ancient royal families have already gone there. In addition, There are some terrifying geniuses who went there earlier than us. Most of them acted alone. That was indeed the case. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. It seemed that someone must have gone to a higher level. But who? Why would it cause such a vibration? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Golden light flickered in his eyes as if it wanted to see through everything. He seemed to see a few blurry figures above. At the same time, there was a sea of fire that filled the sky. Those flames had turned purple, different from the red flames here. Obviously, it was a more terrifying flame. Among those flames, there was a purple bead that kept circling. The aura of the flames was even more terrifying, bringing with it a monstrous destruction. In fact, it even made him tremble slightly. What was that purple bead? So terrifying. It could actually make his 9-yang divine body tremble. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be the legendary heavenly fire? Through the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw that the purple bead was wrapped in endless purple flames. It was much stronger than the surrounding flames, almost purple to the point of turning black. He didn't know if it was the legendary heavenly fire. However, he felt the excitement in his body. That's right, it was the cheers of the 9-yang divine body. This kind of flame would definitely be of great help to the improvement of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian had no doubt about this. Obtaining it would greatly improve the 9-yang divine body. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a fiery light. This is? On the other side, Wu Chen raised his head with a look of surprise. To be honest, Wu Chen and the 7th generation lord were very similar. They were both 15 or 16 years old, but their eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and endless secrets. Rumor had it that Wu Chen was the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, so he must have many secret techniques in his hands. Sure enough, at this moment, it was unknown what kind of divine ability he used, but symbols erupted from his eyes. He was incredibly shocked. From the looks of it, he seemed to have noticed the purple flame pearl above as well. Fire Spirit Pearl. Who would have thought that there would be a Fire Spirit Pearl here? Dustless was shocked. What? There's a treasure above? The other human and Archean sky prides were shocked to hear this. Where is it? The 4th floor or the 5th floor? They didn't know. Someone's expression became grave. It couldn't be the 7th level, right? Let's go and take a look. These people's eyes were burning with passion. Lin Xian also stood up. As long as he could obtain the purple Fire Spirit Pearl, it would definitely be 100 times better than cultivating here. Therefore he had to speed up. Of course, not everyone wanted the Fire Spirit Pearl. For example, the Wavering Light Saint's son stopped on the 4th floor. He seemed to have found something and sat down cross-legged. Meanwhile, Leaf Dao Denier was stuck in the 5th level. Other than that, everyone else wanted to ascend to the 6th floor, or even the 7th floor. The flames on the 6th floor instantly turned purple. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they even felt despair. As soon as they took half a step, their bodies cracked. Some of them even had half their bodies burned to ashes. Don't be rash. The purple flames are terrifying. Someone reminded them. Everyone stopped. It seemed that the Fire Spirit Pearl should be in the purple sea of flames. Was it the 6th or 7th floor? Someone used a powerful ability and directly streaked across the void to look ahead. The 6th and 7th floors seemed to be open and connected. In other words, from here on out, it was the 6th floor. The depths of the purple sea of flames was the 7th floor. Someone else is coming? But you bunch of trash, hurry up and get lost. Just as everyone was discussing how to enter the sea of flames and obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl, suddenly, a disdainful sneer came from the sea of flames. What? Someone's here. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone would be able to enter the purple flames. Who was it? Was it a prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave? Or was it a prodigy of the other 2 Archean theocrats? They didn't know. In front of them, a figure was walking over. What? A human. These Archean creatures were stunned. Not to mention them, Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. Because it was indeed a person. It was a man bathed in purple flames. This person was handsome and had a terrifying aura. His eyes turned into a monstrous sea of flames that seemed to merge with the surrounding purple flames. It was him. the Five Elements Palace's saint from 2 generations ago, Fong Yuntian. He was very strong and should have reached the level of an invincible king. He was actually a top prodigy of the Five Elements Palace. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian was also surprised. He was no stranger to the Five Elements Palace. He had even killed the Five Elements Palace's saint. Up until now, the Five Elements Palace had already changed several saints. However, the more the saints changed, the weaker they became. He didn't expect the Five Elements Palace to have such an outstanding prodigy. However, when he heard that he was from 2 generations ago, he understood. Although the other party was also from the younger generation, it was obvious that he was not from the same generation as them. He should have lived for almost 500 years. However, this was not important. What was important was that at this moment, the other party's gaze was like 2 flaming blades that were looking at everyone. Feeling this gaze, many people's hearts trembled. Even the Archean creatures were the same. Lin Xian frowned because he realized that the other party's gaze stopped on him for 2 seconds. However, it quickly moved away. Get lost. A bunch of ants. This is not a place where you can come so easily. For the sake of your lives, you'd better leave quickly. Fong Yuntian waved his hand impatiently. Then he turned around and strode forward. Following his footsteps, the surrounding flames actually dispersed on their own. Damn it, how dare you look down on us? The Archean creatures roared angrily. The Stone Tribe's prodigy's expression was cold. He took a step forward and directly shattered the void. His entire body was bathed in a sea of purple flames. Endless stone runes flickered on his body, blocking the purple flames. The Scorpio Tribe's prodigy laughed but did not make a move. Instead, she looked around with her beautiful eyes. She did not make a move, but a woman in a black dress walked up. This woman opened her mouth and spat out a jade gourd. The gourd opened and poured out a merciless black water that enveloped her. Underworld river water. Damn it, she actually has such a thing. She's from the Black Tiger tribe, right? Chapter 2946. A drop of Nether River and a million skeletons. Nether River water was formed from countless corpses and carried an extremely sinister aura. One could say that it could only be formed in the primordial battlefield previously. Unexpectedly, the Black Tiger race had so much Nether River water. As soon as this extremely cold black water appeared, it enveloped the black-dressed woman and blocked the surrounding purple flames. The black-dressed woman chuckled and quickly walked forward. Someone else attacked. That person walked out with a half-saint artifact. That half-saint artifact turned into a green storm and shrouded his body. He should be a prodigy of the Nether Ghost race. Many people used powerful techniques. On the human side, a few people also walked out. Seiko Dian directly spat out a fire Aegis pearl. Wherever it passed, the purple flames would make way. It looked like there were many people eyeing the fire spirit pearl. The 1-pound dark red divine dragon muttered softly, "Kid, what do you plan to do?" Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Of course, he would attack. I must get this thing. It's very important to me. But there was no hurry. Let's wait and see. It was a good opportunity to use these people to gauge the strength of the people inside. At the same time, he could see how strong the purple flames were. Previously, Lin Xian had used his heavenly secret divine eyes to see that there were at least 3 figures around the fire spirit pearl. Now that Fong Yuntian had appeared, there should be 2 more who had not come out from the depths of the purple sea. He wondered who those 2 people were. Those people unleashed their various abilities and rapidly proceeded forward. Soon, they were surrounded by the endless purple sea of fire. But gradually, their expressions changed. Because the purple flames in front of them suddenly became violent. Balls of flames appeared in the depths of the sea of fire, turning into flaming beasts that roared. Buzz. Many people looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies were charred black, and some even cracked. Damn it. Even the terrifying geniuses were roaring furiously. Among them, the Nether River water on the Black Tiger race woman's body was also emitting white smoke. It looked like it was about to evaporate. This made the black-dressed woman not dare to move forward. On the other side, the genius with the half-saint weapon also stopped. That was because his accompanying sacred artifact had received a fierce impact. Although there was no immediate danger to his life, the collision of energy still caused his blood to churn. There was even one person whose magical treasure was torn apart. He was rammed into by a flaming beast. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. The geniuses who were standing at the edge of the crowd gasped when they saw this scene. What a terrifying sea of purple flames. Those people were powerful and had many treasures, but they were still unable to reach the innermost part. I really don't know how those people got in. Had their strength already reached such a terrifying level? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had seen enough, so there was no need to wait any longer. Kid, are you going to make a move? The dark red divine dragon asked. Why don't we wait and let those people kill each other for a while? When it's about time, we'll clean up the mess. No, those people were very strong. Perhaps some of them could really seize the treasure. Lin Xian's expression was grave. How about this? I'll go alone first and you'll help me out outside. All right, then be careful. Lin Xian nodded and strode forward. With one step, white smoke rose from under his feet. Endless purple flames swept toward him crazily, trying to burn him to ashes. Lin Xian snorted. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and the 9-yang divine fire fought against the purple flames. At the same time, he activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the flames as he walked. That kid actually went in on foot. That's right, he didn't use any special ability, nor did he use any powerful treasures. As expected of the 9-yang divine body, one of the strongest physiques in the world. Many people exclaimed in admiration and envy. The people in front also turned their heads and frowned. Further in, 3 figures stood in front of the fire spirit pearl, guarding against each other. At the same time, their eyes were burning with passion. At that moment, the previous saint of 5 Elements Palace, Fang Yuntian, suddenly frowned. He turned his head to look. That kid has made a move? He really doesn't know what's good for him. He originally wanted to get rid of him after getting the fire spirit pearl, but he didn't expect him to rush to his death. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. He naturally recognized Lin Xian. Lin Xian had killed many of their 5 Elements Palace's prodigies, so Fang Yuntian wouldn't let him go. However, it was only a matter of time. Not far away from him, there was also a figure. This figure only looked like a human, but it was actually a dragon. A 2-headed dragon. His body was covered in scales, and his 2 dragon heads were incomparably ferocious. Obviously, he was a prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The last one was a woman. A huge Qilin pattern crawled across half of her body. Her gaze also pierced through the sea of fire and looked into the distance. Was that the guy? He actually wanted to get his hands on the fire spirit pearl. What a reckless thing. The 2-headed dragon of the nest of 10,000 dragons also sneered. However, in the next moment, they frowned. Even in the distance, many people screamed. Behind them, Lin Xian took a few steps and suddenly became extremely fast. He seemed to have transformed into a golden sword light, piercing through the purple sea of fire. That speed was shocking. As a result, the pupils of the Black Tiger clan, Silver clan, and Stone clan's prodigies all constricted. They were all blocked previously and couldn't move forward at all. They could only resist here. However, Lin Xian actually surpassed them in an instant, reaching deeper into the sea of fire. Could it be that this kid wanted to die? Impossible. His body definitely couldn't withstand it. These people roared crazily. However, Lin Xian's speed didn't weaken at all, and even became faster. Because at this moment, not only did he activate the 9-yang divine body, but he also activated the great dragon sword soul. Terrifying sword energy formed on his body. The terror of the great dragon sword soul obliterated everything. The purple flames couldn't hurt him at all. Therefore, Lin Xian soon arrived at the depths of the purple sea of fire. Damn brat, he actually had such ability. In the depths of the sea of fire, 3 figures frowned. The 2-headed dragon snorted coldly, and the woman from the fire Qilin cave also frowned. She looked up at Fang Yuntian and said coldly, "How about this? With the 2 of us here, You won't be able to get the fire spirit pearl. Why don't you help me block that kid, and I can give you other benefits? What benefits? Fang Yuntian frowned and asked. Indeed, he didn't have much confidence in facing two primordial prodigies. I'll give you a 5,000-year-old earth core flame. Hearing this, Fang Yuntian's pupils constricted, then he smiled. You said it yourself. Don't worry, as long as you block him, I'll give you a wisp about the size of a finger. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave said in a deep voice. Chapter 2947. Although he could not obtain the fire spirit pearl, to be able to obtain a portion of the 5,000-year-old earth core flame was also extremely good to him. The next moment he turned around and walked outside. Very soon he welcomed Lin Xian and blocked Lin Xian. When those people outside saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock. 5 Elements Palace's previous generation holy son, Fang Yuntian. He actually made a move. Was he going to intercept Lin Xian? Heavens, I saw that there seemed to be 2 people inside. Who are those 2 people? No idea. But this Lin Xian was most likely doomed. Yes, that Fang Yuntian was so terrifying. Just relying on his own divine ability, he could enter and exit the purple fire's sea calmly. He was definitely one of the pinnacle prodigies. This Lin Xian absolutely could not block it. Definitely, Lin Xian was just a little stronger physically. But in terms of divine abilities, he was not Fang Yuntian's match at all. Far away, those people were discussing animatedly. They naturally knew about the grudge between Lin Xian and 5 Elements Palace. Facing off against Lin Xian, Fang Yuntian absolutely would not show mercy. You're that Lin Xian, right? Gutsy, to actually dare to have designs on the fire spirit pearl. Do you think that you have the qualifications? Fang Yuntian's voice was ice cold. Are you going to intercept me? Lin Xian frowned. Didn't expect that you're actually working for the primordial creatures. Really shameful. Just now, when Fang Yuntian came out, he brought along an endless sea of fire. Lin Xian saw that those 2 figures were not humans but primordial creatures. He did not expect that this Fang Yuntian actually reached an agreement with 2 primordial creatures. Looks like he should have obtained some benefits from the other party. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Even if there are no primordial creatures, I'll still kill you. Do you really think that those things that you did to my 5 Elements Palace previously, I can let you leave alive? Speaking up to here, his eyes erupted with piercing cold killing intent. So, you want to stand up for 5 Elements Palace? When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, do you have the qualifications to do so? What an insolent brat. I can't help but want to tear you to shreds. Fang Yuntian's originally handsome face had a trace of malevolence. He was the holy son of the previous generation. He was very powerful and had entered the invincible king realm 50 years ago. Now, it had completely stabilized and even reached a higher level. Among the younger generation, there were not many who were his match. Previously, he had been able to enter the sea of purple flames and compete with the geniuses of the ancient theocrats. This was enough to prove how terrifying his strength was. However, this kid in front of him actually dared to look down on him. This even made him feel unreal. Tear me to shreds? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. Let me give you a piece of advice. Get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Reckless guy, anyone who dares to say such things to me has already gone to hell. You are no exception. The killing intent on Fang Yuntian's body completely spread out. He hooked his finger, and the surrounding flames immediately spread out, turning into extremely terrifying flame beasts that charged forward. In an instant, 5 flame beasts were formed, and they were incomparably ferocious. Buzz. Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps, and like a phantom, he instantly dodged the attacks of the 5 flame beasts and appeared in another direction. You're quite fast. You're out of my expectations. However, do you think you can escape from me? Fang Yuntian was not angry when his attack missed. Instead, he revealed an even more cruel smile. At this moment, his body was covered in flames, and he was like a flame god of war, releasing a biting cold aura. I want to escape? Are you an idiot? It's obvious that your attack speed is too slow, and you can't hit me at all. Lin Xian fiercely counterattacked. 9 suns divine fire spread out from his body, making him look like a fire god. His voice was even more rumbling, like thunder. It shook everyone until their faces turned pale. What a sharp-tongued brat. Let's see if your strength is as good as your mouth. If you don't have the ability, then die. Fong Yuntian had completely lost his patience. He formed a seal with his palms, and the surrounding sea of fire surged as if it had come to life. In an instant, another 8 purple beasts appeared. Each of them was incomparably huge, as if they were real beasts, and they surrounded Lin Xian. With a furious roar, these flame beasts completely exploded, and boundless energy engulfed Lin Xian. How terrifying! This move could directly kill an invincible king. Yes, as expected of Fong Yuntian. He was too terrifying. He could definitely compete with the top 10,000 ancient races. The human race actually had such a prodigy. It was truly terrifying. In the distance, those people were discussing animatedly. Even the primordial prodigies had solemn expressions. Indeed, they did not expect the human race to have such a terrifying prodigy. It seemed that they had still underestimated the human race. After so many years of reproduction, the human race had produced many powerhouses, and there were even more prodigies. It was just that many of them had not appeared before. Now that it was gradually revealed, the strength of some people truly shocked them. For example, Fong Yuntian in front of them could actually control the purple flames. This was something that even they could not do. It's just a mere flame. What can it do to me? Amidst the violent energy in front, a cold shout sounded. Following that, a wisp of sword light appeared, and all the flame beasts were split apart. Lin Xian strode out. The light on his body was still as bright as before, and he did not receive any damage. Is this all you've got? If that's all you have, then you can get lost. Lin Xian shouted coldly. That attack just now was just a casual attack. I didn't even use half of my strength. Next, I'll show you my true strength. Accompanied by Fong Yuntian's voice, a purple fist blasted out. Fist of fire. The purple sea of fire surged, turning into a purple vermilion bird that tore through the void and charged forward. Feeling the phantom of the purple vermilion bird, the people in the distance were terrified, and their souls trembled. It was too terrifying. Even though they were so far away from this punch, they were still terrified. One could imagine how terrifying the attack Lin Xian was facing was. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian also waved his hand and charged forward. In an instant, the battle between the two erupted. The entire sea of fire turned into a purple vortex, and endless energy spread out from the vortex. Not good, retreat. The prodigies of the Black Tiger race, Stone race, and Silver race who were still holding on in the sea of fire also frantically retreated. They were already on the verge of collapse, and now with the addition of the violent energy, they could not stay any longer. Some of them were even slower and were directly pierced by the energy. Blood splattered everywhere, and they evaporated before they landed on the ground. Amidst the violent energy, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He had to admit that Fong Yuntian was quite strong. Chapter 2948. However, he did not have the time to waste on Fong Yuntian. There were 2 figures in front of him, and they seemed to be trying to get the Fire Spirit Pearl. If they succeeded, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. He had to get rid of Fong Yuntian first, and then snatch the Fire Spirit Pearl from the 2 primordial elites. I wanted to play with you, but I don't have time to deal with you now. Lin Xian's eyes turned sharp. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared out, and the surrounding purple flames surged like waves, crashing in all directions. Behind him, 8 purple fire dragons were formed and spewed in all directions. They intertwined and formed a picture of a fire dragon. The great dragon sword soul? Fong Yuntian frowned. He knew that Fong Yuntian not only had the 9 yang divine body, but also the great dragon sword soul. When he felt the sharp aura, he was sure that Fong Yuntian had activated the great red dragon sword soul. It really made people envious. Fong Yuntian snorted in his heart, and his eyes turned red. He wanted to kill Fang Yuntian and snatch his great dragon sword soul. He could not believe that Fang Yuntian had obtained such a precious treasure. Well, since you're in a hurry to die, I'll show you my trump card. Fang Yuntian's face was ferocious. Endless flames emerged from his body, and they turned into lotus flowers that bloomed in the air. Earth-shattering heavenly lotus. Countless lotus flowers gathered in the sky, and they flickered continuously. A terrifying fiery aura spread out. It made people tremble. What shocked them even more was that there were shadows in the lotus flowers, as if they were trying to break free. What are those? Seeing those shadows, many people were terrified. Even the primordial elites felt a chill run down their spines. They felt that a peerless beast was about to crawl out. Even Lin Xian could feel the aura. Immediately, he frowned. He had to admit that Fang Yuntian's move was very powerful. Even he felt threatened. He snorted, and the great dragon sword soul in his body was fully activated. The 8 fire dragons behind him let out deafening roars. Every time they turned their bodies, the void would shatter. It was too scary. These 8 fire dragons were like real dragons, making people tremble. Even the 2-headed dragon, who was in the deepest part of the sea of purple flames, frowned. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes. Damn it, this brat actually dares to use my dragon's divine ability. It wasn't only him. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave also frowned. That was because the 8 fire dragons were becoming more and more powerful, as if they were going to break through the heavens and earth. In front of him, Fang Yuntian was also frowning. No, he couldn't let his opponent's aura grow any stronger. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, he quickly attacked. Go to hell, brat. Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, and the fire lotuses in the sky charged forward together with the mysterious illusions. Even invincible kings couldn't withstand this attack. Lin Xian also waved his arm. Following his sword light, the 8 fire dragons behind him roared ferociously and charged forward. Boom! Majestic power exploded, sweeping in all directions like a sky full of waves. The fire lotuses in the sky were shattered by the 8 fire dragons, and countless cracks appeared. Those mysterious phantoms also disappeared along with him. Damn it! How can you be so powerful? Fang Yuntian's expression changed for the first time. He didn't expect his divine ability to be broken by his opponent. How can the 8 fire dragons be so powerful? I've said it before, with your strength, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian quickly charged over. He stepped on the 8 fire dragons and attacked like a fiend god. Damn it! It was the power of the dragon sword soul. Fang Yuntian exclaimed. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the dragon sword soul. Therefore, he wanted to escape now. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? He stomped his foot, and the 8 fire dragons under his feet coiled, enveloping the entire world. Stay here. Lin Xian's palm transformed into a golden mountain of flames and descended from the sky, wanting to suppress Fang Yuntian. Damn it! Fire element fist, block it for me. He struck out with the fire element fist again, and a vast fist resisted it. However, it was shattered in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sea of flames red. Fang Yuntian screamed. His fist was shattered, but this was just the beginning. In the next moment, he was sent flying by a sword. His body was also split in half. Fang Yuntian was terrified. At the same time, he was very decisive. He used the blood that flowed out to draw lotus flowers again, and he quickly burned them and rushed into the distance. Soon, he tore through the sky and escaped. What? The sky burned his bloodline power? Oh heavens, he ran away. Was Lin Xian so powerful? No one expected the 5 Elements Palace's saint from 2 generations ago to burn his bloodline and escape in a panic after exchanging a few blows. This scene was really beyond their expectations. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He looked at the other party's fleeing figure, but he didn't chase after him. It was too late. He had to hurry and snatch the fire spirit pearl. His body swayed, and he stepped on 8 fire dragons, quickly charging into the depths of the purple sea of flames. Damn it, he actually lost. What a piece of trash. He couldn't even hold on for such a short time. In the depths of the sea of flames, the two-headed dragon and the woman from the Fire Qilin cave looked gloomy. Especially the prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave, she was very dissatisfied. She originally thought that this human prodigy could help her solve a problem. She didn't expect him to run away. Long Ao, help me. After it's done, I'll give you something of equal value in exchange. This fire spirit pearl is very useful to me. The two-headed dragon pondered for a moment, and then said, Okay, but I want you to give me a Qilin stone. Qilin stone. The prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave's pupils shrank, and she was furious. Damn it, this guy was really asking for too much. The Qilin stone's value was no less than the fire spirit pearl in front of her. Moreover, this stone was only available in the Qilin cave. It was a stone that was transformed from the ground under their feet when they were born. It could be said to be very precious. However, this fire spirit pearl was indeed very important to her. Therefore, the woman nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you one. The double-headed dragon Long Ao's mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, his body swayed and he rushed out. Let me take care of him. As he moved, the surrounding sea of flames kept shaking, spreading to both sides. In the end, it formed a vacuum. Terrifying dragon silhouettes dashed out from the sky. Accompanying them was a power that made one's soul tremble. Damn it, did someone come out again? Everyone had just recovered from the shock of Fang Yuntian's defeat when they trembled again. Even the other prodigies looked as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 2949. What? The geniuses of the nest of 10,000 dragons? They finally made their move. This time, everyone screamed. Even the geniuses of the human race were facing a great enemy. Nest of 10,000 dragons. Did the legendary dragons, their geniuses, finally make their move? I wonder how powerful he would be? Just from this aura alone, it had already surpassed Fang Yuntian's. Nest of 10,000 dragons? Dragons? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He stopped, stepped on the 8 fire dragons and looked ahead. Could get lost. This is not a place where you can get involved. The two-headed dragon said coldly. Someone said that to me just now. However, he has already been beaten away by me. But do you want to follow in his footsteps? Don't compare me to that trash. Let me tell you, if I make a move, you have no way to survive. I will send you on your way now. The two-headed dragon made his move. He was very decisive because, in his opinion, killing the other party was no different from crushing an ant. As he stretched out his palm, a terrifying dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. The surrounding sea of fire also followed his movements, turning into purple dragons that rushed forward. In the distance, those people gasped as they looked at the scene in front of them in horror. It was too terrifying. Just a casual palm strike was enough to create such a heaven-defying phenomenon. Was this the power of the dragons? It was really shocking. In the sky, 18 purple flame dragons twisted in the air, roaring and emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Then, they tore through the void towards Lin Xian, wanting to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Destroy! Lin Xian roared as the divine flames on his body bloomed, turning into a flaming sword that he held in his hand. With a slash of the sword slashed in all directions, filling the sky with sword light. Bang, bang, bang. It collided with the 18 purple fire dragons in the sky. Boom, boom. A huge explosion occurred in the void as endless flames surged into the sky. The 18 purple fire dragons roared non-stop, turning into a sea of fire that descended. Lin Xian's sword light also slowly faded and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the distance, everyone was terrified. This attack was simply too terrifying. Both of them were top-notch geniuses. Lin Xian stood in the void, his eyes flickering. He had to admit that the two-headed dragon was very powerful, even stronger than Fang Yuntian. The other party was actually able to block his sword light. His sword light had indeed surprised him. No wonder you could defeat Fang Yuntian. You have some strength. The two-headed dragon also nodded slightly. However, it's still not enough to deal with me. That palm strike just now was just a casual strike of mine. Next, I will use my full strength. Can you block it? As he spoke, his eyes was filled with disdain. When these words were spoken, the martial artists in the distance were shocked. Heavens, was it really just a casual attack? The dragon race was truly ferocious. Even those archaic paragons felt their scalps tingling. Is that so? That sword strike just now was just a casual strike of mine. You being able to block it is nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian looked calm as well. You are indeed a stubborn brat. I know that you have the great dragon sword soul. However, even if he possessed the great dragon sword soul, you're no match for me. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to live, kneel down obediently and offer up your almighty sword soul. How can an ant like you be worthy of the almighty sword soul? Only dragons like me are worthy of it. As he spoke, the two-headed dragon's aura became fierce again. Purple dragons circled around him, roaring non-stop. Their voices shook heaven and earth. Boom! Another palm strike was sent over. This time, in addition to the terrifying purple flames, there was also monstrous thunder in the flames. Obviously, the power of this palm strike was much stronger than before. In the distance, the geniuses were terrified. They were already unable to withstand the previous palm strike. Now, they were even less of a match for this palm strike. Most likely, no one present would be able to stop him. That kid is dead meat. That's a divine beast of heaven and earth. How can a human fight against it? In their opinion, this time, Lin Xian was bound to lose. Divine Nine Sun's fist. Lin Xian shouted coldly and waved his fist. The Divine Nine Sun's fire completely erupted and turned into a golden crow that rushed forward. Otherwise, the almighty sword soul in his body rumbled and turned into rays of sword light that burst out with blazing light. He also slashed out. This time, Lin Xian was furious. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The purple flames and lightning palm were blasted away by the punch. The remaining energy was shattered into pieces by the sword chi that filled the sky. Not only that, but the fist and sword aura were also rushing toward the two-headed dragon with a very sharp attitude. This time, the two-headed dragon's face darkened. Previously, the other party was able to block its casual attack. It did not think much of it, but this time, it was surprised. This time, its power had increased. In its opinion, the other party should not be able to block it. However, it did not expect the other party to not only block it, but also attack it so powerfully. Damn kid, I'll skin you myself. I'll pull the almighty sword soul out of your body. Buzz. He snorted coldly, and a red saber rushed out from between his eyebrows and was held in his hand. The saber was extremely terrifying. It emitted a monstrous murderous aura. As soon as it appeared, it swept in all directions. It caused everyone's souls to tremble, and many people knelt on the ground. Damn it, the flood dragon saber. It's made of the bones of a flood dragon. Moreover, it's probably a very terrifying flood dragon. Many archaic creatures screamed in fear. It was a terrifying half-step sacred artifact. Boom! The saber slashed down, and flames surged in the sky. The terrifying saber light tore through the sky and split the earth. This time, it was even more terrifying. Obviously, the two-headed dragon was furious. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hands. The Divine Nine Sun's fire combined with the great dragon sword's soul quickly appeared in front of him. A large bronze bell appeared. The bell was very simple and unadorned, and runes were all over it. Although it was just an illusion, it seemed like a real divine artifact. It carried a monstrous aura. Clang! A terrifying sound rang out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Flower Protector! Damn it, he summoned a terrifying killing weapon, Flower Protector. These people screamed in fear. Flower Protector was a famous killing weapon in ancient times. Once Flower Protector was used, it could kill 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian was too confident. He had Flower Protector, but he didn't take it out. He was just relying on his ability. Did he think that the divine ability he summoned could contend against the other party's treasured saber? Screams rang out one after another, and the two-headed dragon's face also darkened. To be honest, the bronze bell that appeared in the sky also gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. Especially that sound wave, even his soul shook a little. Buzz. Buzz. Boom. Chapter 2950. In the end, the two of them vanished into thin air. He blocked it again. Many people exclaimed. The two-headed dragon's face was gloomy. Lin Xian stepped into the air, and his voice was cold. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my divine power. He raised his palm, and the sword chi in the sky intertwined, turning into a black steel that descended from the sky. Suppress it. The steel emitted a thick demonic chi that made people tremble. Oh heavens, the great dragon sword soul is really too terrifying. Everything it evolves is incomparably real. Nonsense. That's an offensive saint technique of heaven and earth. Whoever gets it will definitely be an incomparably terrifying existence. This Lin Xian is really terrifying. Many people were terrified and envious. Although they didn't know what the other party had evolved this time, the terror was definitely not inferior to the flower protector. What Lin Xian had evolved this time was the terrifying devil steel in Black Demon Cliff. At this moment, it descended from the sky and could really suppress everything. Boom. The two-headed dragon couldn't reach it in time. He was blasted by the black devil steel and fell into the flames. With a boom, the ground trembled. The huge devil steel pressed down on his body. The dragon scales on his back dimmed and even shattered. Dragon blood dyed the void red. Damn it! I'm going to kill you! I must kill you! The two-headed dragon screamed crazily, his eyes red. He was injured. He was actually injured by the other party. Moreover, at this moment he was being pressed to the ground by the other party. This kind of humiliation was unbearable. Boom! He roared, and the dragon blood in his body surged, forming a powerful force that shattered the black devil steel above him. He stood up and charged towards Lin Xian. Like a red hurricane, the frenzied blade in his hand was even more powerful. This time he was completely enraged. Moreover, he had the intention to kill. As a prodigy of the dragons, he was extremely powerful. Usually, no one dared to challenge him. The other ancient royal families had to be respectful when they saw him. But now, he had been injured by a mere human. Moreover, so many people saw it. If he didn't kill the other party, how could he establish himself in the future? The saber slashed down like a peerless wild saber. Combined with the flames that filled the sky and the terrifying thunder, its power was astonishing. This saber strike could cut down invincible kings. Lin Xian executed his yin-yang 8 steps and shifted his position, instantly dodging the sword. A terrifying black hole appeared where he had been standing, swallowing the purple flames. Brat, you can't escape. No matter where you run to, you will definitely die today. The double-headed dragon was brimming with killing intent. His body had also become 3 times larger than before. The two heads emitted a terrifying light. One of the heads was surrounded by flames, while the other was surrounded by thunder. Lightning and fire intertwined, providing him with powerful energy. Annihilation slash. Another slash came. This time he used the power of his bloodline. In the sky, the power of lightning and fire intersected. Together with the power of the bloodline, they turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed down from the sky. The surrounding space froze. Everyone's body trembled, unable to dodge. They could only crawl on the ground. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He let out a long laugh. He reached out with both hands and grabbed upward. It seemed that he wanted to take the saber with his bare hands. Heavens! In the distance, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. You're courting death. Do you think that your 9-yang divine body can block my saber strike? What a joke! The double-headed dragon kept roaring. The dragon blood on his body emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian roared. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. The 9-yang divine fire burned fiercely. His body shone with boundless light. At this moment, he really looked like a golden god of war. His palms were incomparably resplendent. They carried a supreme power as they blasted forward. Clang. Many of the geniuses' ears bled. Many of them even fainted. The flames on Lin Xian's body were torn apart. The terrifying saber light hit his body and made a clanging sound. White traces were left behind. However, it did not break his body. This scene shocked everyone. Not only that, Lin Xian even put his palms together, grabbed the opponent's long saber, and swung it forcefully. Get the hell out of here. This move of his could shatter 100,000 mountains. Although the double-headed dragon was a dragon with a strong physique and powerful bloodline power, it was still too weak. Under Lin Xian's heaven-defying divine power, its long saber was snatched away. It kept arguing in the sky. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. It turned into two sword lights and blasted on the long saber. Boom! The long saber dimmed. In the next moment, Lin Xian grabbed the saber hilt and slashed at the double-headed dragon. The long saber let out a terrifying roar. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. A mysterious and terrifying power burst out. The saber turned into a giant dragon that was 100 feet long. It descended from the sky and directly enveloped the double-headed dragon. No! The double-headed dragon screamed crazily. Its body turned into a giant dragon that was a few thousand feet long and soared into the sky. Lightning and fire spread out from its body. The power of its bloodline turned into mysterious runes that carried a powerful force. It was as if a divine dragon was fighting against a shocking saber. Boom! Boom! The saber fell, and the sea of fire surged. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts fell. A terrifying black hole appeared in the sky, and a miserable cry rang out. Immediately after, dragon blood drifted in the air. A dragon claw fell from the sky and shattered the void. It fell to the ground. The surrounding purple sea of fire could not spread at all. In fact, it kept retreating. What? It's injured. The prodigy of the dragons is injured. The primordial prodigies widened their eyes in disbelief. What did Lin Xian do? Lin Xian cut off a dragon claw with a single saber strike? Is he trying to slay a dragon? They were terrified. Lin Xian let out a long howl and kicked the two-headed dragon's head, causing it to fall to the ground. At the same time, he said, "Ruffian dragon, I'll leave this guy to you. I'll go get the fire spirit pearl." The double-headed dragon kept rolling on the ground. That kick had deformed one of its heads. Many of the scales on its body also fell off. It roared crazily, and a series of dragon roars resounded through heaven and earth. "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." He spoke in human language, and the dragon chi on his body surged into the sky, turning into terrifying rays of light that shot into the clouds. He wanted to soar into the sky and kill Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, a red claw descended from the sky like a red mountain and slapped its head again. The head that had just healed was deformed again. "Stop running, I'm your opponent." A strange cry sounded in the sky. The double-headed dragon was furious. "Who is it? How dare they stop me?" He let out a terrifying roar. At this moment, the dragon might spread, and everyone trembled. That was the suppression of bloodline. However, the voice in the sky was indeed disdainful. "Two-headed kid, how dare you compete with me in dragon might? Are you courting death?" Chapter 2951. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the two-headed dragon was stunned on the spot. Its body began to tremble, and intense fear appeared on its two enormous dragon heads. Damn it, it's a dragon roar. What pure dragon blood. The other party's dragon might was actually stronger than his, and it even suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe. "Who is it?" He raised his head with difficulty and looked forward. In the sky, a dark red divine dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking at him with disdain. "Damn it, it's the snake beside that brat. How can he have such a terrifying dragon might?" The others were also stunned. They knew that Lin Xian had a dragon beside him, but they did not expect that dragon's aura to be so terrifying. Could it be that his bloodline power is above that of the primordial paragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Thinking of this, they felt dizzy. In the depths of the purple sea of fire, The paragon of the fire Qilin cave trembled when she heard the terrifying dragon roar, and the blood in her body almost froze. Shock appeared in her eyes. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the two-headed dragon was defeated? She could not believe it. Also, what's with the dragon roar? Has a more terrifying paragon than the dragons arrived? She turned her head to look. However, in the next moment, she turned pale with fright and screamed as she dodged. A biting cold saber light descended from the sky, tearing apart the divine flames that filled the sky and slashing towards her, wanting to cut her in half. Fortunately, he was strong enough. At the critical moment, he quickly dodged and turned into an afterimage. However, this saber still brushed past her body. Immediately, a strand of hair on her head was cut off, and even her neck felt cold. All the hair on her body stood on end. Damn it, who is it? The female paragon screamed crazily, and her eyes turned into two fire Qilins roaring in the sky. In the next moment, she was extremely shocked. Damn brat, it's you. She saw clearly that it was Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian holding the purple dragon saber and charging over quickly. Damn it, could it be that Long Ao was defeated? He was extremely shocked. That was a two-headed dragon with great strength. How could it be defeated? Previously, he did not observe the battle as she had used all her strength to seize the Fire Spirit Pearl. After all, this Fire Spirit Pearl might be a precious treasure, but it was too terrifying and had to be sealed carefully. Otherwise, she would definitely be burned to a crisp. Therefore, she did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, she probed with her soul spirit, and her face turned gloomy. Outside, Long Ao and a dark red dragon were fighting, but Lin Xian had already arrived in front of her. Damn it, this kid actually has a dragon as a helper. Fang Yuntian and the two-headed dragon have already been defeated. You are the only one left. Do you still want to fight me? Lin Xian looked at the other party. I advise you to leave obediently. As Lin Xian spoke, he released his soul force and scanned the surroundings. He saw that not far from him, there was a fist-sized purple bead that was spinning non-stop. It was covered with mysterious patterns. He could clearly feel that the Fire Spirit Pearl was emitting a terrifying power of flames. The power of the flames caused even his 9-yang divine body to tremble slightly. One could imagine how terrifying it was. No wonder the woman in front of him did not succeed after such a long time. The woman from the Fire Qilin cave snorted coldly. The flames on her body formed a Qilin armor, covering her beautiful body. At the same time, a terrifying light burst out from her eyes. With a wave of her hand, she kept sliding in the sky. The flames in the sky condensed into a terrifying fire Qilin, surging and roaring. You are courting death. Since this is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xian shouted coldly. This time, he did not use his divine eye, but took out Flower Protector directly. Now that his 9-yang divine body had reached the small success stage, he was not as careful as before when he used Flower Protector. Sure enough, after taking out Flower Protector, he held it in his hand and shook it non-stop. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, and the surrounding purple flames were suppressed and dimmed. Qilin Shield. Seeing this scene, the woman shouted and turned into shields with Qilin patterns engraved on them. There were a total of 8 shields around her, forming a strong defense. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his hand and pushed the great dragon sword soul, sending a wave of energy into Flower Protector. Immediately, Flower Protector enlarged, and the runes on it also spread out. Together with the sound waves, it swept in all directions. The sound waves hit the Qilin shield, making earth-shattering sounds. The terrifying sound waves and the power of the great dragon sword soul worked together to destroy the Qilin shield. In the end, the flames on the Qilin shield dimmed and made cracking sounds. With a bang, 3 Qilin shields shattered, and a hole appeared in the defense of the Fire Qilin cave's prodigy. The sound waves in the sky finally found an opportunity and turned into a torrent, quickly surging in. Damn it! The female prodigy's expression changed. A hint of fear and anger appeared in her eyes. She screamed, opened her mouth, and spat out a light wave that surged forward. It was a treasured furnace. It was incomparably simple and had a very strange shape, As soon as the treasured furnace came out, it kept enlarging, like a small mountain, spiraling in the sky. At the same time, it attracted countless purple flames to provide energy. Above the treasured furnace, wisps of purple smoke emerged. The purple smoke was like divine swords that could destroy everything. Die for me! The Qilin prodigy roared angrily. The purple sword light slashed toward Lin Xian. The divine might on it was vast and mighty, terrifying everyone. This primordial prodigy really had a lot of treasures in his hands. This purple treasured furnace should also be a half-step sage artifact. Lin Xian snorted coldly, grabbed Flower Protector, and activated his divine power. Flower Protector continued to expand, covering the sky like a giant bronze mountain. Lin Xian waved it and smashed it down. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the terrifying sound waves shook all directions. The purple sword light that filled the sky was shattered. The Qilin prodigy was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her face became ferocious. Damn it, damn it. The other party did not play by the rules at all. That was a half-step sage artifact. Who would use it like that? One had to know that the power of a half-step sage artifact was unfathomable, far surpassing that of a heaven-grade treasure artifact. Some of them could even emit Dao patterns. That was a supreme killing weapon used in conjunction with a great mystical ability. But what about this kid in front of her? He did not use the mystical ability that a half-step sage artifact should have at all. Instead, he relied on brute force and the hardness of the half-step sage artifact to go on a rampage. This scene was truly driving the woman mad with anger. She tried hard to take a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Once again, she controlled the treasured furnace and quickly attacked. Lin Xian sneered. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to collect the Fire Spirit Pearl. At this point, he clapped his hands and took out the saint's hand bone. Chapter 2952. Oh no! The Qilin prodigy's expression changed. She did not expect the other party to have the bone of a saint. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Kid, I admit that I've underestimated you. You actually have such a treasure. But do you think you can stop me with that? You're too naive. Fire Qilin sword." The female prodigy shouted, opened her mouth, and spat out another flying sword. It was a fiery red flying sword that was about the size of a palm. As soon as it appeared, it kept expanding until she grabbed it in her hand. She waved the long sword gently, and a terrifying sword light slashed in all directions. It was like a peerless immortal light. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was a peerless swordsman. How could he not be excited when he saw a peerless sword? Previously, he had used the ancient dragon abyss sword. Although it was also a treasure, it was only a top-tier heaven-grade artifact. But now, it could not keep up with his strength. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Xian would directly use the Nine Suns divine fire and transform it into sword qi. In times of danger, he would use the Flower Protector and the Nine-layered pagoda. However, although these two half-sage artifacts were powerful, they could not allow him to unleash 100% of the power of his sword Dao. Now, when he saw the fiery red longsword in the woman's hand, he immediately became interested. This sword suits me very well. He stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed in front of him. You're courting death. The prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She had taken out the sword to kill the enemy. Who would have thought that the other party would take a fancy to her sword before she even made a move? He even wanted to take it by force. Damn you, I'll chop off your claws. She shouted and waved the Fire Qilin sword, slashing forward. With a clang, she slashed at the golden hand. Sparks flew, and the Fire Qilin sword trembled non-stop. The woman's hand was numb. Lin Xian's hand was also forced back, and there was even a crack on his hand. It can actually injure me. As expected of the sword that I've taken a fancy to. The light in his eyes became even brighter. I must have this sword. He charged forward again. In the sky, countless palm shadows shot out, each of them grabbing at the blazing Qilin sword. Be destroyed. The paragon of Fire Qilin Grotto wielded the Fire Qilin sword and slashed in all directions. In an instant, the countless golden palm shadows were all destroyed. It had to be said that this treasured sword was too powerful. No wonder Lin Xian was moved by it. In fact, the origin of this treasured sword was indeed extraordinary. This blazing Qilin sword was forged using the scales of a blazing Qilin and the 10,000-year starry sky iron. It could be said that it was extremely frightening. It was a well-known existence even among semi-sage tools. After dozens of moves, Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that this sword was really too sharp. He had actually destroyed all of the palm prints that he had sent out. 2 more cracks even appeared on his palm. It seemed that he had no choice but to use some tricks. Although you have a treasured sword, your sword art is not that great. Next, let me show you what a real sword art is. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. The divine flames on his body flickered, forming a flaming long sword that he held in his hand. 9 Yang sword art. With a slash of the sword, sparks flew and easily broke the other party's sword chi. The golden sword art and the treasured sword in the other party's hand resisted each other. After more than 100 moves, Lin Xian used 9 suns open the sky to cut off the other party's arm. The woman screamed, but Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the blazing Qilin sword like a dragon head. When he grabbed it, the blazing Qilin sword struggled crazily. On the sword, fire Qilins appeared and charged at Lin Xian quickly. The distance was very close. In an instant, the fire Qilins pounced on Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. It was indeed a peerless sword. You can't escape. He reached out his hand again and transformed it into 5 giant dragons that sealed the fire spirit sword. The fire Qilin phantoms were forcibly destroyed by his 9 Yang sword chi. In the end, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul and merged it with the blazing Qilin sword. With a boom, the blazing Qilin sword completely exploded. The terrifying sword chi enveloped the entire sea of fire. At this moment, the people outside were all stunned. Many people were sent flying by a powerful force. They rolled far away and were dumbfounded. Damn it, what happened? What happened in the depths of the sea of fire? The battle inside was too intense. The dark red divine dragon and the 2-headed dragon were still fighting outside. Therefore, they had no idea what was happening to Lin Xian inside. Who was the one who unleashed the sword chi? Was it Lin Xian or Lin Xian's opponent? The 2-headed dragon's eyelids were also twitching. Oh no, could it be that she had failed? I say, don't worry about others, worry about yourself first. The dark red divine dragon laughed sinisterly and charged over again. In the sky, the 2 giant dragons were hundreds of feet long. They were constantly roaring and clashing with each other. The scene of the giant dragons fighting was too terrifying. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was shocked by the energy in the depths of the sea of fire. Everyone wanted to find out what was going on. In the depths of the sea of fire, Lin Xian held the blazing Qilin sword in his hand and smiled. The great dragon sword's soul forcefully infused into it and directly destroyed the blazing Qilin mark. Now that he had infused the power of the great dragon sword's soul into the sword, it completely belonged to him. It really was a good sword. Thank you very much. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said with a smile. Damn it. The blazing Qilin Sky Pride was about to go crazy. Her broken arm had grown out again, but her heart was bleeding. Such a powerful Dharma treasure was snatched away by the other party. He even destroyed her mark in an instant. The mark was not only hers, but also the blazing Qilin sword itself. It could be said that no one below the sage level could destroy it. However, the other party easily destroyed it. This was completely beyond her understanding. Let me try the power of the blazing Qilin sword. Lin Xian slowly raised his arm. In the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blazing Qilin sword trembled and shone brightly. The entire sky was quickly torn apart. Golden sword chi circled the 9 heavens. Damn it, how could he unleash such power? On the other side, the blazing Qilin Sky Pride's face was extremely ugly. Even she could not unleash the blazing Qilin sword to such an extent. However, the other party, a human youth, was able to unleash the power of their clan's treasure to such an extent. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it even if she was beaten to death. Buzz. 9 suns open the sky. Lin Xian slashed down with his ultimate move, splitting the entire sky in half. The blazing Qilin Sky Pride on the other side screamed and threw out countless Qilin shields to defend herself. Chapter 2953. Damn it. The prodigy was so angry that her eyes and ears were on fire. This time, not only did she not get the Fire Spirit Pearl, but she also lost her treasure, the Fire Qilin Sword. She swore that she would kill this brat and take back the Fire Qilin Sword at all costs, even if she had to use some secret techniques that would harm her body. With a shout, she was enveloped by endless bloodline power. Her body fused together, and her palms quickly formed a seal. The bloodline power burned rapidly. A terrifying aura burst out. "Brat, I won't let you go." Her voice was cold. Lin Xian's eyes were intertwined with golden runes, forming a mysterious pattern. He directly attacked. With a puff, the opponent's body was penetrated. This pattern was one of the 3 patterns he had obtained in the Dark Tunnel. It was also the method he used to kill the Red Moon King. This time, it directly drained 1/3 of his soul power. However, in order to end the battle quickly, Lin Xian did not care about this. The Fire Qilin prodigy wanted to use a great mystique, but it was instantly shattered. The power of that rune had nearly destroyed her soul. She screamed in fear and did not dare to fight with the opponent again. She quickly fled, turning into a stream of light. Damn it, she actually ran away? How could this be? The 2-headed dragon sensed this and was stunned. He did not expect the prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave to escape. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the brat had already reached such a terrifying level? He did not dare to imagine. After defeating the prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave, Lin Xian did not chase after her. He also did not join forces with the dark red divine dragon to kill the 2-headed dragon. He turned and looked at the Fire Spirit Pearl not far away. Right now, the most important thing was to collect this Fire Spirit Pearl to prevent any undue delay. Taking a deep breath, he put away the Fire Qilin Sword and Flower Protector. The energy in his body kept surging. Previously, the female prodigy of the Qilin Cave had spent so much time but still failed to get the Fire Spirit Pearl. One could imagine how terrifying the Fire Spirit Pearl was. Thus, he had to be careful. Buzz. The 9 Yang Divine Constitution and the Great Dragon Sword soul circulated together, enveloping his palm and turning it into a dragon head. He grabbed forward. With one grab, it covered the Fire Spirit plant. Buzz. Caught. Lin Xian was delighted. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly constricted and his expression changed. This was because the moment he grabbed the Fire Spirit Pearl, the Fire Spirit Pearl in his palm suddenly trembled at an extremely fast speed. An astonishing amount of heat was like the rumbling of 100,000 volcanoes. Boom! His palm instantly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. His 9 Yang divine body was actually injured, just because of a single strike from the other party. It was too terrifying. How much energy did this Fire Spirit Pearl contain? In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian used a magical incantation to heal his broken hand. Wrapped in dragon-shaped sword energy, he reached out again. Boom! Boom! At the instant he grabbed it, the terrifying power once again spread through his body, causing his palm to split open once again. Hold your ground! Lin Xian roared, pushing his 9 Yang divine body to the limit. This time, although cracks appeared on the palm, it did not explode into a bloody mist. Be destroyed. Seeing this scene, the great dragon sword radiance in his body surged out crazily, turning into sword energy that exploded from his palm, bombarding the Fire Spirit Pearl, trying to subdue it. However, the Fire Spirit Pearl was too terrifying. The mysterious runes on it flickered, and wisps of purple flames surged out, resisting the sword energy. Not only that, the power flowed through Lin Xian's hand and spread throughout his body. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on his 9 Yang divine body. At this moment, he was like a broken porcelain doll, about to collapse at any moment. If the people outside saw this scene, they would definitely scream in horror. They had never seen Lin Xian suffer such serious injuries. Even when he was fighting with King Redfeather, his body did not collapse to such an extent. Damn it, be destroyed. Lin Xian's eyes widened, his eyes red. Although his body was broken, he still did not let go of his hand. The 9 Yang divine fire and the great dragon sword soul continued to intertwine, turning into seals, trying to seal the fire spirit pearl. However, this fire spirit pearl was too terrifying. He did not know who left it behind. He did not know what grade it was. Lin Xian guessed that no one among the invincible kings could subdue it. Perhaps only a saint would be able to do that. Did he really have to give up this thing? Lin Xian shook his head. He was unwilling, but the power coming from it was too terrifying. Especially the runes on the fire spirit pearl. They were like Dao runes, emitting a mysterious power. Even if those sect leaders came, they might not be able to seal it. Lin Xian sighed. He was unwilling. Although he knew it was dangerous, Lin Xian still did not let go. He roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The 9 Yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul were activated by him, and they even began to burn the 9 Yang divine fire. The great dragon sword soul was enveloped by a ball of divine fire, burning fiercely. Lin Xian's body was covered in flames. However, the fire spirit pearl seemed to have been stimulated. With a bang, the runes on it exploded again. Suddenly, the entire sea of fire surged, and countless large cracks spread out from the depths of the sea of fire. The dark red dragon and the 2-headed dragon, who were fighting outside, were instantly sent flying. Both of them vomited dragon blood. Damn it, what happened? The 2-headed dragon was terrified, and the dark red dragon was also worried. Kid, are you okay? There was no reply, only Lin Xian's angry roar. The geniuses and primordial geniuses who were watching the battle from afar were also sent flying by the energy. Many people's bodies directly cracked, and they were so scared that they screamed crazily. Retreat, retreat quickly. They did not dare to stay at the edge anymore and directly pushed to the 5th floor. Some even pushed to the 3rd and 2nd floor. However, it was not safe. The entire flaming pagoda was shaking and could break at any time. It was as if it was really going to collapse. They had to escape quickly. These humans and primordial geniuses fled one after another and completely left the flaming pagoda. They fled outside and looked at the pagoda in front of them in horror, trembling. Damn it, what happened at the end of the day? The dark red dragon wanted to rush to the 6th floor to save Lin Xian, but it was directly blasted out by a force. This made it gnash its teeth in anger. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also very nervous. They did not go to the 6th floor but went to other places to look for opportunities. Both of them had gained a lot, but at this moment, they were chased out by the flames. What happened? They asked the dark red dragon. When they learned that Lin Xian was in danger, the two of them were very nervous. No, they had to save big brother Lin Xian. Chapter 2954. Everyone had come out except for that Lin Xian. It's over. That Lin Xian must have been trying to snatch the fire spirit pearl. What mechanism did he trigger? He actually unleashed such a terrifying power. Everyone was talking about it. The 2-headed dragon, however, laughed out loud. Ha ha, ha. His 2 gigantic heads laughed maniacally. Kid, you're really courting death. I didn't expect the power of the fire spirit pearl to be far beyond my expectations. If we had snatched it, we might have been banned by now. He was feeling very good now because the fire spirit pearl should have been theirs. But they were defeated by the other party. But it didn't matter. So what if they were defeated? That kid was strong, but in front of this power, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This power was not weaker than a saint's. No one below a saint could resist it, even if they had a saint artifact. Indeed, when the primordial elites sensed this power, they all revealed sinister smiles. Even the injured Qilin race's prodigy had returned. Her ice-cold face was filled with malevolence. Brat, go to hell. Damn kid, nothing must happen to him. The dark red divine dragon roared, shocking the 10,000 ancient race experts. At the same time, he looked ahead worriedly. The 10,000 ancient races were intimidated by the dragon's aura and didn't dare to speak. But everyone was laughing coldly in their hearts. In their opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die this time around. At this moment, there was still no one left in the Flame Pagoda. Of course, Lin Xian was the only exception. Lin Xian was on the 7th floor of the Flame Pagoda, surrounded by countless purple flames. Previously, he had forcefully raised his strength and burned his body to seal the Fire Spirit Pearl. But he had triggered the Fire Spirit Pearl's ferocious nature. It unleashed an attack that wasn't weaker than a saint's. So at this moment, Lin Xian's body instantly shattered. Boom! Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body exploded into pieces. Blood flowed, and his corpse flew everywhere. It was a horrifying scene. This was the most serious injury Lin Xian had ever suffered. However, he didn't die. At his level, unless his soul was completely obliterated, he wouldn't die. Lin Xian's soul was wrapped in the Dragon Sword soul and fused into one. At this moment, he let out a crazy roar. So what if my body is destroyed? My soul, battle spirit, condense. With a furious roar, Jiu Yang's body condensed again, and his palm reached for the Fire Spirit Pearl again. But it shattered 9 yang. Just like that, Lin Xian shattered 9 times in a row and reformed 9 times. His face was incomparably pale, and his strength and soul were both extremely weak. Although Lin Xian possessed the great Dragon Sword soul, he was not immortal. Thus, if he continued to forcefully seize the heavenly Tao, he might really be destroyed in the end. Although the situation Lin Xian, he wouldn't give up. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding determination. Idolin. A swordsman is a sharp weapon, unyielding even when twisted. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous like thunder. He had the conviction that even if he had to die, he had to seal this Fire Spirit Pearl. This was the last time. Lin Xian didn't hold back. He used all his ultimate moves. At the same time, the mysterious little sword in his body began to change again. This mysterious small sword had been with him since he started cultivating. It was given to him by his father. Usually, it didn't do anything in his body. In fact, he had almost forgotten about it. But at this critical moment, there was another strange change. A sword light appeared on the mysterious small sword and enveloped the Fire Spirit Pearl. Suddenly, the Fire Spirit Pearl, which was as strong as a saint, calmed down. The flames on it also weakened. Then, it rushed toward the mysterious small sword. With a swoosh, it disappeared into the mysterious small sword. Was it taken in? Lin Xian was shocked. He reformed his body. He didn't probe the mysterious small sword at all. He realized that it was even more mysterious than the Dragon Sword soul. He only knew that there was a strange space in the mysterious small sword. Wine Lord was in there. He had been in there before, but he could only move around in a small area. Usually, he couldn't activate the mysterious small sword. He didn't expect the mysterious small sword to show its power at this critical moment. It took in the terrifying Fire Spirit Pearl. Not only that, he felt the world spinning. He was also taken in by the mysterious small sword. In the next moment, he was in that strange space again. The ancient tree in front of him had withered. He didn't know how long it had been there. He vaguely remembered that Wine Lord used to drink wine under this ancient tree and guide him in his cultivation. Now, Wine Lord had left and become a super saint. He was no longer the ignorant youth. The space in the small sword had a special power. It made the violent Fire Spirit Pearl as docile as a kitten. Lin Xian was tempted. He tried to absorb the power in the Fire Spirit Pearl. On the surface of the Fire Spirit Pearl, the purple patterns spread again. Terrifying flames spread. But this time, it wasn't so fierce. Although the power was terrifying, Lin Xian felt that it wasn't a fatal threat to him. Great, I can absorb it. Lin Xian was happy. Although he still didn't understand the secret of the mysterious small sword. But now, he didn't have time to think so much. He had to quickly use the flames in the Fire Spirit Pearl to increase the power of the 9-yang divine body. Buzz. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent out the Dragon Sword soul. He let it absorb the power of the Fire Spirit Pearl. At the same time, he used the power of the Fire Spirit Pearl to temper the 9-yang divine body. He definitely wouldn't let go of such a fierce power. For a moment, Lin Xian cultivated here. Outside, the dark red dragon and the others didn't leave the flame pagoda. They were waiting anxiously. If Lin Xian didn't come out, they wouldn't leave. However, those ancient creatures didn't wait. In the 3rd district, there were many other places besides the flame pagoda. They began to search for other places. Among them, the Red Wing race, Baiyin race, and Blood Moon race began to work together to kill those related to Lin Xian. The main targets were the Dark Red Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shinjingqiu. After all, Lin Xian had a deep hatred for these ancient races. Previously, Lin Xian was so strong that they couldn't defeat him. But now, Lin Xian was killed, and they had nothing to worry about. They swore that they would kill everyone who was related to Lin Xian. They wanted to send all of them to hell. A huge battle broke out. Although Lin Xian was no longer there, the Dark Red Dragon and Murong Qingqing weren't jealous. Shen Jingqiu was also strong. In addition, they had the support of their sacred grounds. Therefore, the battle was very fierce. However, the 10,000 ancient races were too strong. Many prodigies began to work together. In the end, the 2-headed dragon and the female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave that Lin Xian had injured also made a move. Chapter 2955. Luckily, both of them had powerful trump cards, so they were not killed. Ha! I heard you two are that brat's women? Today, I will kill both of you in front of everyone. I will humiliate both of you to death. I will let everyone know the consequences of offending the 10,000 ancient races. Not only will the people involved die, but everyone else will also die. I will kill you in the most humiliating way possible. The dual-headed dragon roared as he stared at Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu. On the other side, the prodigies of the Scarlet-Winged race, the Silver race, and the Blood Moon Rental race also surrounded them. Don't kill this woman. Cripple her, break her limbs, and disfigure her. I want to take it and exchange it with the Phoenix clan. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave had a cold expression. He knew that Murong Qingqing's bloodline was extraordinary, and the divine Emperor Qilin wanted it. Although he did not obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl, as long as he captured Murong Qingqing and handed her to the divine Phoenix Ridge, the divine Emperor Ridge would definitely give him a treasure even more precious than the Fire Spirit Pearl. Alright, then I will kill this dragon. His bloodline power is even stronger than mine. If I eat it, I will definitely evolve. When that happens, I will definitely become the strongest bloodline under the Crown Prince. The dual-headed dragon was also excited. Then this woman will be mine. The prodigy of the Silver race can hold off Shinjingqiu. I just happen to be lacking a slave and a cultivation vessel. I will use that brat's woman as my slave. As for the people of Immortal Palace, all the women will be slaves, and the men will be thrown into the 18 levels of hell, never to be reincarnated. The 10,000 ancient races stared at the martial artists of Immortal Palace and smiled maliciously. Damn it, how dare you! Gu Santong roared angrily and led the Gu clan over. Yi Wudao also snorted and stood out. I will not allow you to do such a thing to Brother Lin's friends. They were on good terms with Lin Xian, although Lin Xian's fate was unknown. However, they wouldn't allow the 10,000 ancient races to attack Murong Qingqing and the others. Seeing Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others step forward, Immortal Palace's martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone was helping them. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. What? You want to stand up for that Lin Xian? The 2-headed dragon sneered. This is a personal grudge between us and that brat. If you stand out, it will become a grudge between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. Do you think the 10,000 ancient races will be afraid of you? As they spoke till here, the other geniuses of the supreme ancient immortal realms laughed out coldly as powerful figures appeared one after another. All of them walked out. What? Do the humans want to fight us again? I'll play with you guys. In this battle, all of you will definitely die here. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others frowned when they heard this. Damn it, this fellow actually wants to unite all the 10,000 ancient races. Holy Son, we can't be impulsive. The Yi family's disciples quickly advised. The other holy sons and holy daughters also said, Brother Yi, please reconsider. Brother Yi, please don't start a war between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. We can't withstand such a blow. Damn it, how despicable. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. It originally had hope, but it didn't expect that hope to be destroyed. Don't blame me today, two-headed dragon. I'll stew you with the bloodline of dragons that don't remember. The dark red dragon was truly enraged. With a roar, it charged out. The two-headed dragon snorted. You think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'll drink your dragon blood and evolve. The two dragons collided in the sky, and a terrifying sound wave surged in all directions. At the same time, the Fire Qilin Grotto's prodigies, the Silver Race's Heaven Sex prodigies, and the Blood Moon Race's prodigies all attacked Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly as the phoenix phantom on her body spun rapidly from a lotus platform beneath her feet. With a delicate shout, she used the Jade Pool's divine ability and fought with the Fire Spirit Grotto's prodigy. On the other side, Shinjingqiu also used Zixia's divine ability and attacked quickly. The two of them could be considered top-notch saintesses. They were powerful and could reach 35,000 units of archaic power. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. As expected, the moment the two of them attacked, countless people cried out in surprise. Heavens, they were actually so powerful. That's right. Murong Qingqing was powerful, but they didn't expect Saintess Zixia to be so powerful. They hadn't seen her fight many times, but she was also so terrifying. Many people looked at Shinjingqiu's figure in shock. Even the 10,000 archaic races had solemn expressions. Of course, there were also people who sneered. So what if she's powerful? Isn't it just 35,000 units of archaic power? She's not a match for us at all. Besides, we have the Heaven sect on our side. We can overwhelm them with numbers. That was indeed the case. Apart from Murong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and Shinjingqiu, the others like Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the members of Immortal Palace were a bit weaker. However, they were the elites of Immortal Palace and had many ultimate techniques in their hands. At this moment, they didn't fight alone. Instead, they worked together to form a powerful killing formation to resist. It's useless. You can't beat me. I have 40,000 units of archaic power. The Fire Qilin Grotto's prodigy laughed. With a wave of his hand, the Fire Qilin rushed out and collided with Murong Qingqing's phoenix phantom. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning shot out like flood dragons, piercing through all directions. Murong Qingqing didn't say anything. Her beautiful face was incomparably cold. Indeed, the other party was right. She was a top-notch existence in the human race, but the other party was too powerful. This battle seemed to be evenly matched, but it made the blood in her body boil. If it wasn't for her special bloodline, she would have been killed by now. As expected of the five-colored phoenix bloodline. Without the corresponding inheritance, she could grow to such a level. It was unbelievable. But now it could end. The Fire Qilin Grotto's female prodigy said coldly. To be honest, she was also very surprised. One had to know that in addition to the power of their bloodline, they also had a bloodline inheritance passed down from ancient times. This inheritance was a kind of cultivation method. Only this kind of inheritance method could allow one's bloodline power to be maximized. Without it, one wouldn't be able to use the advantage of their bloodline power. However, the woman in front of her didn't have the phoenix bloodline inheritance at all. But with just her bloodline power, she had already grown to the top of the human race. If she was given a secret bloodline inheritance method, she would definitely soar into the sky. She might even be a peerless prodigy among the 10,000 ancient races. However, she wasn't afraid. The people who came to the Divine Phoenix Ridge would definitely not allow him to continue growing. All she needed to do now was to grab hold of him. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, the purple furnace was taken out. Endless smoke turned into purple sword lights that shot forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 2956. Murong Qingqing waved her phoenix-winged golden fan, which filled the sky with light. She cut open the void and instantly appeared on the other side. The place where she was originally standing was drowned by endless sword chi and turned into nothingness. Damn it. Too strong. Murong Qingqing's expression was ugly. In the distance, the spectators also exclaimed. It was too dangerous. If one was hit by the sword chi, even an invincible king would be instantly killed. 40,000 units of the ancient era's power was truly terrifying. That was for sure. The 10th generation son by Qiansen only had 38,000 Archean power. This woman was even more terrifying than the 10th generation son by. Was this the strength of an Archean royal family? Everyone exclaimed. The cultivators of the Jade Lake's sacred ground were in despair. That was because Murong Qingqing was really in danger. Do you think you can dodge it? Just as Murong Qingqing was about to heave a sigh of relief, a cold voice came from behind her. Then, a palm with flames in the sky slapped her body. Murong Qingqing shot out countless lotus shadows to block behind her, but she was still sent flying by the palm. In the next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Not good. The Jade Lake's sacred ground was injured. Everyone exclaimed. Sacred ground. The cultivators of the Jade Lake's sacred ground screamed and rushed forward, but more Archean creatures appeared and stopped them. You want to leave? Stay here. These were the Archean creatures of the Blood Moon clan and the Redwing clan. Their faces were ferocious as they blocked the cultivators of the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Not only the cultivators of the Jade Lake, but the cultivators of the Immortal Palace and Xixia sacred ground were also affected. Many of them were injured, and some of them were even blasted into pieces. The scene could be said to be very miserable. Sister Qingqing. Shen Jingqiu also cried out when she saw this scene. She anxiously turned her head to look. Little girl, why don't you worry about yourself first? The prodigy of the Silver Clan smiled sinisterly and waved his hand. Silver runes shone and turned into a silver mountain that blasted toward Shen Jingqiu. Shen Jingqiu also spat out blood and flew backward. Not good. Saint Daughter Xixia was also injured. Damn it. The dark red divine dragon roared. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Just you wait, when little Xian's comes out, I'll have him kill all of you. He was about to go mad with anger. What? Do you still want that brat to live? How could this be? The aura within the flame tower was comparable to that of a sage. Perhaps even those sect leaders would not be able to withstand it. Do you think that kid will be able to survive? What a joke. He has already gone to hell. Soon, I will send you to hell and let you reunite in the netherworld. Ferocious voices rang out one after another. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's injuries worsened. However, they weren't killed because the 10,000 ancient races didn't want to kill them. In the sky, countless purple sword chi intertwined and formed a deity-binding net that enveloped Murong Qingqing. She was about to be sealed. Not good. Murong Qingqing's heart sank. Am I really going to be captured by someone? If that was the case, he might as well die. At this moment of crisis, a golden fist appeared in the sky and shattered the seal in the sky. Had Lin Xian come out? Everyone exclaimed. That golden fist was too terrifying. However, they soon realized that it wasn't. It wasn't Lin Xian, but Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao had made a move. At this critical moment, Yi Wudao had saved Murong Qingqing. Damn it, do you want to fight the entire 10,000 ancient races? The female prodigy from Fire Qilin Cave screamed. Yi Wudao's strength was terrifying. He had a sage physique and could definitely threaten her. However, he probably wouldn't dare to use his full strength. Otherwise, the 10,000 ancient races would definitely slaughter these people mercilessly. You're overthinking it. I won't use the Yi family's power, but Brother Lin and I will be fine. I'm standing up for him, so it doesn't count as fighting the 10,000 ancient races. Yi Wudao soared into the sky. Gu Santong stood out. No Flower also stood out. The three of them had a good relationship with Lin Xian, So the three of them attacked together. As for their sacred grounds and families, they didn't move. They watched the battle from afar. This way, it wouldn't count as a war between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. You Wu Dao, right? I've long wanted to test out a sage physique. Today, I'll play with you. The female prodigy from Fire Qilin Cave shouted and formed a seal. The Fire Qilin symbol on her body shone even brighter. Her bloodline power condensed into a clone that charged towards Murong Qingqing. As for her true form, she shot toward Leaf Dao Denier. I'll fight you. The White Silver Warrior and the Blood Moon race sent two heavenly sects to meet No Flower and Gu Santong. In an instant, the battle erupted again. There were too many prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races, and each one of them was incomparably powerful. We humans aren't their match at all. Many people shook their heads. Although Yi Wudao and the other two had taken action, it seemed impossible to reverse the situation. Sure enough, Murong Qingqin was already heavily wounded. Although she was only facing a doppelganger, the power of this doppelganger was extremely frightening. It was roughly equivalent to Bai Qiansan's, with 38,000 units of archaic power. Murong Qingqin was already difficult to deal with when she wasn't injured. Now that she was injured, she was even harder to deal with. Therefore, in less than 100 moves, she would be in danger of being sealed again. Shen Jingqiu was in mortal danger. The White Silver clan was the uncrowned king. Their primordial prodigies were extremely powerful. The fact that Shen Jingqiu could hold on until now was enough to shock the humans and primordial prodigies. This woman was incredible. She probably also had a mysterious bloodline. Ha! I didn't expect you to be so talented. Be my cauldron and dual cultivate with me. I guarantee that your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. The prodigy from the White Silver clan threw his head back and laughed. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at Shen Jingqiu. Too perfect. Not only was Shen Jingqiu beautiful, but she also had a strong bloodline. To him, this was the best outcome. He reached out a large golden hand. Countless runes flickered, forming a cage that completely enveloped Shen Jingqiu. Shen Jingqiu resisted with all her might, but she couldn't break out of the silver cage. It's useless. The difference between us is too great. Even if you attack with all your strength, you won't be able to break my cage. The prodigy from the White Silver clan sneered. Although he wasn't as strong as Tianxiao from the Fire Qilin Cave, he still had 38,000 units of archaic power. Big brother Lin Xian. Shen Jingqiu's face was pale. She turned to look at the flame pagoda, revealing a sad but beautiful smile. Although she was trapped, she wouldn't give in no matter what. Even if she was killed, even if she self-destructed, she wouldn't let him succeed. On the other side, Murong Qingqing was also surrounded by countless purple sword qi, completely sealed. She also looked at the flame pagoda. Big brother Xian, Qingqing will accompany you in the next life. A hint of determination appeared in her eyes. There was no choice. The difference was too great. Although she had the power of a bloodline, she didn't have a bloodline inheritance. In addition, she was seriously injured. Just a clone of her opponent could sweep through everything. How could he seal her? Chapter 2957. Goodbye. Murong Qingqing's blood began to burn. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu's power also became chaotic. Both of them wanted to self-destruct to destroy their enemies. Damn it, it's not that easy to self-destruct. If you dare to self-destruct, I'll kill everyone who says there's a Jade Lake. The female prodigy from the Fire Qilin Cave also screamed. However, they couldn't stop it. Seeing the power in their bodies becoming more and more chaotic, a terrifying aura erupted. Not good. As for the surrounding people, they were running away in a frenzy. The self-destruction of two top geniuses of the human race was absolutely devastating. The dark red dragon screamed like a madman. On the other side, Gu Santong and the other side. Was there no turning back? Just as everyone was in despair, a pair of shining palms appeared in the sky and enveloped Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. Soon, the destructive power disappeared. What happened? Those people who were running away all stopped and looked behind them in bewilderment. Could it be that they didn't self-destruct successfully? Were they sealed again by the 10,000 ancient races? They turned to look. The prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned, especially the prodigies from the Silver Tribe and Fire Qilin Cave. Were those hands Yi Wudao's? They looked at the golden fiery palms and cried out in shock. Many people looked at Yi Wudao, but Yi Wudao frowned. No, it wasn't Yi Wudao. Could it be? It was Lin Xian. It was the temple master. The cultivators from Immortal Palace cried out crazily. The dark red dragon also roared with laughter. Ah, I knew it. How could that brat die like this? Brat, hurry up and come out with me. We have to kill them. What is it, that brat? Damn it, it's impossible. How could he still be alive? That saint-level power had long since crushed him to pieces. There was no way he could survive. Many archaic prodigies screamed. The prodigies from the Fire Qilin Cave, the two-headed dragon, and the Silver Tribe all narrowed their eyes. They stared at the glowing palms in the sky. Brother Lin Xian, is that you? Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also very surprised. They originally wanted to perish together, but they didn't expect that at the last moment, someone would suppress their strength. He had saved them. Boom, boom. In the sky, the two golden hands exerted force and shattered the purple sword Qi. On the other side, the silver cage that sealed the world was destroyed by a single slap. Two large palms wrapped around Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu and brought them to a safe place. Then they turned into two flame barriers, protecting the two of them. What? It shattered in an instant? The eyes of the genius of the Argent tribe and the woman from the Fire Qilin Cave widened. Who was he? His methods were actually so powerful. Was it really that kid? Impossible. They still didn't believe that the other party couldn't survive that kind of violent energy. Damn it, who are you? Acting all mysterious. The Silver Clan's genius roared in anger, his voice like thunder. Everyone looked in all directions. In front of him, a vortex appeared above the flames, and a figure walked out from the vortex. What? It's that kid. It's really Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't die. Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. How did he survive? That's right, the one who came out was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by divine flames. His face was incomparably cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He first looked at Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. When he saw the two women's pale faces and bloodied bodies, he was instantly enraged. The 9 suns' divine flames on his body turned into countless sword qi that shot into the sky. He took a step forward and arrived beside the two in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a pile of natural treasures appeared. Qingqing Qiu, you're injured. Brother Xian, I'm fine. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Jingqiu was about to cry. Brother Lin Xian, that's great, you're not dead. They were too excited. Lin Xian waved his hand and the 9 suns' divine flames melted the natural treasures, turning them into 2 balls of pure energy that surged into the 2 women's bodies. At the same time he asked, who was it that injured you? It's that big bad guy. Shen Jingqiu pointed at the silver-white figure in the sky and said. Murong Qingqing, who was at the side, didn't say anything. However, she couldn't look at the female prodigy from the Fire Qilin Cave. I understand. I'll avenge you. Lin Xian nodded and looked at the two of them. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he glanced at the dark red divine dragon. When he saw that the dark red divine dragon wasn't injured, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the martial artists from Immortal Palace again. When he saw that Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others were also seriously injured, and many of them were even killed, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He came in front of these people and took out countless natural treasures again. Palace Master. Peacock and the others were extremely excited. Many of them knelt down on one knee. Palace Master, we didn't protect you well enough. The Jade Lake Saintess and Xixia Saintess were injured. Palace Master, please punish us. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you did well. Now leave it to me. I'll avenge you. Who injured you? It's them. Peacock and the others raised their heads. their eyes burning with anger. They pointed at the Blood Moon Clan, Silver Clan, and Red Wing Clan. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at these primordial life forms. These primordial life forms trembled as fear appeared in their eyes. However, they still braced themselves and said, "Damn it, what do you want? Brat, you're not dead. You're really lucky. So what if you're not dead? We'll kill you with our own hands after you come." "That's right. Do you think you're a match for us?" They screamed crazily. Lin Xian's expression was cold. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand. Fire separation sword. Buzz. He took a step forward. His speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. In the sky, countless sword chi flashed. Every sword slashed an ancient creature. With every sword, a corpse fell. Soon, blood dyed the sky red. Hundreds and thousands of ancient creatures' corpses fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Shocking, absolutely shocking. In almost an instant, the Blood Moon Clan, Silver Clan, and Red Wing Clan's ancient creatures were all killed. The corpses piled up like a mountain. Blood surged in the sky, turning it into azure hell. The other ancient creatures screamed crazily as if they had seen a ghost. They retreated frantically. The human warriors felt their scalps go numb. Many of them were about to faint. What kind of scene was this? Killing these ancient creatures was no different from killing ants. The Immortal Palace's warriors clenched their fists in excitement. Great, their palace master was still alive. Not only that, he even helped them take revenge. Damn it! How dare you! The Blood Moon Clan and Silver Clan's prodigies screamed crazily. The double-headed dragon and Fire Qilin Cave's female prodigies' pupils shrank. Especially the Fire Qilin Cave's female prodigy. Her eyes were red, and her body was covered in flames. She was about to go crazy. The sword in the other party's hand was her treasure. How could he still be alive? Could it be that the other party had successfully sealed the Fire Spirit Pearl? At that thought, his expression turned cold. Chapter 2958. However, before she could make a move, the two sky prides from the Blood Moon Clan charged over. Bloody light filled the sky from their bodies. Their bodies completely transformed into two full moons, descending from the sky and shrouding Lin Xian. They wanted to crush him with their terrifying bloodline power. Buzz. Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he waved the blazing Qilin sword and shot out two rays of sword light that looked like peerless immortal light. He slashed forward. With a poochie sound, the two sword lights struck the blood-colored moons. With one strike, the two blood-colored moons split in half. Two screams were heard. Then, the corpses of the two Archean sky prides from the Blood Moon Clan fell from the sky. What? Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. Lin Xian killed two Archean sky prides with a single slash. Oh my god, how is this possible? They were Archean sky prides. They were not like the Archean creatures from before. The two Archean sky prides from the Blood Moon Clan had at least 30,000 Archean power. They were so powerful that they could suppress an area. But now they were killed with a single slash. Their souls did not even have a chance to escape. How can this kid be so strong? Why do I feel that his strength has increased? Many people were terrified. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the sky pride from the Silver Clan. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. The sky pride from the Silver Clan trembled when he was stared at by Lin Xian. But very quickly he became furious. Damned brat, I want you dead. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid. He knew that his strength was on par with Bai Qianshan. If Lin Xian could kill Bai Qianshan, he could definitely kill him. Therefore, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the female sky pride from the Fire Qilin Cave. He asked her clone to cooperate with him. His clone had 38,000 units of Archean power, so the two of them combined could fight against an existence with 40,000 units of Archean power. It was definitely enough to kill Lin Xian. With a roar, the sky pride from the Silver Clan rushed out. At the same time, the clone of the sky pride from the Fire Qilin Cave also rushed over. The two of them attacked Lin Xian from the left and right. Oh no, they are teaming up. Many people were terrified. Murong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. The Sky Prides from the Silver Clan were not weak. Their clone was also terrifying. Their combined strength was absolutely terrifying. Let's see how this kid is going to die. Many Archean creatures sneered. Thunderclap. The prodigy of the Silver Clan waved his fist, which transformed into 8 stars. Each of them carried incomparable lightning as they descended from the sky. Everyone was terrified. This was an extremely terrifying lightning divine ability. At this moment, when the 8 lightning stars appeared, they could destroy everything. The avatar transformed into a flame Qilin, roaring non-stop. The flame Qilin had a pair of fiery red wings on its back, and blood flowed through them. It Lin Skylin Lin Shui cut through the void space. Another peerless Lin Xian. Both Silver Clan Sky Prides go to hell for me. Terrifying lightning exploded and flames filled the air. The entire world was overturned. He Lin Lin Prides. Many people looked at the violent energy that filled the sky and sneered. Buzz. Amidst the violent energy, 3 sword lights flew out. The first sword cut through the energy. The first sword cut through the Silver Clan Sky Pride. The second sword killed the clone. 3 swords. Just 3 swords. Lin Xian destroyed everything. Once again he walked out of the energy vortex, completely unscathed. Sizzle. The clone turned into a pool of blood that scattered in all directions. The corpse of the Silver Clan Sky Pride fell to the ground and stopped breathing. What? He's dead again. Everyone was terrified. That was the Sky Pride from the Silver Clan. He was as powerful as Bai Qianshan. However, he was still killed by a single sword strike. Impossible. How did this kid become so powerful? That's right. Previously, when I fought Bai Tianshan, I had to use all my means to kill him. But now, he can kill a powerhouse of the same realm with a single sword strike? What did this kid go through? The Archean creatures screamed crazily. The female Sky Pride from the Fire Qilin cave was also shocked. Damn it. He actually killed my clone with a single sword strike. She couldn't believe it. However, even though it was just a clone, it still had 38,000 units of Archean power. A single clone was enough to wipe out all the human Sky Prides except for Yi Daodenier. One could imagine how terrifying that clone was. But now, it was killed by Lin Xian with a single sword strike. What kind of shock was that? You dared to attack the people around me? You've touched my bottom line. Therefore you will die today. Lin Xian's cold voice echoed in all directions. He stared at the female Sky Pride from the Fire Qilin cave. I let you escape last time, but you still don't know what's good for you. You dare to attack my woman? You can die now. Damn kid, I was careless last time. This time I won't lose to you. The female Sky Pride was so angry that she went crazy. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Yi Daodenier. Brother Yi, thank you for helping me this time. I will remember this favor. Yi Daodenier nodded. I'll leave this to you. With that, his figure flickered and he left. In the sky, Lin Xian strode forward. Remember, don't touch the people around me. Lin Xian's aura became more and more terrifying. The female Sky Pride sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? I'll show you my true strength. She roared and began to burn the power of her bloodline. The purple smoke brilliant furnace spun continuously above her head, transforming into countless purple sword chi. Not only that, but this time, the female Sky Pride took out a demonic beast claw. It was a withered claw that looked like a corpse. The moment it appeared, a terrifying aura pressed down on the surroundings. Qilin Claw. Damn it, she actually has such a thing. Many people's eyelids twitched, and the ancient creatures were terrified. The female Sky Pride from the Fire Qilin cave sneered. Die kid. She activated the Qilin Claw, and at the same time, 10,000 purple sword chi surged out from above her head, attacking Lin Xian. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the void, and the terrifying Qilin Claw continued to expand, covering the sky and earth. It was like the palm of a fiend god. This claw could crush the sun and moon, and overturn heaven and earth. Under this claw, Even those powerful invincible kings would be reduced to ashes. It's too powerful. Is this the prodigy of the ancient theocrats? As expected, no one could stop her. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. His aura erupted like a wave. The fire Qilin sword in his hand suddenly expanded, as if it had come to life. It stabbed out, piercing through the sky. The sky was filled with flames and terrifying sword qi. It was like thunder, soaring into the clouds. Poof! The sword illuminated the entire world, and the terrifying Qilin claw was pierced, forming a large hole. Chapter 2959. The sword qi tore through the purple sword light and arrived in front of the female prodigy. What? How is that possible? He broke the Qilin claw? I don't believe it. The female prodigy screamed. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear. The Qilin claw was formed from the claw of an extremely terrifying immemorial king from the fire Qilin cave. It was extremely powerful, and it could even kill those powerful invincible immemorial kings. But now, it was destroyed by the other party. Although she knew that the power of the fire Qilin sword played a part, the other party's strength had definitely become stronger. He was even more powerful than when she fought with him previously. And much more powerful. That's impossible. Damn it, could it be that this kid's strength has increased again? But how long has it been? From the time they were forced to leave Flame Tower to the time they attacked Dark Red Godly Forest, Murong Qingqing, and the others, only 3 days had passed. However, the other party's strength had increased tremendously in these 3 days. That was simply impossible. It was simply a myth. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave temporarily suppressed the shock in her heart. The most important thing now was to dodge the sword. At this critical moment, the female prodigy could no longer care about anything else. With a roar, cold scales began to grow on her body. They were densely packed and covered her entire body. Her body also became bigger, like a small mountain, completely turning into a Qilin. After transforming into a Qilin, her strength increased again. Not only that, but her body also became incomparably strong. Those ice-cold scales were comparable to the toughest treasured weapons. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't block it. The female prodigy of the Qilin tribe screamed crazily. She wanted to use her body to block the sword. The sword pierced through. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave widened her eyes. She looked at her body in disbelief. How could it be pierced through? Her incomparably tough fire Qilin body had a bloody hole pierced through it. Moreover, her heart had been shattered. Not only that, there was a sword intent that could destroy everything in the wound. It began to spread throughout her body. Soon, countless cracks appeared on her body. Even her head was the same. Her soul wanted to escape from her body, but it was enveloped by a biting cold sword intent. Damn it. This was impossible. I don't believe you? The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave screamed as if she had gone mad. She found it hard to accept. She was a genius of the royal clan. How powerful was 40,000 Archean power? With a stomp of her foot, those human saints and saintesses would be reduced to ashes. However, the man before him was able to easily kill him. What level had the other party's strength reached? Boom. She didn't have time to think anymore, because the sword qi exploded out and cut the fire spirit grotto's Sky Pride's body into pieces. His soul was annihilated. Blood rained down from the sky, and not a single spot was left intact. The great fire Qilin Paradise sect was killed by the other party in such a domineering manner. This scene was simply too shocking. This caused the bodies of the Archean elites to tremble, and many of them knelt on the ground. How did this kid become so strong? The dark red dragon was shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others also opened their mouths wide. On the other side, Leaf Dao Denier gasped. He had fought with the female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave. Naturally, he knew how powerful she was. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to use some powerful trump cards. But now, Lin Xian had killed her with a single sword strike. This method definitely surpassed his. It seemed that he had obtained some kind of opportunity in the flame pagoda. Leaf Dao Denier exclaimed in his heart. On the other side, the two-headed dragon screamed. Damn it, I don't believe it. How can you be so strong? He was going crazy. His strength was on par with the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave. He also had 40,000 Archean power. He usually flaunted his strength, but now he was truly afraid. Was that sword strike of his opponent an ordinary sword strike? Or had he used all of his strength and unleashed a world-shaking sword strike? He was more willing to believe the latter. However, he didn't plan to attack anymore. He wanted to leave quickly because he was scared out of his wits. You want to leave? Can you leave? The dark red dragon sneered and spat out flames and lightning to stop the other party. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The two-headed dragon was furious. So what if I stop you? The dark red dragon sent out another bolt of thunder, striking the other party's body, causing him to tumble in the sky and shatter countless voids. Lin Xian also walked up again. He held the Fire Qilin sword, and the aura on his body was extremely powerful. Next, it's your turn. He stared at the two-headed dragon. Being stared at by Lin Xian, the two-headed dragon's body stiffened, and deep fear appeared in his eyes. No, damn brat, you can't attack me. I'm from the nest of 10,000 dragons. If you dare to attack me, the nest of 10,000 dragons won't let you off. We are dragons, and we command the 10,000 races of the ancient era. If you touch me, you'll become an enemy of the entire ancient era. Become an enemy of the entire ancient era? So what? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Those who dared to threaten the people around him would only have one outcome, and that was death. He raised his hand and swung his sword. This sword strike was incomparably peerless. Damn it, block it for me. The two-headed dragon roared angrily and shot out lightning and fire that filled the sky. Damn brat, have a taste of my ultimate move, apocalyptic thunder. Lightning surged on his body, forming bolts of black lightning with a strong aura of destruction. It was as if they could destroy the entire world. Ah, brat, go to hell. This apocalyptic thunder was condensed from his bloodline power. This was his full-strength attack, and he didn't hold back at all. As far as he was concerned, this attack was more than enough to kill an expert with 40,000 levels of Archean power. No matter how strong the other party was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the sky, sword energy flickered and collided with the apocalyptic thunder, emitting sizzling sounds. Those black thunderbolts were quickly annihilated by this sword. No, damn it, how is this possible? The two-headed dragon was dumbfounded, not daring to believe it at all. That was the apocalyptic thunder, and it carried an extremely strong aura of destruction. However, it was easily destroyed by the other party. How did the other party do it? Damn it, just how much ancient era power do you have? At this moment, the two-headed dragon's body trembled. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated the other party too much. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Not good, run. The dragon swung its tail, tore the void, and turned around to escape. Lin Xian looked at the other party's fleeing figure, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He raised the Fire Qilin sword and stabbed out. A fire dragon spewed out, turning into a divine light that directly pierced through the other party's body. Boom! A scream accompanied by a corpse resounded in the sky. The huge dragon's body was split in half. Chapter 2960. Ha! I'll stew you now. Dark Red roared with laughter and kept the huge dragon corpse. Lin Xian stood in the air and asked coldly, who else had attacked just now? He looked at the 10,000 ancient beasts. Those ancient beasts were trembling. Most of them were prostrating on the ground, while a small number of them were gritting their teeth. Damn it, the three royal families are here. You're dead meat. As soon as he finished speaking, his head split open. Lin Xian's voice was cold as sword qi burst forth. Is that so? Then, let's see if the royal family in your eyes can save you. Those who resisted were killed mercilessly by the sword qi. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the god of death. The remaining ancient beasts were completely subdued. Their bodies were trembling, and many of them fainted. Even the elites of the human race were the same. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, and No Flower, thank you for your help this time. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Xian was extremely grateful to the three of them. If not for them, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu would have been in even more danger. I believe the royal family should be in the next district. I'll open the passage to the third district now. Lin Xian turned to the flaming pagoda and formed hand seals. 9 suns split the heavens. The blazing Qilin sword surged and split the flaming pagoda in half. The purple sea of flames within the flaming pagoda spun continuously, forming a purple spatial gate. All he had to do was enter the spatial gate. Lin Xian turned and said to Yi Wudao and the others. Then he led Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, the Crimson Dragon, and the people from Immortal Hall forward quickly. After entering the purple spatial gate, they disappeared. Behind them, Yi Wudao and the others took a deep breath. Let's go too. Gu Santong Wu Hua, and the others did the same. They led their own people and flew forward quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were teleported to the next area by a purple spatial gate. The flames here were even more monstrous. The architecture was even more spectacular. After coming out, the dark red divine dragon couldn't wait to ask, "Kid, how strong are you now?" That was way too powerful. He was truly stunned. One had to know that he had fought with the two-headed dragon for a long time. Although he could suppress it, it was still very troublesome to completely kill it. However, Lin Xian had arrived and killed the other party with a single slash. Even the Crimson Divine Dragon was shocked by such means. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "I've already reached 50,000 Archean powers." What? 50,000 Archean powers? As soon as he said this, the dark red dragon jumped up. Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others also gasped. Peacock and the rest were even more shocked. 50,000 Archean powers. No wonder. The two-headed dragon and the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave both had 40,000 Archean powers. As for Lin Xian, he had 50,000 Archean powers. No wonder he could kill the other party so easily. With a difference of 1,000 Archean powers, he could defeat the other party. With a difference of 3,000 Archean powers, he could suppress the other party. Not to mention 10,000 Archean powers. "Kid, what have you been through?" the dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian said, "I've taken the fire spirit pearl and absorbed the energy within. It allowed the great dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body to improve. That was why there was a huge change in my strength." Indeed, Lin Xian had absorbed the energy of the fire spirit pearl in that mysterious space, allowing the 9 yang divine body to enter the 4th level. His great dragon sword soul had also improved greatly. That was why there was such a huge change in his strength. 50,000 Archean powers. Kid, you're going against the heavens. I don't think many people are your match. The dark red divine dragon was too excited. If this continued, they had a high chance of obtaining the heavenly fire. Lin Xian nodded, but he was puzzled. Was the fire spirit pearl the so-called heavenly fire? Did he not know, or was there an even more terrifying heavenly fire in the depths of Heavenly Fire City? He needed to find out all of this. On the other side, in front of the terrifying palace, the Fire Dragon King, the 9th Lord Feng Yinxue, the 7th Lord Huamuzhen, and the geniuses of the 3 royal families were all standing there. They looked ahead, extremely excited. Huamuzhen heaved a sigh of relief. They had broken through. Previously, the 3 royal families had finally reached an agreement after a tense confrontation. Once they entered, the Fire Qilin Cave would get 40% of the treasures, while the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge would get 30% each. Both sides agreed, so Huamuzhen led the 3 royal families to break the array. After a difficult break, they finally tore a hole in the array in front of them. The hole was only 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was very small, but it was enough for everyone to enter. "Let's go." Huamuzhen took a deep breath. The hole could only stay there for 30 minutes. After that, it would be restored again. After we enter, those people behind us probably won't be able to enter at all. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. As he spoke, Hormuzhan took the lead and led the geniuses of the Fire Qilin cave forward. They turned into flames and disappeared into the array. Let's go too. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Inxue also led their people and set off. After they left, a figure walked out. He was as tall as a fiend god. He looked at the broken array in front of him and did not say anything. His body and mind shook as he directly rushed in. If the martial artists of the human race were here, they would definitely scream. Because he was the South the Arch, Yen Nantian. After him, the number 1 genius of the war race also came. He looked forward, sneered, and quickly disappeared. After entering the mysterious palace, Hormuzhan led his people and moved forward quickly. Behind them, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge followed closely. Seeing this scene, Hormuzhan's delicate and pretty face was expressionless, but his heart was somewhat gloomy. Damn it, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge were really haunting him. They knew more about Sky Flame City, so they naturally knew where the treasures were. If they kept bringing the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge, there would definitely be a great battle. This was not what Hormuzhan wanted to see. However, he could not shake them off because they were not weaker than him. Moreover, they were all members of the ancient royal family and had many trump cards. However, he was unwilling to lead these two groups to search for treasures. Although they were all members of the ancient royal family and looked like they should be working together, in reality, the 10,000 ancient races had a lot of competition. Especially these royal families, they were even more serious and competitive with each other. One had to know that their princes and princesses would definitely have a battle in the future. Moreover, it was a battle of life and death. How could they coexist peacefully? Chapter 2961. Those 3 treasures were the Qilin's Eye, the Heavenly Fire, and the Void Divine Furnace. The Qilin's Eye is of the same origin as us, so only we can obtain it. It's impossible for the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge to obtain it. However, the Heavenly Fire and the Void Divine Furnace might not be the same. The Qilin Crown Prince asked us to bring the Void Divine Furnace back. 7th generation, what should we do? The genius of the Fire Qilin cave asked. After Hormuzhan heard this, he sighed. He originally thought that things would be very simple, but now it seemed that it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Just breaking the formation outside and coming in has cost us too many of our trump cards. This was the outermost array formation. One could imagine how difficult it would be to obtain the Void Divine Furnace. I'm afraid that I only have a 10% chance of taking it out. However, I have a 70% chance of obtaining the Heavenly Fire. Hormuzhan said. Let's get the Heavenly Fire first, and then see if we can obtain the Void Divine Furnace. If we really can't get it, we will return with the Heavenly Fire. I don't think the Crown Prince will blame us too much. All right. The people of the Fire Qilin cave nodded. One of the young men revealed a cold smile. 7th generation, why don't we play a small trick and let the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge fight for the Void Divine Furnace? When the time comes, let them kill each other or be killed by the array formation. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The people of the Fire Qilin cave were thinking of a way to kill the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge. On the other side, outside, Lin Xian and the others walked in. What a majestic palace! It was even more terrifying than what they had seen before. From the looks of it, it seemed to have been passed down from ancient times. Seeing this scene, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The array formation had been broken. It seemed that the people of the 3 ancient royal families had already entered. What are we waiting for? Let's go in directly. The dark red divine dragon couldn't wait any longer. He was an expert in array formations. He could tell at a glance that the cracks in the array formation wouldn't last long. He estimated that it would be completely healed in half an incense stick's time. Looking at the power of the array formation, it won't be easy for us to open it. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he sensed the power within. Then he said, "Peacock, don't go in. The flames inside are too strong. You can go outside and search for other opportunities." Peacock and the rest answered respectfully. That was indeed the case. Even as they stood outside, they felt a sense of trepidation. The energy inside was simply too terrifying. Even if they went in, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long before they were forced to retreat in defeat. Thus, it was better for them to search for opportunities outside. Alternatively, they could return to the top 3 regions to search for opportunities. Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu also gave instructions to the people from their respective holy lands. Most of the people from the Purple Sun Sacred Land and the Jade Lake Sacred Land stayed behind. However, there were a few people who wanted to give it a try. Lin Xian didn't care about any of this. The dangerous flames inside were not something that ordinary people could withstand. After giving instructions, Lin Xian led the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shinjingqiu into the crack in the array formation. Behind them, the previous holy son of the Purple Sun Sacred Land gritted his teeth as a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. In the next moment he roared and charged in as well. Of course, there were 2 other figures following him. Most of the others stayed behind. They were prepared to go to other places to search for opportunities. Not long after, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the other holy lands and great sects of the human race arrived. When they arrived, they looked at the palace in front of them and sighed in amazement. The fiery aura made their souls tremble. At this moment, Peacock stood up and said to Yi Wudao and the others, "Holy Sun Yi, our temple master has informed us that the array formation is cracked and won't last long. Moreover, it's extremely dangerous inside. We hope that Holy Sun Yi and the others can make a decision as soon as possible." Hearing this, the human race's side was stunned. Yi Wudao and the others' eyes also flickered. He said, "Thank you for the information." He knew that this was a reminder from Lin Xian. Soon Yi Wudao and the others made a decision. "You guys stay here. It's too dangerous inside. I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous for you guys." Yi Wudao decided to go alone. On the other side, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others did the same. These top prodigies had decided to enter. As for the others, they were prepared to stay outside. One by one, the figures entered quickly. Finally, the crack slowly closed. The entire array formation once again emitted a terrifying aura. After Lin Xian and the others entered the array formation crack, they completely entered the mysterious palace. They were in a vast hall supported by 16 heavenly pillars. There were 9 passageways around them, each leading in different directions. Everything inside was grand and majestic. Everything carried a monstrous fiery aura. The fiery aura made the dark red dragon and the others have no choice but to treat it seriously. "Why do I feel like this is a little like the palace of the fire god?" Shen Jingqiu whispered. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. This place was too strange. On the fiery pillars, there were carvings of strange beasts. It was as if they were alive, giving them an extremely uncomfortable feeling. "Forget it, let's hurry up and go," Lin Xian said, waving his hand. He wanted to see what treasures were in this mysterious palace. One had to know that he had obtained the Fire Spirit Pearl in the 3rd district. The treasures in the 4th district should be even more precious than the Fire Spirit Pearl. Boom! Just as Murong Qingqing was about to ask which passageway to take, a low voice suddenly came from afar. Following that, flames rushed out from one of the passageways like a giant dragon. Someone was fighting. It should be those 3 from the immemorial theocrats. They were not sure if they were fighting because they could not split the loot evenly, or if they had encountered the array formation trap. The dark red dragon said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He knew more about the Fire Spirit Cave. Therefore, it was definitely not wrong to follow him. Lin Xian and the other 3 figures flashed and flew towards the 3rd passageway on the left. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, Yi Wudao and the others also came in. When they looked at the huge palace and the 9 passageways, they all frowned. It seemed like they could only rely on their own luck. No Flower shrugged, then found a passageway and walked in. See you later, everyone. Yi Wudao and Gu Santong nodded and each found a passageway. The Alcade Sage, Wu Chen, and the others also took a passageway. In the third passageway on the left, Lin Xian and the others walked carefully. They did not want to be discovered by the people in front. Qingqing took out the feather. Murong Qingqing took out a flame feather and covered them. All of a sudden, these people disappeared into the void. This feather was a treasure that they had obtained from the crimson-winged race's prodigy. It could hide them from the enemy. Chapter 2962. The group slowly set off. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at the front. They found that the front was in a mess. Countless fragments were scattered, and there were still extremely terrifying auras left on them. From the looks of it, it must have been the 3 ancient theocrats who had taken action to break one of the mechanisms. Are these puppets? Lin Xian looked at an arm made of metal and was extremely surprised. His figure flashed, wanting to grab it and study it. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from afar. Who is it? Get out here. Oh no, we've been discovered. The dark red dragon was stunned. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also extremely nervous. Lin Xian frowned. He said, I'll go out. The 3 of you continue to hide. Don't attack again and stay by my side. The dark red dragon and the others nodded. Lin Xian's expression was also extremely solemn. He did not expect the people from the immemorial royal families to be so powerful. He had just come out and they had already discovered him. Fortunately, Murong Qingqing and the others did not attack, so they could still hide at that moment. Who's behind us? Get over here quickly, or don't blame me for being merciless. In front of them, the cold voice came again with an extremely powerful flame aura. It seemed that they had been discovered by the people from Fire Qilin Cave. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His figure flashed and he rushed forward. He did not hide anymore. He turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared into the passage. Behind them, the dark red dragon and the other 2 kept a safe distance. They followed carefully. This time, they did not release any aura. Other than Lin Xian, no one knew of their existence. Lin Xian's speed was very fast, so it did not take long for him to reach the front. In the next moment, he was stunned, because at that moment, there was a great hall in front of him. However, the great hall was too vast, as if it was on the other side of the universe. On the walls of the great hall, there were all kinds of relief carvings. They were like statues of gods and demons looking down on the world. There were many figures with powerful auras in front of him, but in the great hall, they were like ants. They were almost ignored. However, Lin Xian still noticed it at a glance. They were from the 3 ancient imperial families. The 3 primeval theocrats naturally saw Lin Xian as well. The next moment, they frowned. A human brat, and Lin Xian no less. Brat, I didn't expect it to be you. You actually came here on your own. Just nice, I'll kill you here. Many Archean prodigies sneered. Among them, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons were incomparably ferocious. The Fire Dragon King stared at Lin Xian with a fiery gaze. He knew that Lin Xian had the incomparably mystical Great Dragon Sword soul in his body. He must find a way to get it. The people of the Divine Emperor Ridge were just as excited. Not only that, they looked around in disappointment, wanting to see if Murong Qingqing had arrived. But they didn't notice. The geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave looked at Lin Xian and sneered. A mere human ant wants to compete with us for treasures? You really don't know what's good for you. Originally, I wanted to let you go. But since you're here, then obediently die for me. These people were ferocious. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Of course, they didn't know about the scene that happened outside in the 3rd area. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have such an attitude. At the back, in a corner, the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu were covered by mysterious feathers, blocking their auras. No one noticed. At this moment, they saw the arrogant expressions of the 10,000 ancient races. These guys were really courting death. The dark red divine dragon sneered. That's right. Xin Jingqiu was also fuming. Big brother Lin Xian was so powerful that he could definitely kill them instantly. Murong Qingqing said nervously. Let's be careful and not be exposed. In front, Lin Xian was threatened by so many people, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was very calm as he looked around and said indifferently, "If you want my life, let's see if you have the ability." I'll kill you." A domineering voice appeared in the sky. It was like a god of war as a palm pressed down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter. The number one genius of the war race. Zhan Wushuang. Many archaic geniuses exclaimed. They didn't expect that the other party would come too. Lin Xian frowned. The other party actually dared to attack him. He was courting death. He snorted coldly and was about to attack. At this moment, the 7th generation lord shouted coldly, "Stop!" He waved his hand and directly shot out a flame that turned into boundless flames and blocked Zhan Wushuang's palm. What was going on? The surrounding people were puzzled. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty and the Emperor Ridge were stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Why would this guy be so kind? In the sky, Zhan Wushuang frowned as well. His cold voice sounded. "Why could it be that you want to protect this kid? I don't care about your grudge with him, but you can't fight here now." Huo Muzhen said coldly. He looked at the sculptures around him. When you attacked, they were still emitting a peerless killing intent. Do you think Sky Flame City is so simple? This starry sky hall contains countless killing intent. If you act rashly here and activate the peerless array formation, all of us will die here. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. They looked around at the god-fiend sculptures and trembled. Indeed, this starry sky hall was too terrifying. It gave them a feeling of endless desolation. Zhan Wushuang's eyes flickered after hearing that, but he didn't attack. "All right, I'll let him live first. I'll take his life after we leave this starry sky hall." Zhan Wushuang was very domineering. After that attack, he didn't attack again. Below, the geniuses of the 3 ancient royal families were whispering. This Zhan Wushuang was too arrogant. That's right, how dare he be so domineering in front of us? Many of the ancient theocrats were extremely displeased. After all, no matter how strong the war race was, they were only a royal family. On the other hand, they were royalty. However, some people frowned. This Zhan Wushuang was incredible. Judging from the way he attacked just now, he had at least 45,000 units of Archean power. Moreover, it probably wasn't his full strength. A casual attack had 45,000 units of Archean power? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing that. That was too terrifying. They estimated that the other party's full strength was around 48,000 units of Archean power. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. One had to know that even the most powerful geniuses of the royal family only had around 40,000 units of Archean power. For example, the 2-headed dragon and the female genius of the Fire Qilin Cave both had 40,000 units of Archean power. The Zhan Wushuang in front of them was clearly superior to some of the ancient royal family geniuses. Of course, compared to the Fire Dragon King, the 9th generation and the 7th generation, he was still a little inferior. Chapter 2963. That's right, this kid probably didn't even have 40,000 Archean power. That was for sure. After using all his trump cards, he probably only had 39,000 Archean power. After all, it was so difficult for him to kill by Qianshan previously. The people of the 3 archaic empires discussed animatedly. 39,000 Archean power was very strong, but in front of them, it couldn't cause any waves. Of course, this was only their guess about Lin Xian. They were only guessing based on Lin Xian's previous battle results. They didn't know what happened in the 3rd area previously. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't think so. Let's go. In front, Huo Muzhen led the people of the Fire Qilin Cave and quickly set off. The people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge followed closely. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang also followed silently. A wisp of his aura was locked onto Lin Xian. It seemed that he was afraid that Lin Xian would escape. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. This Zhan Wushuang really didn't know what was good for him. If the other party dared to make a move against him, he wouldn't mind letting the other party experience the taste of despair. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes. That was because through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there were actually a few figures hiding in the dark. It seemed that there were many experts who came in this time. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His figure flickered and he quickly followed. He wondered what treasures were inside. Gradually, Lin Xian frowned. This hall was too big. They had been flying for nearly an incense stick's worth of time, but they still hadn't flown out of the hall. The surroundings were very dark and even a little oppressive. Above and around them were those mysterious statues. They were cold. There was an indescribable aura. Suddenly, a low voice sounded, as if a beast was howling, as if a demon had just awakened. As soon as this voice sounded, the people of the three archaic empires stopped in their tracks. They were bewildered. What happened? Did someone appear again? Many archaic paragons frowned. Hormuzhan's expression changed. Not good, be careful, I'm afraid that some array formation mechanism has been activated. Array formation? Those archaic creatures seemed to be facing a great enemy. The power in their bodies was circulating, ready to erupt at any time. They were indeed nervous. The universe's starry sky Great Lightning Hall was simply too strange. After flying for so long, he still couldn't fly out. One could only imagine how terrifying the formations here were. Lin Xian also frowned. A golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked around. His heart pounded wildly because he discovered that the surrounding fiend god relief sculptures had actually changed. Quite a few of them had savage looks on their faces. They pressed their hands against the wall, as if they were going to leap out at any moment. No way, could these reliefs be alive? Lin Xian was shocked. The surrounding ancient theocrats also noticed this scene and cried out in surprise. Boom! Boom! Finally, under everyone's horrified gazes, those fiend god relief sculptures rushed out. They stood in the void like fiend gods that had come into being. His cold eyes stared down at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, this should be a puppet. The prodigies cried out in alarm. The archaic creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons also had solemn expressions. Judging from their auras, I have a feeling that they have at least 40,000 units of Archean power. It was about time. It was indeed a terrifying array puppet. Many people's hearts sank. Lin Xian was also speechless. About 40,000 units of Archean power was about the same level as the two-headed dragon and the Fire Qilin Cave's prodigies. And this was just the relief sculpture puppets. Fortunately, he did not let Peacock and the others in. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist at all. Indeed, there were not many relief sculptures in the sky, but it made the three archaic theocrats feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Boom! 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 A fiend god relief sculpture had a pair of fiendish wings and a single horn on its head. It held a stone spear in its hand. It walked towards the people from the Fire Qilin Cave. Those who did not know would think that it was a member of the 10,000 ancient races. Oh no, it's coming! The archaic creatures from the Fire Qilin Cave had solemn expressions. Hormuzhan sneered. He pointed with his finger. Boom! A small flame flew out from his fingertip. It was so small that it was almost negligible. However, when they came into contact with the relief sculpture puppets, they exploded with a loud bang and turned into a sea of flames. Crack, crack, crack. The fiend god relief sculpture emitted rumbling sounds as countless cracks appeared. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. Killed in one move. This scene made the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine phoenix ridge suck in a breath of cold air. They stared at Hormuzhan, their scalps going numb. As expected of the 7th generation lord. His methods were too terrifying. That's right, someone with 40,000 archaic power was easily killed by him in one move. What level had his strength reached? Needless to say, he definitely had 50,000 archaic power. However, they did not know how much he had reached. Tell me, between him and our Fire Dragon King, who do you think is stronger? These people discussed animatedly. As they spoke, the Fire Dragon King also made his move. Dragon shadows filled his body and accompanied his fist as he punched forward. In an instant, the two fiend god relief sculptures were killed. This scene was also extremely shocking. This Fire Dragon King was so strong. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Fist. This was a great ability of the dragons, and he had cultivated it to such a level. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave also had solemn expressions. The people from the nest of 10,000 dragons were smug. It seemed that their Fire Dragon King was still stronger. On the other side, Feng Yinxue of the Divine Phoenix Ridge also made her move. She directly took out a jade flute and gently blew it. A mysterious sound wave rushed out. Crack, crack. Similarly, a fiend god relief sculpture that was charging over was torn into pieces. This fiend god relief sculpture seemed to contain a mysterious power. Feng Yinxue waved her palm, and flames flew out to collect the fragments. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Huomuzhen did the same. They also collected these fragments and brought them back to study them. Perhaps they could create such a fiend god puppet. This is great. The people from the 3 ancient royal families heaved a sigh of relief. With these 3 super geniuses taking action, they had no fear at all. Behind them, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. He had to admit that the Fire Dragon King and the other 2 were too strong, far surpassing the 2-headed dragon from before. They were probably stronger than Zhan Wushuang. Interesting. Lin Xian was very interested in these people. He yearned to fight with these people. Of course, now was not the time. He had to hide his strength now and follow behind silently. When he found the real treasure, he would strike with thunder. Along the way, Huomuzhen, the Fire Dragon King, and Feng Yinxue led the way. The fiend god puppets they encountered were all destroyed by them. Chapter 2964. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that Skyfire City was too strange. One had to know that there were a total of 9 passages, and this was only one of them, yet there were such terrifying puppets. A single puppet was equivalent to 40,000 Archean powers. The entire hall was vast and boundless, and there were hundreds of thousands of god-fiend relief sculptures. If all of them were to be revived, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not be able to escape no matter how powerful they were. Fortunately, it seemed that most of the god-fiend relief sculptures did not react. Only a few god-fiend relief sculptures struggled to crawl out. That made everyone heave a sigh of relief. They really did not know who built Skyfire City. Was it a super saint? Or a terrifying great emperor? Behind them, the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others were even more shocked. Especially Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. Both of them were stunned. Were all puppets so powerful? The dark red divine dragon also gritted its teeth. Damn it, I really want to get the fragments of those puppets. Indeed, it was very tempting to him. He guessed that there was probably a mysterious array formation inside those puppets. If he could study it thoroughly, then his attainments in array formations would be greatly improved. However, he could not get it now. No, he had to think of a way to get that kid to get it for him. The dark red divine dragon muttered softly. Moreover, there were also exclamations because they realized that they were finally approaching the end. The front was not as empty as before, and a passage appeared again. It seemed that it should be a passage out of the vast hall. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his heart beat wildly. Why did he feel that danger was coming? He was shocked and activated the heavenly secret divine eye to look around. Soon he stared ahead. There were 2 statues in the passage ahead. They were very ferocious and terrifying. If these 2 statues suddenly appeared at any other time, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. But now, the people of the 3 ancient theocrats were already numb to it. The entire starry hall was densely packed with hundreds of thousands of god-fiend relief sculptures. Which one of them was not more ferocious and terrifying than these 2? Therefore, they didn't care at all. However, Lin Xian was different. As he possessed the heavenly secret god eyes, he was naturally able to discover the difference between the 2 statues. He discovered that these 2 statues contained a terrifying power that far surpassed the previous puppets. Moreover, this power was becoming more and more berserk, and it seemed like it was about to explode. It was just that it was calm on the surface. Most likely, no one in the entire hall would notice it except for him. There must be danger. Lin Xian unconsciously slowed down his footsteps. He didn't want to remind these people, and he didn't want to bear the inexplicable danger. Just as well. Let the formation mechanism deal a heavy blow to the 3 immemorial dynasties. Let's see if these people will still be so arrogant then. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the passageway ahead. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, so no one paid any attention to Lin Xian. Even Zhang Wushuang, who was above, did not care. Although Lin Xian's speed had slowed down, he still hadn't escaped his range. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Through the heavenly secret god eyes, he knew that the 2 god-fiend relief sculptures would soon attack. Indeed, in the next moment, the 2 god-fiend relief sculptures on both sides of the passageway suddenly launched an attack. The 2 god-fiend relief sculptures instantly came to life. The tails behind them turned into long spears that pierced through the void. The void split open as the 2 tails swept across. In an instant, some immemorial creatures were sent flying. There were even people who were split in half. Not good. Huomuzhen's expression changed because they were at the forefront of the Fire Qilin cave. At this moment, they were the ones being attacked. Not only were the creatures behind him injured, but he was also enveloped by the black shadow. Get lost. Huomuzhen roared as he struck out with his palm. He was the 7th generation's grandson. His strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary immemorial prodigies. At this moment, under his furious roar, terrifying energy erupted as runes flashed across the sky and blasted forward. Boom! Such terrifying energy could directly kill an ordinary immemorial prodigy, but it couldn't block the attack of the black shadow. With a pft, the runes were pierced and blood splattered out. This time, it directly pierced through Huomuzhen's shoulder. This scene stunned everyone. Even the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine phoenix ridge behind them were stunned. Huomuzhen was injured? That was the 7th generation's grandson. He was extremely powerful. His ancient power had reached 50,000 points, suppressing everyone else. Such a terrifying person was actually injured? Who was the one who did it? Was it the god-fiend puppet? They didn't dare to imagine. Quickly defend. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also shouted angrily. However, as soon as their voices sounded, someone beside them screamed. Among them, in the Fire Qilin cave, a dragon-like creature with black wings was instantly pierced through the head. On the Divine Emperor Ridge's side, a beautiful woman was split in half. Her eyes were wide open. That was because even at the moment of her death, she did not manage to clearly see what had attacked her. Seeing this scene, the front was in chaos. In the sky, Zhang Wushuang and a few figures in the darkness frowned. In the distance, the dark red divine dragon and the others' hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, it was too dangerous. Fortunately, someone took the lead. They felt a lingering fear. Lin Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes, but he sneered in his heart, because all of this was within his expectations. However, the only thing that surprised him was that the attacks of these 2 god-fiend puppets were too terrifying. They could actually injure Huomuzhen. It had to be said that Sky Flame City was really full of fatal dangers. The Fire Qilin cave was at the front, so the attacks were the fiercest. In an instant, another 2 heavenly secrets of the Fire Qilin cave were killed. This scene made Huomuzhen instantly turn ferocious. He roared angrily, "Retreat!" At the same time, he charged towards the black shadow. Buzz! Fiery red runes flickered on his body, and a red long saber appeared in his hand. He held it and slashed forward. Clang! The red long saber swept across the sky, and a terrifying killing intent and runes flickered as it tried to split the opponent in half. However, such a terrifying saber only made a clanging sound when it struck the god-fiend puppet in front. It only made a crack and didn't split the opponent in half. So powerful? Huomuzhen's pupils constricted. It wasn't that he hadn't killed these god-fiend puppets before. Although these puppets were powerful, they couldn't withstand a single blow from him. He could kill them with just a casual blow. However, the puppet in front of him was clearly different. The opponent was very strong and could injure him. Moreover, its defense was even more shocking. His powerful saber didn't pose a fatal threat to the opponent. Chapter 2965. The Fire Dragon King also roared angrily. After all, this puppet was a huge threat to the nest of 10,000 dragons. A dragon's roar sounded. The dragon blood on the Fire Dragon King's body surged, drowning the entire world. At this moment, he was like a giant dragon that had been born. No one could stop him. He punched out. A terrifying fist accompanied by a dragon's roar blasted towards the god-fiend puppet. With a clang, the fist landed squarely on the puppet's body. The puppet was forced back a few steps. A few terrifying cracks appeared on its body, and it almost split apart. However, this puppet was not human after all. It did not feel pain at all. If it were a martial artist, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced after suffering such a heavy injury. They would be in so much pain that they would die. However, these puppets did not react at all. Their attacks did not weaken at all. They opened their mouths and spat out endless flames that swept in all directions. Huomuzhen snorted coldly. His body also ignited endless flames that turned into a qilin to resist. The Fire Dragon King did the same. On the other side, Feng Yinxue also made her move. She urged her jade flute to launch a mysterious sound wave attack. At the same time, a pair of blue divine wings grew out from her back. She used the ice attribute to attack. The puppet was of the fire attribute, so the fire attack did not cause much damage to it. As she spoke, the pair of blue ice wings spat out ice and snow that filled the sky, instantly freezing the entire world. Half-saint artifact, frost wings. Many archaic creatures screamed in surprise. Divine Phoenix Ridge, Phoenix Clan. In addition to the Fire Phoenix, there were also Ice Phoenixes in the clan. Although Feng Yinxue was a Fire Phoenix, she had the half-saint artifact left behind by Bing Feng after his death. This pair of blue wings was it. At this moment, it could really freeze everything. The three top prodigies attacked the two god-fiend puppets. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. The surrounding three archaic royal family creatures quickly retreated. Lin Xian also retreated to the side. He sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others, telling them to follow from afar and not get close. After a great battle, the two puppets in front of them were torn apart and fell to the ground. The three archaic royal family members' faces were gloomy. This was especially true for Huomuzhen and the other two. Although they had killed their opponents, they were not happy at all. Due to their carelessness, the three royal families had lost some geniuses. Even Huomuzhen had been injured. One had to know that this was simply too inconceivable. Who could injure top geniuses like them? This was only within the palace, and the time to obtain the treasures had yet to arrive. Who knew how terrifying the dangers would be at that time? Everyone's heart was heavy. Huomuzhen harumphed coldly as he collected the corpses of the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Grotto. At the same time, he collected a portion of the fragments of the Fiend God Golem. The same was true for the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. They would not allow the corpses of geniuses to be spread outside. After doing all this, Huomuzhen said coldly, "Everyone from Fire Qilin Cave, follow closely behind me." This time, they couldn't afford to be careless. Not only the Fire Qilin Cave, but the people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge were also on high alert. Even Zhan Wushuang, who was in the sky, had a serious look on his face. Lin Xian, who was following behind, sneered. All of this was similar to what he had expected. Once again, he silently followed behind. Finally, the group of people left the Universe Starry Hall. After passing through the long passage, the front gradually became brighter. After exiting the passage, everyone exclaimed. This was no longer a palace, but a garden. In sight, rockery, flowing water, waterfalls, and all kinds of rare herbs were everywhere. However, most of them were ornamental and had no medicinal value. This made the people from the three primeval empires sigh. At the front, Hormuzhan's eyes flickered, and a mysterious light appeared in his eyes. Soon, he arrived near a rockery and stood there with his hands behind his back. It was as if he was sensing something. This scene attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon King and Feng Inshue. The Fire Dragon King asked, "Why is Brother Muzhan interested in the scenery here?" He didn't believe that this was just an ordinary scenery. With Hormuzhan's identity, what kind of scenery had he not seen? Why would he stay beside a rockery for so long? Could it be that there was some treasure here? Hormuzhan turned his head and revealed his white teeth. "It's nothing. I'm used to seeing mountains and rivers. It's not bad to look at small bridges and flowing water." As he said that, he smiled slightly and didn't say anything else. He led the people of the Fire Qilin cave into the distance. The Fire Dragon King narrowed his eyes, while Feng Inshue snorted. She also walked over. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a shocking light, and countless runes shrouded the rockery. It seemed that she wanted to see through everything. However, after looking for a long time, she didn't find anything unusual. In the end, she could only leave resentfully. The Fire Dragon King also probed and found nothing. In fact, even Zhan Wushuang and a few figures hiding in the dark did the same. They also quickly followed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that Hormuzhan was doing this for no reason, unless he wanted to confuse them. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and observed silently. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. The aura in the garden was a little strange. It seemed normal, but he discovered that there seemed to be a strange energy here. Sure enough, at that moment, the dark red divine dragon behind him also transmitted his voice. He directly used the disc array, so it was more subtle than a voice transmission. It would be difficult for those people to discover him. The dark red divine dragon said, "Kid, you've made a big discovery. This garden contained an astonishing array formation." An array. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Is it a killing array? Damn it, is Hormuzhan trying to kill me with a borrowed knife? It's not a killing array, but a teleportation array. Moreover, it was a very old teleportation array. It seemed that it hadn't been activated for tens of thousands of years. However, the entire array was complete. It could be activated as long as energy was injected into it. A teleportation array. Lin Xian was surprised. The dark red divine dragon's attainments in array formations were very high. There was no way it would be mistaken. He thought about Hormuzhan's previous actions and immediately understood what was going on. Hormuzhan must have been sensing whether the teleportation array was complete or not. It seems that he has already thought of a way out. Lin Xian sneered. He guessed that Hormuzhan was planning to use the teleportation array to escape from everyone's pursuit after obtaining the heavenly fire. Ruffian Dragon, can you change the array? Make it ineffective. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The dark red divine dragon was stunned for a moment. Then he became ecstatic. Are you trying to trick me, kid? That's great. I've been wanting to do that for a long time. But I have to study it. Lin Xian said that he didn't need to make too big of a move. He only needed to change 1 or 2 key positions so that he wouldn't be able to activate it. In a moment of desperation, he would not investigate it carefully. Chapter 2966. Don't worry, leave the array to me. The dark red dragon revealed a sly smile. He began to quietly set up the teleportation array. The entire array was very ancient, but the dark red dragon's attainments in array formation were very high. Moreover, it needed to be changed slightly. Therefore, it did not take long for him to change the teleportation array. Other than them and Lin Xian, no one else knew. Murong Qingqing also secretly revealed a smile. I really want to know how those people from the Fire Qilin cave will react when they find out that the teleportation array is not working. They will probably vomit blood from anger. Shen Jingqiu was also looking forward to it. Let's go, let's follow them. The dark red dragon and the other two quietly followed behind. As they moved forward, it was even more dangerous. One of the Divine Emperor Ridge's prodigies accidentally activated the mechanism and was immediately pierced by a flying sword. His soul was instantly destroyed. This scene made the others even more frightened. It was too terrifying. There were dangers everywhere in Skyfire City. They might be killed mercilessly at any time. Once they activated the mechanism, very few people could escape. In front, Huomuzhen and the others slowed down, especially Huomuzhen. The fire Qilin's shadow circled around his body as if he was facing a great enemy. This made the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue look serious. They knew that the legendary heavenly fire might not be far away. Therefore, they also activated the power of their bloodline, ready to go all out at any time. The people of the three sovereign families were also very serious. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The sword qi in his body surged, and the heavenly god's eye shone with a mysterious light. Finally, after walking for another 2 hours, there was a change in front. It was an incomparably magnificent mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a cave. There were 2 stone doors at the entrance of the cave. The 2 stone doors were closed. The entire mountain was like a heavenly volcano, emitting a terrifying aura. Even the Fire Dragon King and the others' eyelids twitched wildly. They felt a tremor from their souls. How terrifying! Lin Xian was surprised and looked up. Through the heavenly god's eye, he saw that the huge mountain had an extremely strong power. It was the power of the fire origin between heaven and earth. Is this the place? Was there a terrifying heavenly fire buried here? The surrounding Archean prodigies discussed fervently. Huomuzhen looked at the cave in front of him with a fiery light in his eyes. On the stone door of the cave, there was a mysterious flame rune. They were vivid and lifelike as if they were dancing divine flames. Have we arrived? Huomuzhen's face was expressionless, but his heart was wild with joy. According to the ancient texts left behind by their ancient emperor, they knew that there should be a terrifying heavenly flame buried in the cave. However, he did not dare to be careless at all. Although there were no ancient books left behind to tell him how dangerous it was inside, he knew that it was definitely much more dangerous than the outside based on the formations and mechanisms he had encountered along the way. If he wasn't careful, he might die here. Behind him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also walked up. Among them, the Flame Dragon King clapped his hands and laughed loudly. As expected of the Fire Qilin Cave's 7th generation Great One, he was indeed incomparably valiant. He was actually able to find the place where the heavenly fire was buried. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and open the cave entrance. Beside him, Feng Yinxue also could not wait. Huomuzhen snorted coldly. He did not say anything. Since they had already come here, it was impossible to retreat. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's do it together, the 2 of you." As he said that, the 3 of them pressed their palms on the red stone door. As the 3 of them unleashed their powers, the red stone door slowly opened. The heavenly fire that was originally dancing on the stone door was also divided into 2. It's open! It's finally open! Behind them, the archaic creatures were extremely excited. Even Lin Xian became nervous. He could not help but clench his fists. Sweet! He looked forward in surprise. At this moment, the stone door was completely open, revealing the scene inside. However, it was different from the cave he had imagined. It did not seem to be a cave, nor was it a palace or a pavilion. Instead, it was a strange scene. Could it be that this was a paradise on earth? Heavens, could this be a mysterious space that fell from the immortal realm? The archaic creatures also screamed. That was because the inside was too beautiful. It was completely different from what they had imagined. It was definitely a paradise. Not to mention them, even Huomuzhen was stunned. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue were also extremely surprised. Along the way, they had encountered too many dangers, formations, and traps. But now, such a paradise on earth had suddenly appeared. It was difficult for them to adapt for a while. Huomuzhen looked forward and carefully sensed. Indeed, in this paradise, he felt a faint flame power. It should be the legendary heavenly fire. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and was the first to enter. After him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Inxue did not want to fall behind and also entered. After the three peak heavenly secrets entered, they activated their king domains and bloodline power as if they were facing a great enemy. After walking for a while, they did not find any danger. The three of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When the 10,000 archaic creatures saw this scene, they were also happy. Let's go! They all entered. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang snorted coldly, turned into a golden stream of light, and quickly rushed in. On the other side, a few mysterious figures also entered. Lin Xian also walked in. In the dark red divine dragon and the other two also quietly followed in. After Lin Xian entered, he was speechless. He was surrounded by a celestial scene, but he could also sense a faint flame origin power. After entering, the 9 suns divine fire in his body became cheerful. Dark nether grass. Heavens, it was actually dark nether grass. A prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed. This was a spiritual medicine that no longer existed in the outside world. He was very excited. He turned into a dragon shadow and instantly rushed over to put away the dark nether grass. This scene made the surrounding archaic creatures extremely envious. Huomuzhen glanced at it and did not care. Although the dark nether grass was precious, compared to the heavenly fire, it was insignificant. His goal was the heavenly fire. As for the rest, he would not care. But gradually he changed his mind. Because as the surrounding people dispersed, screams of surprise could be heard. Metal spirit fruit. Ink flower. Fuck, could this be a king medicine? Screams could be heard. They realized that this was indeed a paradise on earth. The spirit medicines here were either extinct or king medicines. It was really enough to make people scream. Chapter 2967. This is great. This is a great harvest. The 3 ancient royal family members were excited. Lin Xian was also happy. He did not expect to encounter so many spirit herbs here. How could he miss it? Using the yin-yang 8 steps, his speed was extremely fast. At once, he picked up 2 spiritual medicines that were extinct and 1 king medicine. This scene naturally won the dissatisfaction of the others. After all, although there were many spirit herbs here, they were not cabbages. The other party had snatched 3 of them at once. How could these people tolerate this? More importantly, the other party was not a member of the immemorial theocrats. He was merely a human ant. In their eyes, such a person was an existence that they could crush at any time. Previously, they did not kill the other party because they were worried about the formation outside. Now, there did not seem to be any peerless formation here, so they did not have to worry about it. And the other party was so reckless. It seemed that they had to take action and deal with this human brat in front of them. Do you think that we don't dare to make a move on you now? Without the formation, you are probably just an ant. Go to hell. Many ancient paragons walked up and stared at Lin Xian, sneering sinisterly. Obediently hand over the spirit herbs you obtained and the great dragon sword soul. I can give you a quick death. I will give you the time of an incense stick to write the cultivation method of the 9 yang divine body. Otherwise, I will break all the bones in your body. Kid, hand over the great dragon sword soul and the 9 yang divine body, and I can spare your life. I will let you be my servant, and after 1,000 years, I will set you free. These people sneered sinisterly and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian closed his eyes. But finally couldn't help but make a move. It was a good time to exercise his muscles and bones. His figure flashed and he took the initiative to attack. Courting death. When those people saw this scene, they roared angrily. The other party actually dared to take the initiative to attack them. Go, kill him. These people shouted coldly and directly attacked. 2 figures were like gods and demons. They stretched out their large palms and grabbed at Lin Xian. One of them had red claws. He was a paragon of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The other was a prodigy of the fire Qilin cave. The flaming Qilin claw was even more dazzling. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was so powerful, how could he be afraid of these people? The light in his eyes flickered and turned into two beams of divine light that pierced through the void. The whole place began to tremble. Terrifying waves of air surged to the heavens. Bang bang. The two primordial geniuses were sent flying. Their attacks were shattered and their bodies were penetrated by the sword qi. What? How could he be so powerful? The surrounding ancient life forms all went crazy. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations. Damn it, let's attack together. These people acted quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he appeared, the sword light in his hand flickered and enveloped these people. Cries of surprise rang out one after another as a sword mark appeared on each of their bodies. Not only that, but they also discovered that the spiritual herbs they had just plucked had also been snatched away by a monkey. Damn it, how dare you! These prodigies were so angry that they vomited blood. They originally wanted to rob the other party, but who would have thought that not only would they fail, but they would also be robbed by the other party. Boom boom boom. Powerful auras erupted. These ancient life forms were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They finally stopped holding back. A terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth. What, you want to fight? I don't mind playing with you. Lin Xian sneered. The nine-yang divine body bloomed with light, and a terrifying sword intent also erupted. Your opponent is me. I will kill you with my own hands. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang revealed a sinister smile. He couldn't wait any longer. However, at this moment, the Fire Dragon King, Huomuzhen, and Feng Yinxue frowned. Especially Huomuzhen. He discovered that after Lin Xian activated the nine-yang divine body, a terrifying flame aura surged up from the ground. This made his expression turn solemn. The Fire Dragon King also said loudly, "All of you, stop." As soon as he said this, the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons retreated. Feng Yinxue also called back the people from the divine Phoenix Ridge. They said that it was better to obtain the heavenly fire first. After all, they were already at the last step. They wouldn't give up the heavenly fire for a human brat. All right, I'll let you live a little longer then. Zhan Wushuang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked into the distance. The heavenly fire was also tempting to him. Lin Xian sneered. This time, he had obtained another king medicine and 3 extinct spiritual herbs. To him, it could be said to be a great harvest. He happily stored these king medicines and spiritual herbs into the black earth. With his hands behind his back, he looked into the distance. He wasn't in a hurry. He would let these people fight first. After the heavenly fire came out, he would make a plan. In front of him, there was a majestic waterfall. However, what flowed in this waterfall was not water, but flames. Monstrous flames and lava poured down from it. The flame aura here was very dense. Below the waterfall was a large lake. It was also incomparably fiery red and filled with lava. Huomuzhen came to the front of the flaming lake, his eyes flickering. He sensed that the heavenly fire was probably below. However, he didn't act rashly. The others didn't move either. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue's expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. They felt a sense of trepidation, as if the power below could tear them apart. Brother Muzhen, don't hide anymore. Hurry up and attack with all your might. The Fire Dragon King said in a deep voice. Feng Yinxue, who was beside him, also looked over. Huomuzhen sneered. Heck? Make a wedding dress for your disciple? He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that when the true heavenly fire appeared, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue would attack mercilessly. Then what do you want? Feng Yinxue frowned. Huomuzhen said, it's simple. Along the way, I've been leading you to break the formation, especially into the 4th area. I've also spent a lot of trump cards and treasures. Now, give me the treasures in your hands as collateral. I'm breaking the formation. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Feng Yinxue's face was red with anger. The Fire Dragon King nodded. No problem. Isn't it just some treasures? I'll give them to you. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. After Huomuzhen received it, he probed it with his soul and smiled with satisfaction. Very good. What about you? He looked at Feng Yinxue. Feng Yinshue's face was red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. However, she still stretched out her hand and threw out a storage ring. Huomuzhen also probed it, and then put it away with satisfaction. Good. Both of you, lend me a hand. We'll break the formation together and seize the heavenly fire. All right, no problem. The two of them nodded. Buzz. Chapter 2968. With a wave of his hand, he began to crack the array. Array discs appeared one by one and were displayed by him. In front of him, the flaming lake flickered with mysterious runes and covered the surroundings. It was obvious that this was a very terrifying array. If anyone attacked rashly, they would probably be burned to ashes immediately. Buzz. Buzz. Huomuzhen's eyes focused. He held a flaming array disc in his hand with 49 small red flags on it. Under his control, they grew in size and turned into 49 large flags that covered the sky and were inserted into the ground. Each flag was incomparably red and covered with runes. A ferocious qilin was drawn on the flag. Huomuzhen controlled the array disc with both hands. The 49 qilin flaming flags kept changing positions with raging flames on them. Waves of terrifying power burst out, enough to destroy the world. In front of him, the ancient array trembled slightly but did not break. One could imagine how terrifying this array was. You two, what are you waiting for? Huomuzhen shouted coldly at the Fire Dragon King and Feng Xingyue. The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. He sighed and attacked. Feng Yinxue also attacked. To be honest, the two of them did not want to attack because it was a waste of energy to break the array. Once the array was broken, it would definitely be a chaotic battle. Without energy, it would be difficult to win the battle. Therefore, the Fire Dragon King shouted coldly, "Zhan Wushuang, are you still not going to attack?" Feng Yinxue also shouted coldly, "And those hidden in the dark, I know you are all here." However, it was impossible to reap without sowing. It seemed that Feng Yinxue wanted to drag all the hidden experts into the water. Figures appeared one by one, and some of them had gloomy faces. Damn it, this woman was so smart that she did not let anyone go. 3 more figures appeared in the surroundings. In addition to Zhan Wushuang, there was South Emperor Yan Nantian, and the last one was a pale and coquettish man. Huoxinyan, from the Demon King Palace? Yan Nantian looked at him and said with a frown, "I didn't expect the famous South Emperor to recognize an insignificant person like me. What a surprise." The coquettish man chuckled. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others frowned. Demon King Palace. Was he from the Demon Clan? The Demon Clan was part of the 10,000 Archean tribes. However, he was different from them. The demon race had always existed and hadn't gone into hibernation. Therefore, although they were also part of the 10,000 ancient races, their relationship wasn't that close. On the contrary, the relationship between the demon race and the human race was inextricably intertwined. Lin Xian stood at the side and watched. With his heavenly fortune divine eyes, he naturally knew that someone was hiding in the dark. However, to his surprise, it was actually Yan Nantian and the people from the Fiend Imperial Palace. What was the relationship between Huoxinyan and Huotiandu? Thinking about it, he should be an extremely powerful genius of the Demon Monarch Palace. This time, did Yan Ryu come? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It had been a long time since he last saw the other party. He wondered how the other party was doing. All right, since they're all here, let's attack together. Huomuzhen said in a deep voice. The others nodded. As long as the formation was not broken, they would not have a chance to seize the heavenly flame even if they wanted to. Several top geniuses joined forces to break the formation. The other ancient creatures were extremely nervous. Lin Xian also retreated far away. He didn't make a move. At this moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he quickly analyzed the formation. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon and the others also quietly came to his side. Kid, this formation is not simple. I reckon that their chances of success are less than 50%. Is it that difficult? Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. One had to know that this lineup was already very powerful. Moreover, looking at the other party's formation skills, they should be quite good. Especially the 49 Qilin flags, they were a sharp weapon to break the formation. But now, they didn't even have a 50% chance of success. If the two of us work together with them, I reckon that we will have a 70% chance of success. The dark red divine dragon secretly transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded slightly after hearing that. The dark red divine dragon's formation skills were very strong, and his was not weak either. If the two of them worked together, the success rate would be greatly increased. However, Lin Xian would not act rashly. Especially the dark red divine dragon, he could not come out. Otherwise, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu would be in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian waited silently. Boom! Countless runes flickered in front of them, and terrifying energy surged. Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the Qilin flags, and it looked very ferocious. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. With a boom, the Qilin flag broke into two halves. Oh no! Many people screamed. Huomuzhen's pupils also shrank. He was already prepared. He shouted coldly, and a young man walked out from among the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave. He instantly took out a flag to replace the broken one. Continue to break the formation. Huomuzhen's expression was cold. He had more than one formation, so it did not matter if a flag was broken. Fortunately, he had taken the storage rings of the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. Otherwise, the loss caused by the destruction of a single banner would make him feel the pinch. However, good things did not last long. Not long after, 3 more terrifying sounds suddenly rang out, and 3 Fire Qilin flags broke into 2 halves instantly. In addition, there were 4 more flags that had cracks on them. There was a loud boom. A burst of violent energy erupted, and all the Qilin flags were sent flying. In front of them, the flaming lake emitted a boundless flame power, and everyone was pushed back. Oh no! The prodigy's expressions also changed, and they quickly retreated. The void where they were originally standing was shattered, and it was burned into nothingness. Damn it, how could this be? Zhan Wushuang frowned, and the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others looked solemn. Huomuzhen's small face was even more ferocious. His eyes were burning, and the aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. Damn it, he had failed. He had failed. This time, too many Qilin flags were broken, so much so that he could not make up for it. However, that was impossible. This formation plate was a precious treasure of the Fire Qilin cave. Previously, it had been successful in breaking the formation. But now, he could not succeed, and he had lost a lot. He could not believe it. Damn it, the power of this formation was still above his imagination. Could it be that they were going to return in failure this time? However, if they could not even get the heavenly fire, let alone the void divine furnace. In the end, they could only return with the Qilin Eye? In this way, the Qilin Crown Prince would definitely not be satisfied. In the distance, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, as the dark red divine dragon had guessed, they had failed this time. However, would the Fire Qilin cave really give up? Did they have any trump cards? He did not know. Chapter 2969. The other archaic lifeforms sighed. The Fire Dragon King's gaze was cold, and Feng Yinxue's face turned cold. The other geniuses also looked unfriendly. Among them, Huomuzhen's expression was even more ferocious. The ancient creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge saw that there was no hope, so they prepared to search the surroundings to see if there were any more treasures. Since they couldn't get the heavenly fire, they wanted to get some more spiritual herbs to make up for their losses. The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered as he asked, "Brother Muzhen, is there really no other way?" He didn't believe that the Fire Qilin cave only had such means. From the looks of it, the other party was obviously very familiar with Sky Flame City. How could they not have prepared some backup plans? Huomuzhen shook his head. The array formation is stronger than we imagined. For a while, I have no other way. Hearing this, Feng Yingxue snorted. No other way? You took our things and said there's no other way? Then, hurry up and return the storage ring to me. She was really angry. Damn it, she originally thought that the people of the Fire Qilin cave had a way to open it, but she didn't expect to be happy for nothing. How could Feng Yingxue be happy? What did you say? You want it back? Damn it, if it weren't for me, would you have been able to make it here? Huomuzhen was also angry. Along the way, the people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and the Divine Phoenix Ridge followed them like dog skin plaster. And the Fire Qilin cave was the one who cracked the array formation, especially the defensive array formation on the 4th level. It consumed a lot of his treasures. But now, the team actually wanted to take back the storage room? What a joke! How could he give up what he had obtained? Huomuzhen's expression was cold. What did you say? Say it again? Don't think that I don't dare to attack you. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Feng Yingxue, who was at the side, shouted, Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the 7th generation? Although Feng Yingxue was the 9th generation, she didn't seem to be afraid of Huomuzhen at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser, Lin Xian in the distance smiled. But were they starting to fight? If the two sides could fight, it would be a good thing for him. Lin Xian's expression was relaxed, but on the other side, it was gloomy and worried. Especially those from the Fire Qilin cave, each and every one of them had gloomy expressions. Their crown prince had given them the task, so if they couldn't get the heavenly flame, there was no need for them to go back. Brother Muzhen, is there really no other way? Fire Dragon King said with a frown. It was not that there was no way. Huomuzhen's voice was cold. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. What method? Feng Yingxue asked quickly. The eyes of Zhan Wushuang and the others burned with passion. Huomuzhen snorted coldly and said, Of course, it was to break the formation. Although this formation is powerful, it has been here for countless years. I don't believe that it is unbreakable. Besides, as long as it's a formation, there's a way to break it. If we study it patiently, we'll be able to break it one day. However, it might take a little longer. At this point, Huomuzhen looked at the people of Fire Qilin Cave and said loudly, I don't care what you guys do. My Fire Qilin Cave has to break this flame formation and obtain the heavenly flame. How confident are you? The Fire Dragon King thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice. Huomuzhen stretched out a hand. 50%. However, I'm not sure how long it'll take. It depends on how many people are willing to join forces with me. The Fire Dragon King thought for a moment and said, I'm willing to join forces with you. I'm willing too. Seeing that the Fire Dragon King had agreed, Feng Yingxue naturally did not want to fall behind. All right. Huomuzhen's eyes shone with a cold light. Great. He smiled. If the Fire Qilin cave were to do it alone, he did not know how long it would take to break it. However, with the help of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and the Divine Emperor Spirit, it would take a long time. However, it was much stronger than them. Thinking of this, they looked at Zhan Wushuang. Yan Nantian and the others, what do you think? Since you're here, how can you leave so easily? Zhan Wushuang said coldly. Hua Xinyan also nodded. They were still very young and had plenty of time to wait. Once they obtained the heavenly flame, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. It was definitely a good deal. Lin Xian retreated far away and looked at this scene with a cold smile. It seemed that these people were really unwilling to give up. He did not have the time to accompany these people to obtain the heavenly flame. Perhaps he should try to see if there was any other way. Thinking of this, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Countless runes appeared in his golden eyes. Suddenly, he frowned as if he felt a force. Could it be? He quickly combined and formed a rune that he had obtained in the Black Passage. In the next moment, he was shocked, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. That is? He saw that in the distance, in the void, there seemed to be a divine furnace spreading terrifying flames. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, he found that it was gone again. Could it be an illusion? Impossible! Lin Xian had full confidence in the heavenly secret divine eyes. If even the heavenly secret divine eyes had an illusion, probably no one would be able to see it clearly. In that case, there were other treasures in this place besides the heavenly flame? And these people did not know about this treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Let's take a look. He secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon and the other two. At the same time, he quietly retreated. Of course, he had to pretend to be disappointed. Sigh, I originally wanted to see what the heavenly flame was like. I didn't expect you guys to be so useless that you can't even open a formation. Forget it, I'll go and see if there are any king herbs that I missed. As he spoke, he strolled around the surroundings. Damn it, this kid is too despicable. Hearing this, the ancient creatures in front were so angry that they vomited blood. How dare he call them useless? What a joke! This is the incomparably mysterious heavenly flame city. Do you think the formation is so easy to break? Zhan Wushuang glanced at the other party, and a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. However, he did not make a move. The most important thing now was to think of a way to obtain the heavenly flame. As for the other party, he would deal with him after obtaining the heavenly flame. He did not believe that the other party could escape. After all, the Fire Qilin Cave had led the team along the way. Without the Fire Qilin Cave, these people would not be able to leave at all. Feeling Zhan Wushuang's gaze move away from him, Lin Xian coldly snorted in his heart. Great, it looks like these people have indeed let down their guard. Thinking of this, he slowly walked towards the place where he had seen the mysterious furnace previously. Behind him, the prodigies of the far ancient royal family gritted their teeth. Damn it, attack, kill that kid. Yes, capture him first, skin him alive, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 2970. One of them was from the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the other seemed to be from the Fire Spirit Cave. The two of them looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. They quickly followed behind Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he increased his speed. The entire paradise was huge. Other than the flaming waterfall and flaming lake, there were other strange phenomena in the surroundings. In the distance, there was a valley. In front of the valley, Lin Xian stopped because he saw the mysterious divine furnace in the valley. Kid, is what you said true? Are there really other treasures? The dark red dragon and the other two were still hiding in the void. They quickly asked through voice transmissions. I did see it, but I only saw it once. When I looked again, it disappeared. Don't panic. I'll try using the 3 mysterious patterns. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had activated one of the mysterious patterns before, and now he was going to activate another one. He wanted to see if he could see the divine furnace in the void again with 2 mysterious patterns. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, forming a mysterious pattern that shrouded the area in front of him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian saw a divine furnace floating in the void of the valley. The divine furnace was very terrifying. There were all kinds of rare beasts on the furnace, and there were also terrifying flame runes. It was like an immortal fire. It was incomparably mysterious. There really is one? Lin Xian was delighted. However, at this moment, he frowned. Beside him, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others also exclaimed. Oh no, someone's coming. They quickly retreated and put some distance between them. Lin Xian turned around and frowned as he looked behind him. Behind him, 2 rays of light flashed quickly and soon arrived near the valley. Kid, you're quite good at hiding. But do you think you can survive by hiding here? Humph, how dare you provoke us? You're dead meat. Kneel down obediently and hand over all the treasures on you. The 2 of them were very ferocious. Both of them had powerful auras that had reached 40,000 arcane power. Kid, I know you defeated by Qianshan, but in front of us, you're still an ant. Any one of us can easily kill by Qianshan. We're the geniuses of the royal family. It's not something you can imagine. Now that the two of us have joined forces, you have no chance of survival. So, kneel down obediently. A mere 40,000 units of Archean power? You dare to say such words in front of me? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The two of you are no match for me. If you want to die, then go ahead. What a reckless fellow. The expression of the genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons darkened. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Dragon blood surged on his body, and his dragon scales shone with a dazzling light. His killing intent turned into killing swords that enlarged in the sky and slashed forward. Not good, retreat quickly. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's expressions changed. These two prodigies were no weaker than the two-headed dragon from before. Was this the prodigy of the immemorial theocrats? Every single one of them was so powerful. Lin Xian's face was full of disdain as he faced the blood-red killing swords. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. The sky was filled with golden light. His palm was like a god-fiend, shaking the 9 heavens. With a boom, he grabbed the blood-red killing swords and shook them forcefully. All the killing swords were shattered. I've said it before, 40,000 units of Archean power is no match for me at all. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold aura appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Killing intent surged in his heart. He had to kill these two prodigies. Otherwise, the secret of the valley would be exposed. Damn it, this kid is so strange. His physique is very strong. Let's attack together. The prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted. On the other side, the prodigy of the fire Qilin cave also nodded. He opened his mouth and spat out a small red flag. It was very similar to the Qilin flag that Huomuzhen had used previously. There was also an incomparably ferocious Qilin drawn on it. This time, it wasn't just a Qilin head, but a complete Qilin pattern. As soon as it appeared, it quickly enlarged and buzzed in the sky. Terrifying flames enveloped the surroundings. Kid, go to hell. The heavenly secret of the fire Qilin cave grabbed the red flag and waved it nonstop. Terrifying energy erupted and swept over. On the other side, the prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons also sneered. He took out a purple spear and stabbed it out, piercing through all directions. If the two of them attacked together, they could definitely kill the other party easily. However, they were wrong. The current Lin Xian was no longer the same as before. He had 50,000 units of Archean power. Even if the other party joined forces, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Sure enough, Lin Xian punched out with both fists, and the 9 suns' divine flames burned fiercely. Destroy! The punch landed on the red Qilin flag, causing it to dim and lose its luster. It broke into 2 halves from the middle. With his other hand, he grabbed the dragon-shaped spear and broke it into 6 pieces. In an instant, their magic treasures shattered. The two of them were also impacted and vomited blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Damn it, impossible! How can you be so strong? They were about to go crazy. The two of them had 40,000 units of Archean power. How terrifying was it when they joined forces? There was probably no one in the human race who could be compared to them. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually shattered their weapons so easily. He even caused them to suffer internal injuries. This scene was simply like a dream. Damn it, this kid has been hiding his strength. His strength is above 40,000 units of Archean power. No, I have to report this to the 7th generation. The expressions of the two changed drastically. They realized that they had been careless. The other party had been hiding his strength. He must be up to something. The two of them turned around and wanted to leave. You still want to leave? Stay! Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. How could he let the two of them leave? So in the next moment he pulled out the fire Qilin sword. With a stab of the sword, 2 heads flew up, and their souls were instantly destroyed. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all with this sword. Blood burst out, dyeing the ground red. The two of them widened their eyes with infinite fear. They didn't expect the other party to kill them so easily. The 9 suns' divine fire appeared in Lin Xian's palm, and he wanted to burn the two corpses to ashes. However, he didn't notice that a portion of the blood of the two prodigies flew into the valley and landed in the void. That was the blood of Archean prodigies, and it was the blood of dragons and Qilin beads. It had a mysterious power. Therefore, when it landed in the valley, it finally alarmed the mysterious furnace. Buzz. Crack. Crack. The surrounding void shattered, and a terrifying power surged out, causing the entire world to lose its light. Violent tremors came, as if a god was awakening. Oh no! Chapter 2971. The dark red divine dragon and the other two had long been pushed far away. Lin Xian also used the yin-yang 8 steps, turned into a stream of light, and left in an instant. As soon as he left, a ball of flame rippled out from the valley. It was completely formed by interweaving runes and spread in all directions. In an instant, the void shattered, and the corpses of the two archaic prodigies were instantly burned into dry corpses and fell to the ground. In front of the flaming lake, Huomuzhen, Fire Dragon King, and the other top heaven rankers did not immediately make a move. They sat down cross-legged and prepared to adjust their bodies to their peak. Then they would make a move. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from afar. Buzz. These people all opened their eyes in shock and bewilderment. Damn it, what happened? Such a terrifying power. Could it be that someone triggered a peerless array formation? As they spoke, the expressions of these top prodigies changed. Because they knew that many archaic creatures were looking for spiritual herbs in the surroundings. Perhaps someone had accidentally touched the array formation. If that was the case, things would be troublesome. Damn it, let's go and take a look. Feng Yinxue shouted and took the lead. Fire Dragon King and the others also soared into the sky. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. In front of the valley, the void slowly healed, and Lin Xian landed on the ground again with a gloomy expression. That attack just now was very terrifying, enough to destroy everything. Perhaps only a saint would be able to withstand it. However, the strange thing was that the surroundings did not collapse. It should be related to Sky Fire City. Bush, bush, bush. In an instant, Fire Dragon King and the others arrived near the valley. They floated in the sky and looked down, frowning. When they saw the two charred corpses on the ground and Lin Xian, they were instantly enraged. Damn brat, how dare you! They roared crazily. Damn it, the other party is so reckless. They could not tolerate the fact that he dared to kill the disciples of the archaic royal family. Soon, their gazes were attracted by the things in the ravine. Someone screamed, "What is that? Heavens, could it be that it's a treasure?" Many people screamed. Many primordial creatures had already arrived. They looked into the valley and saw the divine furnace floating in the void. They were extremely shocked. In the sky, the pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others also shrank. They felt a tremor in their souls. The aura emanating from the divine furnace was simply too terrifying. The flames dancing on them were capable of easily annihilating them. In the sky, Huomuzhen looked at the valley, and his pupils shrank. What is this? His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. The other sky prides from the Fire Spirit Cave were also shocked. Why is this thing here? They were all stunned. Seeing this scene, the Fire Dragon King frowned while Feng Yinxue's face darkened. Damn it, do you know there's a treasure here? He was truly mad with anger. This Fire Qilin Cave's people were too hateful. He knew that there was a treasure, yet he kept it a secret. If it weren't for the energy fluctuations, they would have been kept in the dark. Zhan Wushuang and the others also came and went. Huomuzhen also coldly snorted. I don't know either. This thing is here, so I have no reason to lie to you. So, you still know about the existence of the treasure? Feng Yinxue did not back down. Huomuzhen sneered. What a joke, why should I tell you? Besides, do you think you have the strength to obtain this void divine furnace? You can't even get the heavenly fire and you still want the void divine furnace? What a joke. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, The aura emanating from the void ahead was too terrifying. A wisp of flame could probably kill them instantly. To obtain such a treasure, at least a saint had to make a move. Below, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Void Divine Furnace. So this treasure was called the Void Divine Furnace. It seemed that the people from the Fire Qilin cave had long known about the existence of this treasure. Damn it, he really knows a lot about this. What other secrets did they know? Above, Feng Yinxue and the others also landed. They looked at the Void Divine Furnace in the valley ahead with flickering eyes. I don't believe it. Is it really as powerful as you said? As she spoke, she formed a seal with her palms and spat out a drop of blood essence. Accompanied by flames, it turned into a phoenix and rushed forward. Everyone watched with rapt attention. As soon as the blood-colored phoenix arrived at the valley, it was attacked by a terrifying attack and was instantly enveloped by countless flames. Boom! In an instant, it was burned to ashes and no longer existed. What? So powerful! Many Archean creatures screamed. Feng Yinshue's eyelids twitched wildly. She knew the power of this attack. However, they could not even rush into the valley. One could imagine how terrifying the valley ahead was. The Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang, and the others also looked solemn. Huomuzhen sneered. Don't waste your energy. The Void Divine Furnace is protected by the 8 Barons Divine Fire Array. That array is even more terrifying than the array that protects the Heavenly Fire. We can't even break the Heavenly Fire Array, let alone the 8 Barons Divine Fire Array. Many people sighed. It seemed that the Void Divine Furnace was much more difficult to obtain than the Heavenly Fire. They had to think of a way to break the Heavenly Fire Array. Perhaps they could even obtain the Heavenly Fire. If they stayed here, not only would they not be able to break the array, but they would also be in danger. As everyone prepared to leave, Huomuzhen stared at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, tell me, how did you find this place?" At this point, an incomparably terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Although the 2 corpses on the ground had been roasted into charcoal, he could still sense that one of the corpses belonged to the Fire Qilin cave. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lin Xian. This kid was a living eyewitness. Perhaps they could find out some information from him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I came here to look for the Herb King. However, you 10,000 Archean tribes were reckless and insisted on barging into the valley. In the end, you were burned into a dried corpse. Lin Xian would not say that he had found the Void Divine Furnace on his own initiative. That was impossible. Huomuzhen frowned. If the Void Divine Furnace had been here all along, we would have sensed it. It was obvious that it did not appear before. It must have appeared because you triggered some array mechanism. Tell me, what is going on? Zhan Wushuang sneered. There was no need to talk nonsense. It would be more convenient to capture him and search his soul. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out a large hand and grabbed Lin Xian's head. It seemed that he wanted to seal Lin Xian and then forcefully take his soul. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Lin Xian was also angry. This Zhan Wuhan had provoked him again and again. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Chapter 2972. Boom. The flaming sword streaked across the sky, emitting a dazzling light. With the roar of a dragon, it collided with the giant palm in the sky. With a loud boom, the giant palm was pushed back. What? This scene made the surrounding Archean prodigies' expressions change. This kid actually blocked Zhan Wushuang's attack? Even the Fire Dragon King and the others frowned. How could this kid be so strong? Could it be that he had been hiding all this time? Feng Yinxue and the others also stared at Lin Xian, trying to see through him. Zhan Wushuang's face darkened. It was beyond his expectations that Lin Xian could block his attack. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Today, you will definitely die. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come, let's fight to the death. Lin Xian was furious. Since he could not obtain the Heavenly Fire or the illusionary Divine Furnace, he might as well fight to his heart's content. With that, he rose into the sky and flew into the distance. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhan Wushuang sneered. Although Lin Xian could block his attack, he did not care. Just now, it was just a casual attack. He did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack with his full strength. Therefore, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. Damn it! The few of you should go and take a look. Huomuzhen ordered his Archean creatures to follow him secretly. At the same time, the Archean creatures of the three Imperials flew into the distance. Firstly, they wanted to see how strong Lin Xian was. If Lin Xian was really captured, they could not let Zhan Wushuang take advantage of him. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were extremely nervous. The dark red divine dragon transmitted his voice to them. Don't worry, that kid should be fine. Don't forget. He has 50,000 Archean power now. Let's stay here and take a look. These guys. What should they do next? Huomuzhen was not too worried since he had sent people to keep an eye on Zhan Wushuang and Lin Xian. If anything happened, he would rush over immediately. Therefore, he planned to go back and crack the array to see if he could obtain the heavenly fire. The Fire Dragon King and the others had the same plan. However, Yan Nantian did not leave. Not only that, he even walked towards the valley ahead. What was this guy trying to do? Could it be that he had gone mad? This scene surprised Huomuzhen and the others. The surrounding Archean creatures exclaimed in shock. The Crimson Divine Dragon and the others also frowned. Rumor had it that this guy had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. How terrifying would his means be? But no matter what he did, he couldn't block that terrifying flame. Therefore, everyone was very confused. What was Yan Nantian trying to do? Lin Xian landed on the plains. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang sneered and looked down like a demon. Brat, have you chosen a place to be buried? But don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. I'll catch you first. I'll take your soul. Then I will pull out your tendons and flay your bones. I will let you know. This is the result of provoking my battle clan. Zhan Wushuang's murderous aura soared to the sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and slashed forward. This scene made the Archean Paragon's eyelids twitch wildly. Was this brat crazy? He actually dared to fight Zhan Wushuang? Zhan Wushuang was comparable to our 7th-generation lord. He was a top-notch sky pride. How could this brat block him? Just wait and see. He's definitely dead. These people watched the battle from afar with cold smiles on their faces. What a reckless brat. Zhan Wushuang was furious. His eyes shone with a cold light. Who was he? How strong was he? Even the Fire Dragon King and the others wouldn't dare to attack him. However, this brat in front of him dared to attack him. He swore that he would make this brat regret it. Scram! With a cold shout, his fist moved forward. Heavenly Divine Fist. A terrifying fist shadow bombarded the sword chi. The sword chi was sent flying into the void, creating a terrifying and bottomless crack in the void. This scene made the Archean Paragon's eyelids twitch wildly. How could this brat's swordsmanship be so powerful? He had indeed concealed his strength. It seemed that his Archean power was above 40,000. Damn it, how is this possible? The Archean race's faces darkened. This was already comparable to them. They were the high and mighty dragons with the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. That was why they were so powerful. How could a human ant be so powerful? He wasn't the descendant of the Arch. Zhan Wushuang's face darkened. This time, his strength had increased again. However, it only managed to knock away the sword chi that wasn't his opponent's. This made him realize that the brat in front of him was very powerful. It was beyond his expectations. However, he was confident that he could kill this brat. However, before he could do anything, Lin Xian attacked again. Interesting. No wonder you dare to kill me. Unfortunately, it was a pity. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my 9-son swordsmanship. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the divine fire on his body surged. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand emitted thousands of rays of light. All the spiritual energy in the world turned into seawater and gathered toward the long sword in his hand. Buzz. The blazing Qilin sword seemed to have come alive as its light intensified. There was even the shadow of a blazing Qilin shining. This scene instantly made the Archean paragons who were watching the battle from afar change their expressions. Damn it, that's the blazing Qilin sword. Why is the blazing Qilin cave's treasure sword in his hands? These people are crazy. However, they didn't have time to think too much because Lin Xian had attacked. He slashed out with his sword, which turned into a divine rainbow and slashed directly at Zhan Wushuang. In the sky, sword light flashed and descended from the sky like a fiery dragon. The terrifying power pierced through all directions. You overestimate yourself. I'll let you know the difference between us. Zhan Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out like a god's fist. The entire world trembled as countless large cracks erupted. Clang. This fist collided with the longsword again, making a clang sound and sending the longsword flying. However, that godlike fist had also disappeared. However, the power on Zhan Wushuang's body was becoming more and more terrifying. In particular, his eyes seemed to have turned into two divine lamps as his cold, killing intent locked onto Lin Xian. Kid, you've completely angered me. He rose into the air and strode towards Lin Xian. In the distance, the Archean paragons were extremely shocked. He blocked it again. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Damn it, that's impossible. That kid definitely can't be so strong. It must be the sword in his hand. That should be a sage-level artifact. The Archean paragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly. The paragons of the fire Qilin cave gritted their teeth. That's right, the blazing Qilin sword is definitely the treasure sword of our fire Qilin cave. Chapter 2973. Damn it, I have to get to the bottom of this. How did he get it? They were going crazy. That sword belongs to one of the fire Qilin cave's prodigies. However, it's in his hands now. Could it be that something happened to their prodigy? Now, I can't get out of here. Only by capturing him can I find out what happened outside. In front, Lin Xian looked at Zhan Wushuang who was walking towards him and sneered. He waved his arm and attacked again. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi turned into a fire Qilin and roared. The power of this slash was even more terrifying. As soon as the fire Qilin appeared, it suppressed all directions. Countless large cracks appeared in the void and a black hole appeared. As if it was connected to hell, the fire Qilin roared in the black hole. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? In the distance, the Archean prodigy's bodies started to tremble. Zhan Wushuang also frowned, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. That sword technique is indeed very powerful. But so what? He shouted coldly, clenched his fist, and attacked again. Boom, 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 boom. Each of them was like the sun. Not only that, but his body also swayed, and his speed was extremely fast. He tore through the void and charged towards Lin Xian. That was because he was completely enraged. He did not intend to be entangled with his opponent anymore. He wanted to capture his opponent in the most ferocious manner and forcibly take his soul. In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Go to hell, kid. He revealed a sinister smile and attacked with thunder. His large hand carried a sky full of lightning and struck in all directions, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was penetrated by the lightning and disappeared. Oh no! An afterimage. Zhan Wushuang's pupils constricted. He could feel a biting cold murderous intent coming from behind him. A sword light cut through the void and slashed towards his back. God of War armor. Zhan Wushuang roared, and mysterious runes appeared on his body. They quickly intertwined and formed an armor to protect his body. At the same time, he changed his position and quickly dodged. Clang. When the sword landed on the divine battle armor, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing Zhan Wushuang to be knocked back. The second sword slashed down from the sky. However, Zhan Wushuang dodged it. The sword brushed past his opponent's body and only managed to cut off a strand of his hair. What? Zhan Wushuang was pushed back. Seeing this scene, The other paragons felt their scalps go numb. Originally, they were here to keep an eye on Zhan Wushuang. After all, after Zhan Wushuang captured Lin Xian, they had to report it to their 7th-generation lord. But now, they realized that it was really a problem whether Zhan Wushuang could catch Lin Xian. The current Lin Xian was simply too strong. He was so strong that it exceeded their expectations. In fact, there were quite a few people who were trembling so much that they were on the verge of kneeling down. "Damn brat, I want you dead." Zhan Wushuang soared into the sky and stood in the void like a celestial demon. Mysterious runes appeared on his body. Forming a series of hand seals, Zhang Xian swiped his hands across the air. The void where he was became extremely distorted, as if it had turned into chaos. How terrifying! What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why do I feel that he has distorted the entire space? The other paragons in the distance screamed. Indeed, Lin Xian unleashed a series of golden sword auras at his opponent. However, the sharp sword chi became distorted in front of his opponent. None of the sword strikes could break through the space. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. The other paragons in the distance also exclaimed, "Damn it, this Zhan Wushuang was too strong and strange." These people from the war tribe were all lunatics. They were born to fight, so they definitely had many mystiques and cultivation techniques. They were not weaker than the Silver Tribe. As the top paragons of the younger generation of the War Tribe, Zhan Wushuang's strength was indeed terrifying. Even such a terrifying sword chi could be neutralized by him. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian was also surprised. Originally, he had suppressed Zhan Wushuang with a few sword strikes. He thought that he could win easily. He did not expect his opponent to have some tricks up his sleeve. Especially now that his opponent was standing in a distorted space, it was as if he had changed the entire world. He caused all the sword chi to deviate from him. Interesting. As expected of the top paragons of the war tribe, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He attacked again. He waved his sword again and again. At this moment, Lin Xian executed the Nine-Yang sword technique and displayed a powerful force. Flames flickered in the sky, and the entire world seemed to be melting. Just the sword chi alone made the paragons in the distance tremble, because they realized that they could not block the other party's sword chi. While they were shocked, they also felt a strong sense of fear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At first, Zhan Wushuang could still distort space and change the direction of the sword chi so that they could not get close. But later, Zhan Wushuang's expression changed. He was originally confident and calm, but he was shocked again, because he realized that the other party's sword chi could directly break through the void. He had a mystique that could turn the void into nothingness, but he could not. The other party's sword chi contained an aura that could destroy everything. Damn it, it was the great dragon sword soul. Zhan Wushuang gritted his teeth. As a member of the war tribe, he had a deeper understanding of the great dragon sword soul than the other paragons. He knew that the great dragon sword soul could destroy everything. Therefore, he did not intend to passively defend anymore. He was prepared to take the initiative to attack. Buzz. A long saber appeared in the sky, emitting a bright light as it was held in his hand. Bright moon saber. Could it be that treasure? In the distance, a paragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons exclaimed. His eyes flickered as he stared at the saber in the sky. That's right, it was the bright moon saber. He did not expect Zhan Wushuang to have the bright moon saber. It was not weaker than the fire spirit sword. That's right, that kid did not have the advantage of a weapon. Could he continue to suppress Zhan Wushuang? It would be very difficult. He would probably be suppressed and might even be killed. In the distance, the paragons sneered again. Zhan Wushuang's aura erupted. His eyes were sharp and his black hair danced wildly. It was as if he had turned into an unstoppable saber god. Kid, the game is over. Zhan Wushuang waved the bright moon saber, and saber lights that were like full moons pressed down from the sky. The saber light flashed, and killing intense soared into the sky, causing the expressions of the paragons in the distance to change again. Too powerful. I can't block his saber at all. Damn it, This guy can definitely compete with our Lord Fire Dragon King. He is actually not weaker than the 9th generation Lord. They were all stunned. At this moment, Zhan Wushuang was incomparably powerful. Every slash of his saber sent the flaming sword qi flying. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky. Fortunately, this was the incomparably mysterious Sky Flame City. Otherwise, this attack would definitely be able to sink everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 2974. Soon, Zhan Wushuang split the sea of fire in the sky apart. Then he strode forward. Go to hell, brat. He slashed down again, and the sharp saber light emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if a heavenly river had descended from the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The commotion here had already alarmed the ancient royal families in the distance. A few figures were hurrying over. However, most of them did not move. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Yan Nantian, and Huoxinyan all frowned. They naturally felt that there was an earth-shattering battle in the distance. In fact, even they were surprised by that surge of energy. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also very nervous. The dark red divine dragon also frowned, but at this moment, no one left. Their gazes were fixed in front of them. At this moment, something even more shocking was happening in the valley. This was even more terrifying than the battle between the top prodigies. Therefore, although they knew that Lin Xian and Zhan Wushuang were fighting in the distance, no one went over. On the other side, the ancient prodigies who were watching the battle also kept retreating. It couldn't be helped. The battle ahead was simply too terrifying. The saber light soared into the sky and turned into a murderous sword qi. The entire sky was shaking. If they did not retreat, they would probably be cut in half. A saber light like this was enough to kill these prides of the primeval theocrats. How could they not be shocked? Lin Xian also felt a great resistance, but he was not afraid. His eyes shone with a cold light, and the divine fire on his body surged. The dragon's soul in his body roared. He used the blazing Qilin sword to perfection, and each strike was extremely terrifying. It collided with the bright moon saber. Each time, it was an earth-shattering collision. Buzz. The long sword danced, and endless flames danced on the blade, turning into a scorching sun. It kept rotating and squeezing, filling the sky as if it was going to crush the entire world. A monstrous scorching aura was emitted. The sea of fire surged and shrouded the entire sky. At this moment, there were raging flames everywhere, enough to destroy and melt everything. Buzz. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang roared as well. The bright moon saber in his hand shone brightly. Under the blade, a crescent moon was formed. It emitted a cold aura that could freeze everything. The 9 suns and the luminous moon were two completely opposite forces. When they collided, it was truly enough to destroy the world. Boom! Those primordial geniuses were sent flying. They screamed crazily. Lord 7th, come quickly. Lord Dragon King, we can't hold on any longer. They were furious, waiting for the arrival of the Flame Dragon King and Huomuzhen. Together, they suppressed Lin Xian. Otherwise, the other party might really overturn the situation. However, no matter how they shouted, no one came over. The Fire Dragon King and the others did not appear. The Archean prodigies were terrified. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? They dared not imagine. They wanted to investigate, but at this moment, between heaven and earth, between the sky and earth, the cold moonlight enveloped everything, cutting off all probing. The archaic paragons could only dodge with all their might to protect themselves. Damn it, what the hell is going on? They could not figure it out. Finally, in the midst of endless fear, between heaven and earth, the blazing flames disappeared, and so did the terrifying moonlight. The void regained its clarity. Only the large cracks were rapidly healing. Lin Xian and Zhan Wushuang stood in the void, facing each other. The aura on their bodies did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more piercing. It made the Archean prodigies feel dizzy. Damn it, How could the two of them be so strong? They are not from the royal family, but they are even more terrifying than us. Had Zhan Wushuang and that human kid reached such a heaven-defying stage? This was really a huge disaster. They wondered if the Fire Dragon King and the Seventh Lord could suppress the two of them. The Archean prodigies were terrified. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang was even more shocked. To be honest, in his opinion, the other party had always been an ant. Although he was a human prodigy, in front of him, he could not withstand a single blow. He could easily suppress the other party with a wave of his hand. But now, he had already used the luminous moonblade, and it was a peerless blade technique. However, he could not do anything to the other party. At one point he was even suppressed by the other party. It was only because he had a battle constitution and a treasured blade in his hand that he could withstand the other party's attacks. Otherwise, if it were the other Archean prodigies, they would have been killed long ago. No, this kid had the 9-yang divine constitution and the dragon sword soul. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely be a powerful enemy. It would be difficult to contend with him on the path to becoming a great emperor in the future. Therefore, he had to eliminate him today. Thinking of this, Zhan Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided that he could not let the other party continue to grow. "You want to kill me? I think you should go to hell first." Lin Xian sneered. He also had the intention to kill, because he also realized that the other party was very powerful. One should know that an ordinary prodigy, even the 10th generation grandchild, would have been killed by him. But now, the other party was actually evenly matched with him. He had to admit that the war tribe was indeed a very mysterious and terrifying race. He could not let the other party continue to grow. He moved the blazing Qilin sword in his hand and the divine fire on his body burned. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a sword god. He merged with the blazing Qilin sword and a powerful sword aura swept in all directions. A sword light flew across the 9 heavens and flew out towards Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang snorted. "It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't hurt me." He waved the bright moon blade and faced the attack. Heavens, that blade can kill us instantly. But the other party easily neutralized it. The Archean prodigies in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Seeing that the other party had neutralized the sword, Lin Xian looked very calm. His eyes were very calm, because all of this was within his expectations. In the next moment, the dragon sword soul in his body was activated and let out a loud dragon roar. The 9-yang divine fire on his body was constantly rotating. It formed mysterious runes one after another. Buzz! In the sky, the sword light shone and turned into a fire dragon that charged towards Zhan Wushuang again. Zhan Wushuang snorted and waved the bright moon blade in front of him. With a clang, it struck the blazing Qilin sword aura and exploded into a shocking vibration. But this time, it was not sent flying. Not only that, the fire dragon roared and the flames on its body surged into the sky. It continued to attack Zhan Wushuang. The bright moon blade in Zhan Wushuang's hand danced continuously and turned into a silver river. "Damn it, what kind of sword aura is this?" Zhan Wushuang's face changed again. The sword aura this time was far beyond his imagination. It was as if he was not facing the sword aura but a real dragon. A monstrous fire dragon. Kill! Chapter 2975. One strike after another, a fire dragon flew out with each strike. Hundreds of sword energies were released in a row, causing the entire sky to explode. Countless fire dragons surged and roared as they charged towards Zhan Wushuang. This scene caused the primordial elites to scream in horror. Damn it, how could he have such power? Impossible, that fire dragon sword energy should be his trump card. It was already impressive that he could use it once. How could he use it hundreds of times in a row? These people were all stunned. In their opinion, the fire dragon sword energy was so powerful that it must be a powerful killing move. Since it was called a killing move, it couldn't be used too much. However, Lin Xian's actions had completely exceeded their expectations. They were all stunned. Especially those from the nest of 10,000 dragons, their bodies were trembling. Damn it, I can actually feel the suppression of my bloodline and soul. They were about to vomit blood. They were real dragons, but in front of this sword energy, they couldn't help but kneel and tremble. Zhan Wushuang's expression also changed. His gaze was gloomy as he used his terrifying battle strength to send all the fire dragons flying. But gradually his heart sank. Because Lin Xian continued to attack. He seemed to have endless divine power. Soon, thousands of fire dragons surged out and enveloped the entire world. They even engulfed Zhan Wushuang. These fire dragon sword energies were evolved from the 9 Yang sword technique and the Great Dragon Sword Soul. They were really powerful. Just one of them was enough to kill all the primeval theocrats. At this moment, thousands of fire dragons attacked together and surrounded Zhan Wushuang. They really had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those primordial elites fainted from fright. All the space in the entire immortal realm was trembling. Other than the valley that was still intact, the other places were all covered in terrifying cracks. Zhan Wushuang roared as he used his bloodline power and activated his unparalleled battle body. With a bright moon saber in hand, he slashed in all directions like a demon king. He sent all the fire dragons flying. But gradually, his expression changed. This was because every time he sent one flying, 10 fire dragons would rush over. When he sent 2 flying, hundreds of fire dragons would rush over. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't resist such a terrifying sword energy. Damn it, how could the other party be so strong? Could it be that his power wouldn't be exhausted? For the first time, Zhan Wushuang felt fear. After killing more than 500 fire dragons in a row, Zhan Wushuang's expression was solemn. This scene directly subdued the elites watching from afar. In their eyes, this was simply a godlike existence. However, what made them even more alarmed was that the number of fire dragons in the sky did not decrease. Instead, it increased, as if they were endless. Finally, under such a terrifying attack, Zhan Wushuang showed a flaw. The 3 fire dragons crashed into his body and sent him flying. Fortunately, he had an unparalleled battle body, which gave him a strong physique and a top-level armor. Even so, his armor was still shattered. Zhan Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed the sky red. Zhan Wushuang roared crazily. His eyes were like lightning as he looked into the distance. In the endless void, Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and stepped on the dancing fire dragons. Countless dragon shadows floated around him. At this moment, he was like the supreme dragon emperor, making people tremble. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Zhan Wushuang's eyelids twitched. He knew that he couldn't continue this battle. After killing more than 500 fire dragons, he was already injured. At this moment, there were thousands of fire dragons around him. How could he fight? Let's go! Zhan Wushuang snorted coldly and decided to retreat. Firstly, he was no longer confident in this battle. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Secondly, he was very puzzled. Logically speaking, such an earth-shattering scene should have alarmed the entire space. Why didn't the Fire Dragon King and the others come? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? He didn't know. He had to go over and take a look. His body swayed, and he tore open the void and flew into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian sneered and waved his sword. Countless fire dragons rushed out and attacked Zhan Wushuang. Damn it, get out of my way! Zhan Wushuang roared and swept his right leg. It turned into a divine spear and blasted away some of the fire dragons that flew over. He blasted away a total of 5 fire dragons, but there were even more that came towards him. Kid, do you really want to force me to kill you? Zhan Wushuang roared and the bloodline power in his body surged. A powerful force suppressed all directions. He was really angry. His opponent had gone too far. He guessed that his opponent must have used all his trump cards to kill him. He didn't want to fight, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of his opponent. That was because he still had a few powerful killing moves that he hadn't used yet. As long as he used them, it wouldn't be difficult to kill his opponent. However, he wanted to use these trump cards to fight for the heavenly fire and the mysterious divine cauldron. Therefore, he didn't want to use them now. However, if his opponent really didn't know what was good for him, he didn't mind using some of his trump cards to kill the detestable kid in front of him. Going too far? Lin Xian sneered. Back then, when you attacked me time and time again, did you think of going too far? Now that you can't beat me, you think you're going too far? What a joke! As he spoke, he swung his sword a few more times. Suddenly, the fire dragons that filled the sky hit the bright moon saber and made it tremble continuously. The light on the saber dimmed a lot. Zhan Wushuang's armor was shattered and many parts fell off. His body was also charred black. It was burned by the 9 suns' divine fire. Buzz! The bright moon saber was almost sent flying by the impact of 300 fire dragons. This time, Zhan Wushuang's injuries were even more serious. Blood stained his body red. Damn kid, I definitely won't let you off. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you. After saying this, Zhan Wushuang turned around and fled. The Archean paragons below were all stunned. What? Zhan Wushuang fled? The extremely powerful top paragons, Zhan Wushuang, actually fled? And the person who chased after him was actually a human kid? This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. It was unreal. Where did he run to? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stepping on the dragon shadow, he quickly gave chase. In the mysterious valley. The Fire Dragon King, Huomuzhen, Feng Inxue, and the others were stunned. Even the dark red divine dragon and the others were dumbfounded. To be honest, the battle in the distance made them anxious. They wanted to see how the battle was going. However, they didn't leave because something even more shocking happened in front of them. At that time, they wanted to leave, but Yan Nantian stood out and prepared to enter the valley. This scene made Huomuzhen and the others' expressions change. They frowned. Chapter 2976. Although the other party was powerful, he should be on par with them. Even they, who had the royal bloodline, did not dare to enter, but the other party dared to try. Did he want to die? Oh, Brother Yen, you want to enter the valley? Huo Xinyan asked with a smile. Yan Nantian did not say anything. His expression was solemn, and his body exuded a mysterious aura. Mysterious runes surged out of his body and surrounded him. Soon he arrived in front of the valley. If he took another step forward, he would enter the valley. Those people's hearts were also in their mouths. Previously, Fengshue City had cast a blood-colored phoenix, but it was burned to ashes by the terrifying divine fire inside the valley. One could imagine that the divine fire inside was enough to threaten them. They did not know where Yan Nantian got his confidence from to fight against these things. Could it be that he had a treasure in his hands? Did this kid have a sacred artifact? They did not know. Yan Nantian's expression was extremely solemn. He stared at the divine furnace in the valley. Buzz! A piercing light burst out from his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms, and mysterious runes rushed into the sky one after another. As soon as the runes appeared, the world changed. A violent energy rushed out, causing the Fire Dragon King and the others to tense up. Huomuzhen also felt that the blood in his body seemed to be melting. Fengshue's expression changed drastically. Oh no! What's this? They quickly retreated to the back. In the dark red divine dragon and the others also changed their expressions and quickly retreated. Fortunately, they were not close to the valley. At this moment, only Yan Nantian was left in front of the valley. There were 9 mysterious runes flashing around him. Are these Taoist runes? Feeling the shocking power, the Archean prodigies trembled. The Fire Dragon King and the others were extremely solemn. They stared at the 9 ancient runes. They shook their heads slightly. To be honest, they did not understand what these runes were. Judging by the aura, they must be Taoist runes. It was too terrifying. Even they felt like they were being penetrated. However, the other party was not a saint. How could he use Taoist runes? Taoist runes were condensed from the laws of heaven and earth and were used by saints. Unless, of course, the other party had the legendary born Taoism aptitude, which allowed them to fuse with the Taoism since birth, allowing them to cast Taoist patterns even before they became a saint. However, they had never heard that Yen Nantian had such a constitution. Damn it, this guy actually has such a trump card. Once these 9 talismans that were close to Tao patterns appeared, they might really be able to allow the other party to enter the valley. Sure enough, the 9 mysterious runes revolved around Yen Nantian, providing him with great power. Yen Nantian took a deep breath, then took a step forward and entered the valley. As soon as he entered, countless divine flames appeared in the valley and surged toward him. Fortunately, these 9 mysterious runes were too terrifying. It actually managed to block the attack of those mysterious flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. He went in, this guy actually went in. Heavens, could it be that he could really obtain the illusionary divine furnace? Even Huamujian's expression changed. Yen Nantian also heaved a sigh of relief. Clearly, he wasn't too sure before. However, the current situation allowed him to settle down. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he walked forward again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Yen Nantian gradually walked toward the center of the valley. The distance between him and the illusionary divine furnace was getting closer and closer. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu's eyes were wide open. Among them, the dark red divine dragon was very shocked, and his head kept shaking. Shen Jingqiu, who was beside him, was very worried. She said, "Strange dragon, don't tell me you've gone mad?" Murong Qingqing also asked through voice transmission, "Could it be? What did you find?" The dark red divine dragon gasped and also said through voice transmission, "Damn it, that's not a Tao pattern." If it's not a Tao pattern, then what is it? Emperor pattern. He actually knows the Emperor's talismans. Damn it, he has indeed obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor. Emperor pattern. Are you saying that those are the talismans left behind by the great Emperor? Murong Qingqing was also very shocked after hearing that. Shen Jingqiu's little face was even more dazed. The great Emperor was the existence at the peak of martial arts and was the dream of all warriors. No one knew exactly how strong the great Emperor was. After all, no one had seen it with their own eyes. But from the records of ancient books, they knew that once the great Emperor appeared, he would dominate the world and sweep through the universe. No one in the world was a match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest person. He could easily kill countless saints. He could turn the world upside down with a raise of his hand. For such a person, one could imagine how terrifying the talismans left behind were. No wonder he could resist the mysterious flame with just 9 talismans. This Yen Nantian was too amazing. They wondered which great emperor's inheritance he had obtained. Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn. Shen Jingqiu's little face turned pale. Then wouldn't he be invincible? Once this kind of talisman appeared, even the saints couldn't break it. This was simply an invincible position. However, the dark red divine dragon shook its head. The real great emperor's talisman was naturally unparalleled in the world, but Yen Nantian was just a young man. How could he display a complete emperor's talisman? I think he must have only comprehended a trace of the emperor's talisman and evolved these 9 talismans. If these 9 talismans were the real emperor's talisman, not to mention this valley, the entire Sky Flame City would probably be destroyed. So that's how it was. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu finally understood. The other party must have obtained the inheritance of the great emperor and comprehended some of the great emperor's talismans. At this moment, the means he displayed had indeed surpassed them. Do you think he can succeed? Murong Qingqing was nervous. Shen Jingqiu even said that if he went, those people wouldn't let him go. At that time, there would be a great battle. They wondered how brother Lin Xian was doing. They were very worried about Lin Xian's situation. No rush, let's wait and see. Although he had the inheritance of the great emperor, his strength was still too weak. He wasn't a saint yet. Sky Flame City was too mysterious. The flames on the void divine furnace were too terrifying. They wondered if this guy could obtain it in the end. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. The others held their breaths. The fire dragon king stared at it for a long time and screamed, "I know, it's the Emperor's talisman." As soon as the words came out, Huomuzhen and Feng Yunshue's pupils shrank. Emperor's talisman. No wonder it had such terrifying power. This wasn't a Dao talisman. Dao talismans existed in the world. They were the Dao talismans used by the saints after comprehending the laws. Talismans were different. Talismans were created by experts based on their own experience or Dao talismans. However, different experts created different talismans with different strengths. The talismans created by the great emperor were incomparably terrifying and mysterious. One talisman could probably kill a saint. This was the peak of the great emperor. Chapter 2977. Who would have thought that Yan Nantian would be so powerful to have great emperor runes? Huomuzhen's eyes flickered, and his face was extremely gloomy. The 9 great emperor runes blocked the mysterious flame. Yan Nantian must have other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps it was passed down by the great emperor. If that was the case, he might really be able to obtain the great void divine furnace. Thinking of this, Huomuzhen's eyes were filled with anxiety and gloominess. Previously, no one could do anything about it. So be it. But now, Yan Nantian had such a trick up his sleeve. Should he make a move? To be honest, he definitely wanted to make a move. After all, the great void divine furnace was extremely precious. But if he made a move now, he would fall out with Yan Nantian. Even the fire dragon king, Feng Yunshui, and the others would not hold back. They would definitely make a move. At that time, there would be a great battle. It would be great if he could obtain the great void divine furnace. If he couldn't obtain it, he would not even have a chance to obtain the heavenly fire. After all, once he made a move, these people would no longer be in the alliance. And from the looks of it, Yan Nantian was very confident, but whether he could succeed in the end was still unknown. Therefore, for a moment, Huomuzhen's mind was filled with thoughts. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yunshui also had solemn expressions. It seemed that they were also struggling. Huoxinyan had a sinister smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. In the dark red divine dragon and the others were all waiting for an opportunity. In the valley, Yan Nantian walked forward with the help of the 9 great runes. But in the end he still stopped. This was because there were terrifying flame runes flashing in a 10-mile radius around the great void divine furnace. From the top of the cauldron, it spread out in all directions, forming a terrifying formation. This should be the 8 Desolation Divine Fire formation that Huomuzhen mentioned. This formation was so terrifying that even Yan Nantian did not dare to casually step forward. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not. This was because when he took a step forward, the 9 great runes on his body cracked. This made him know that he could not go any further. However, it was already not easy to reach this place. Next, he had to use another method. Having obtained the great emperor's inheritance, he didn't just have the great emperor's talisman. Yan Nantian took a deep breath. His body glowed brightly as he formed one ancient seal after another. In the next moment, the void above the valley swirled and turned into a vortex. A mysterious hand that was as long as a hand emerged from the vortex and grabbed at the illusionary divine furnace below. Seeing this scene, Feng Yunshui frowned. No, if he could grab it from a distance, he would have snatched it long ago. He had unleashed a blood phoenix phantom before, but it was burned to ashes as soon as it reached the valley. Even though Zhang Xian was only using his palm, his fate was likely to be similar to that of the Crimson Phoenix. He would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. However, in the next moment, Feng Yunshui's eyes widened in disbelief. He discovered that the mysterious palm did not shatter. Instead, it moved downward and enveloped the illusionary divine furnace. Damn it, how is this possible? Not to mention him, even the Fire Dragon King and Huomuzhen's pupils shrank. It seemed like the other party's methods were indeed mysterious. Huoxinyan and Yen also stopped smiling. Their expressions became solemn. The ancient chaos hand. I didn't expect you to obtain the inheritance of the ancient chaos great emperor. The ancient chaos great emperor. The fire dragon king and the others looked solemn. They naturally had a deep understanding of the human race's great emperors. The ancient chaos great emperor was a very terrifying one in the past. In the dark red divine dragon and the others were also shocked. They finally figured out which great emperor's inheritance Yen Nantian had obtained. Could it be that he was really going to get it? Feng Inshue murmured. The fire dragon king's eyes shone with a cold light. He was already prepared. As long as Yen Nantian took the illusionary divine furnace and left the valley, he would make his move. He wouldn't let the treasure fall into the hands of others. On the other side, Huomuzhen sneered. It was impossible. He was too greedy. He shook his head. Although Yen Nantian had displayed powerful strength and even used the ancient chaos hand, he didn't think that the other party would succeed. His understanding of the illusionary divine furnace was deeper than others. With such a terrifying divine fire, even a saint might not be able to stop it. Not to mention the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, a large crack appeared on the ancient chaos hand. The illusionary divine furnace was overflowing with flames as if it was going to burn everything. Yen Nantian's face was incomparably pale. His eyes were filled with deep shock. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to catch it. Instead, he would be injured by the other party. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart. It seemed that it was impossible to completely take away this mysterious and terrifying illusionary divine furnace. However, he wouldn't give up. Since he couldn't take it away, he would open it in front of everyone. He wanted to see what kind of treasure was in the illusionary divine furnace. In the next moment, he grabbed the cauldron of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the ancient chaos hand erupted with a terrifying aura. It directly grabbed the top of the furnace and then pulled it up forcefully. At this moment, Yen Nantian was like a great emperor awakening. He displayed a terrifying strength. The 9 runes beside him were constantly shining. On one hand, they were resisting the attacks of the divine fire. On the other hand, they were frantically absorbing the spiritual energy here to provide Yen Nantian with power. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient chaos hand unleashed its power. The top of the illusionary divine furnace rumbled and a crack appeared. Seeing this scene, Huomuzhen's pupils shrank. Damn it. Could it be that he could really open the illusionary divine furnace? Thinking of this, his heart thumped wildly. The others also looked solemn. It seemed that there was hope. Even if they couldn't take away the illusionary divine furnace, it was still extremely good to snatch the treasure inside. The dark red divine dragon that was hiding in the dark was also extremely shocked. This Yen Nantian was really terrifying. Usually, he hadn't seen him fight many times. It didn't expect his methods to be so terrifying. It seemed that it had to be wary of him in the future. Open! In the valley, Yen Nantian roared. The 9 runes on his body erupted at the same time. They were like 9 suns. The ancient chaos hand was also void. It became solid as if it was a real great emperor's hand that descended from the sky. It directly lifted the top of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the illusionary divine furnace let out an earth-shattering sound. A desolate aura rushed out in all directions. A terrifying pressure shrouded everyone's heart, causing their souls to tremble. However, their eyes were fixed on the front. They wanted to see clearly what was inside the illusionary divine furnace. However, the illusionary divine furnace was too mysterious. It was chaotic inside. It was as if it wasn't a furnace, but a real world. They couldn't see clearly at all. In this chaotic void, there was a fiery red light that streaked across and circled above the illusionary divine furnace. It carried a terrifying flame power and a thick fragrance. This fragrance was simply too astonishing. Even the Fire Dragon King and the others had never seen it before. Chapter 2978. A Divine Pill? They widened their eyes because they realized that the fiery red light kept changing, but it looked like a pill. A pill from the great void divine furnace. It had existed for countless years. This was an immortal pill. These people were stunned. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes turned red. They wanted to snatch it immediately. After all, Sky Flame City was extremely mysterious. Even the great emperors could not see through its secrets. It was rumored that this was a huge city that fell from the celestial world. The pill inside was definitely an immortal pill. Brother Yen, let me lend you a helping hand. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King laughed loudly. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon blood on his body surged, turning into the shadow of a fire dragon that roared in the sky. That fire dragon was extremely valiant and extraordinary. It extended a dragon claw and grabbed towards the valley. It wanted to grab that fiery red immortal pill in its hand. Let me give you a helping hand too. Hormuzhan also attacked. The fire Qilin on his body shone brightly. Qilin arm. With a roar, endless bloodline power formed a Qilin arm in front of him. It also grabbed at the immortal pill. On the other side, Feng Yingxue shouted. She did not say anything, but she also attacked with all her might. The shadow of a phoenix soared into the sky. This time, it was much more terrifying than the blood phoenix. They attacked aggressively. It seemed like they wanted to snatch the immortal pill that had just appeared. At the side, Huaxinyan also made his move. The four top sky prides attacked together. In the valley, Yan Nantian snorted coldly. He had used all his strength to open the great void divine furnace and obtain such an immortal pill. How could he give it to others? With a roar, the 9 runes around him shone brightly. He was about to counterattack. However, at this moment his pupils shrank. Not good. He quickly retreated. The great void divine furnace in front of him reacted to the attacks of the 4 top sky prides. There was a loud boom. A terrifying force burst out from the great void divine furnace. Together with the 8 barren divine fire array, it exploded and swept out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the 4 top sky prides shattered in an instant. The fire dragon, Qilin arm, Phoenix shadow, and Huaxinyan's powerful attacks were all turned into ashes. The ancient chaos hand was not spared either. It instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. It was simply too powerful. It was simply not something that they could withstand. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yunxue, and the other 3 were injured. They retreated and vomited blood, their faces pale. Yan Nantian, who was in the valley, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In an instant he was engulfed by the endless divine fire. Damn it, did I fail? Hormuzhan gritted his teeth in anger. Feng Yingxue and the others also had ugly looks on their faces. That strike just now had made them tremble. Fortunately, they were outside the valley. Otherwise, they would likely end up in an extremely miserable state. Thinking of this, they looked ahead at the valley that was surrounded by endless flames. Was Yan Nantian killed? Even though he had the monarch talisman, they did not think he could survive the attack. Unless a true great emperor had awakened. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu were equally nervous. The dark red divine furnace shook its head. Damn, what a pity. A descendant of the earth had been killed just like that. Just when everyone thought that Yan Nantian had been burned to ashes by the divine fire, the void outside the valley split open and a figure appeared. It was Yan Nantian. However, his face was abnormally pale. There was no trace of blood. He was not dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the crimson divine dragon was stunned. What was going on? How did he do it? Logically speaking, even a sage would not be able to withstand such a terrifying divine fire. How did he survive? Could it be? The dark red divine dragon looked at the valley. In the valley, the terrifying divine fire slowly disappeared. A broken talisman slowly floated down from the sky. The ancient chaos talisman. You actually have such a thing? Huaxinyan screamed. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also shocked. No wonder he could survive. They had heard of the ancient chaos talisman before. It was equivalent to a death substitute talisman. In a moment of crisis, Yen Nantian would probably use such a precious talisman to save himself. Indeed, Yen Nanshan's face was extremely gloomy. It was as if blood was about to drip from his face. He felt a lump in his throat. The ancient chaos talisman was extremely precious. Even he did not have many of them. Every time he used it, he would have one less. It was a life-saving measure. No matter how dangerous the situation was, once he used the ancient chaos talisman, he would be able to escape. Originally, he thought that he might not be able to use it in this lifetime. But who would have thought that in this mysterious valley, he would actually use up an ancient chaos emperor talisman? What was worse was that he did not obtain any treasures at all. The ancient chaos talisman. You are the successor of the ancient chaos great emperor. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the sky. Then, a figure descended. Zhan Wushuang. At this moment, Zhan Wushuang was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was disheveled, blood flowed from his body, and his armor was broken. Yen Nantian snorted and looked at the other party. Then he was stunned. Not only him, but the Fire Dragon King and the others were also stunned. What happened? Zhan Wushuang was injured? What was he doing? He seemed to be seriously injured. Could it be that he had activated some supreme formation again? Otherwise, he would not be so injured. Let's see where you can run to. Just as they were shocked, a cold voice came from the sky again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless dragon shadows wrapped around a figure and descended quickly. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was murderous and unstoppable. He pointed the blazing Qilin sword at Zhan Wushuang. What? It's this kid? Could it be that Zhan Wushuang was injured by this kid? That's impossible. The Fire Dragon King and the others were stunned. They stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. This should not be. He was just an ant. How could he be so powerful? Zhan Wushuang was at the same level as them and was extremely powerful. Although this human kid was powerful, they did not think much of him. From the beginning to the end, they did not even look at each other in the eye. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually managed to injure geniuses of the same cultivation level as them. And from the looks of it, he had been chasing after him. Damn it. How could this be? What was going on? Huomuzhen and the others looked gloomy. They tried to recall the geniuses they had sent out. Because they had watched the battle between the two sides, they thought that if they called those geniuses over, they would be able to see clearly. Whoosh! A few figures ran over from afar. It was Liang Luo. Soon, Huomuzhen and the others looked extremely gloomy. It was really that kid who had injured Zhan Wushuang. Moreover, the kid had hidden his strength far beyond their imagination. Damn it! This made them uneasy. They did not expect another peerless enemy to appear. Lin Xian stared at Zhan Wushuang and Yen Nantian at the same time. He was really shocked. Rumor had it that Yen Nantian had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. He did not expect it to be confirmed today. Chapter 2979. He had seen how Yen Nantian tried to snatch the Void Divine Furnace. However, Yen Nantian did not succeed in the end. However, this did not mean that Yen Nantian was weak. On the contrary, Yen Nantian was ridiculously strong. One had to know that the Fire Dragon King and the others could not do anything. However, Yen Nantian did it. Moreover, he almost succeeded. Was this the successor of the great emperor? He was indeed terrifying. Originally, Lin Xian had assumed that only Leaf Dao and Dustless would be a match for him among the humans. However, it seemed that Yen Nantian was really terrifying. His skills were probably above Wu Dao's. Damn brat, don't go too far. Zhan Wushuang roared in anger. Even now, Yen Nantian still dared to point his sword at him. This made him very embarrassed. Lin Xian retracted his gaze from Yen Nantian. He then looked at Zhan Wushuang in disappointment and sneered. But did you think that someone would back you up here? You are still fighting the #1 genius? What a piece of trash. You need someone to back you up. Forget it. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of my attention. Lin Xian retracted his sword. Zhang Wushuang was so angry that he vomited blood. He really could not defeat Lin Xian now. Moreover, he was injured and could not use his trump card. Hence, he snorted and stared at Yan Nantian with a dark face. He swore that as long as he had the chance, he would not let Yan Nantian off. Lin Xian ignored Zhang Wushuang and did not attack again. After all, Zhang Wushuang was not the only one here. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also here. If he attacked, these guys would definitely attack. There was another reason as well. The Fire Spirit Pearl that he had previously absorbed was actually reacting to him. He had already absorbed the energy in the Fire Spirit Pearl. However, the Fire Spirit Pearl did not shatter. It was like a crystal that remained in the mysterious small sword. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Pearl vibrated again. Something must have triggered the Fire Spirit Pearl. Was it the Void Divine Furnace? Or the mysterious Heaven Fire? Lin Xian did not know. However, he felt that this might be an opportunity. Therefore, he did not intend to attack again. On the other side, the Flame Dragon King and the others also had gloomy expressions. They looked at the great Void Divine Furnace in front of them, shook their heads and sighed. If even Yan Nantian couldn't get it, then they probably wouldn't have a chance either. Therefore, these people either left the valley and returned to the fiery lake to prepare to break the formation and seize the heavenly flame. Otherwise, they would walk to the side and search for other king medicines. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover from their injuries. Lin Xian also came to a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. From the looks of it, he was recovering his strength. In fact, while he was recovering his strength, he was also transmitting a voice transmission to tell her about the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body. The Crimson Divine Dragon was shocked when it heard that. It seemed like the Fire Spirit Pearl was indeed related to something here. He just didn't know. Which one was it? Lin Xian asked. Ruffian Long, are you confident in breaking these formations? The dark red dragon took a deep breath. It wasn't impossible to crack it, but it would take some time. Maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe 8 or 10 years. After all, you should know that these formations are not ordinary. Lin Xian sighed when he heard that. If even the Crimson Divine Dragon said so, it would be even more difficult for the others to crack it. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. He realized that the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body was suddenly filled with dense patterns. He had seen these patterns before, but he had been absorbing energy back then and didn't pay attention to them. Now, it seemed like there was another secret behind it. He studied it carefully and found that it seemed to be a formation. At that thought, Lin Xian said, Ruffian Long, protect me secretly. He closed his eyes and sent his soul spirit into the space inside the small sword to study the Fire Spirit Pearl. The others didn't know that Lin Xian was recuperating. As for those people, they began to walk in all directions. For a moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Gradually, Huamuzhen and the others came to the fiery lake again, preparing to break the heavenly flame formation. The Fire Dragon King and the 3 supreme ancient theocrats were busy. Everyone was trying to break the formation. Around the fiery lake, runes and flames intertwined. It was a strange scene. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. 3 days passed, and no one had any clue. However, they didn't give up. They knew that they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. However, they didn't give up either. As for Huamuzhen and the others, their expressions were incomparably solemn as they unleashed everything they had learned in their lives. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He was ecstatic. Excitement, he was really too excited. In the past 3 days, his soul spirit had entered the mysterious small sword to study the Fire Spirit Pearl. He found that the patterns in the Fire Spirit Pearl were actually formations. To be precise, there were 2 formations. One was called the Heavenly Flame Formation, and the other was called the 8 Barren Divine Flame Formation. Not only were the 2 formations recorded in the sword, but it also recorded the methods to break them. Lin Xian was ecstatic. The Heavenly Flame Formation and the 8 Barren Divine Flame Formation were the 2 formations that protected the Heavenly Flame and the Void Divine Furnace. Outside, Huamuzhen and the other top geniuses had used countless methods, but they were all at their wits' end. However, he had found a way to break it. He was too excited. It seemed like it was time to make a move. However, it was impossible for him to brazenly attempt to breach the two spirit formations. Because even if he broke it, the treasures might not necessarily be his in the end. Although he was a top genius, there were too many opponents. If the three supreme ancient royal families joined forces, he wouldn't be able to fight them. Therefore, he had to think of a way to let these people kill each other first. Then, he would be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Lin Xian transmitted the news to the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shinjingqiu. After the three of them heard, their hearts beat wildly. The dark red divine dragon was especially excited. You really have a way to break it? Lin Xian nodded. However, how to do it was still a problem. Murong Qingqing sighed. Brother Xian, I think it's better to choose one of them. It's not realistic to get both of them. Indeed, Lin Xian wasn't too greedy. As long as he could get one of the treasures, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Shinjingqiu blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, when Yen Nantian opened the void divine furnace, there was a ball of fiery red light shining. In the end, it turned into an immortal pill. According to my perception, the aura of the red pill was very similar to the heavenly flame in the flaming lake. Therefore, I guess that the red pill must be related to the heavenly flame. Perhaps it has a component of the heavenly flame. What? There's such a thing? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.